told him that the reason that we never had our second child was because it was going to be a psychopath. And then that's what I found out today. I don't know if that triggered something, but that's all I have.
How are things with your mom?
Wouldn't know. Yeah, talk to her. Well, she says she loves me too. I see her in the videos of my son.
Did she send them to you? Did she send you videos?
No, she can't. She sends them to him. Earlier today, I asked him to get videos and pictures of my son, and he got some from her. And I was kind of fucked up about how, like, in the videos, she's, like, the videos are directed, like, to him. Like, it's like I don't exist. You know what I mean?
Well, she's not allowed to communicate with you. You can't blame her for that.
I can if she's the one who decided that based off some light-ass bullshit. But I hear you. Yeah. I don't know if I have a real mom.
The Polish leaders were very enthusiastic about bringing Jews into the region, and so extended to them a series of rights that guaranteed, above all, safety, rights to live in concentrated areas and things like that, and also economic privileges that allowed them to ply various trades. There's going to be a lot more to say about this, and of course it will break down very significantly with the Khmelnytsky rebellion in the 17th century, but for the time being, between the First Crusade and the Khmelnytsky rebellion of 1648, this was a pretty stable kind of environment. In some cases, like in the Statute of Kalish, which comes from 1264, these things are actually set down in writing, are promulgated, and really attracted a lot of Jews to Eastern Europe. So it was a very significant movement of Jews over these centuries to Poland, making it ultimately the largest single concentration of Jews in the early modern period. And just to give you a sense of what that looks like, here's a map that shows the relative concentration of Jews within the boundaries of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth as of 1764, and you can see that the yellow means like less than about 10,000 Jews, and the deep red is more than 50,000 Jews, and you can get a sense of where the concentration is really in the region of western Ukraine and southern Poland in particular, also some significant concentrations towards the west on the border with Germany, and to the north in Lithuania in particular. The height of the achievement of Jews in the Polish region, in particular in terms of their self-government, is undoubtedly an institution called the Council of Lands, also known as the Council of Four Lands, depending on the period it's referring to. And basically, this was a kind of a Jewish state within a state, a rather amazing thing. We spoke about the communal arrangement of the Jews in the Kahila, essentially the self-governing Jewish municipality that handled, all of the social welfare works for Jews by collecting their own internal taxes and distributing it charitably to individuals as needed, and set up, like everything from wayfarers support to poor brides and orphans, and all kinds of social services, but also self-regulating by Talmudic law. And each of these municipalities was basically structured very similarly. And what happened was, in Poland, they came to terms and they united themselves across the entire scope of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within one, as it were, national organization. They would meet twice a year, and particularly in Lublin, and they would make decisions that would affect all Jews living within this massive country, the largest country in Europe at the time. It was really a rather amazing thing. This, by the way, we're looking at is one of the couple of pages from the minute books of the Council of Lands. Now, they didn't have, like, for example, their own police authorities. They worked very closely with the state, and the Polish-Lithuanian state realized how valuable they were, particularly at first, with regards administering many social functions that they wanted to themselves have. But once they realized that it was more efficient for them to collect taxes directly from the Jews rather than have the Council of Lands involved, that led to the erosion of the Council of Lands in particular. We'll talk about that as well, I hope, in a future lecture. But the kinds of things that they dealt with were really quite significant, and made a huge impact on the way in which Jews lived and considered themselves within the Polish state. This was really one of the high points of the Jewish diaspora, at least up until the Khmelnytsky Rebellion of 1648, where Jews regarded Poland as really a golden era for Jewish civilization, comparable in many ways to what we see happening earlier in Spain and before that in Babylonia. It would result in a kind of a Polish-Jewish synthesis that was very similar in many ways to the German-Jewish synthesis of the 19th century. But of course, when we get to the 20th century, we see it all unravel, and that will be the topic of a future lecture. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. If you did, please subscribe. I like to see the numbers go up. It's actually kind of exciting to see that there are a lot of people who enjoy Jewish history. And yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
I have like a Better Call Saul attorney. Anyways, I've been practicing little spells. They're called glamour spells to try to make me more beautiful, try to influence people around me. So I'm going to cure William's shoulder as soon as we get off air. I don't use so much yet. It's my left wing, so we can't accidentally do my right wing or something. Okay. The left wing is what I really need to work on.
You gotta be 100% because if you're gonna be on RuPaul's Drag Race, you gotta be able to sex.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. We're going to continue today with more of a discussion on the literary, philosophical, religious level, looking at a stage in intellectual literary development that's related to a population called the Acharonim, sometimes spelled Acharonim. Literally, that term means the latter ones, like the latter authorities, the later authorities, and it's a contrast to their predecessors known as the Rishonim, who are called the first ones, whom we spoke about in a previous class. So let's go in and try to understand who exactly are the Acharonim and what are they all about. So let me remind you of a discussion we had in a previous lecture about this notion of the decline of the generations. In Hebrew, Yeridat Hadorot, the decline of the generations. There's this idea, which is religious, philosophical, that the closer a population was to the moment of revelation at Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this great picture of Charlton Heston as Moses in the great Cecil B. DeMille classic, which had a big influence on me, really. I was overwhelmed when I first saw this movie. At any rate, there's this idea that, at that moment when God spoke to the Jewish people as described in the Bible, and they all said, wow, and well, there's a lot to say about that. That was like the greatest sort of spiritual sensitivity on a large population that had ever occurred in human history. And it's all been downhill since then, right? As we go further and further away in time from that revelation at Sinai, according to Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that they become less intelligent. In fact, there's a very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovations, technological innovations are big, more of a grasp of material that might not have been available to earlier generations. Just on a simple technical level, like my phone has the entire Talmud and all of its commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So in many ways, I here living in the 21st century have at my moment's reach, books 500 years ago, most scholars would never have been able to see because they were existing only in manuscript, and so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that in Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in the terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the Dor Dea, the generation of knowledge, because they were filled, to quote Isaiah, with the knowledge of God, despite the behavior that's described in the Bible. Then you have, I'm just going to summarize some of the major levels. The post-Babylonian exile, which represents a big step down, but nevertheless still living in the Temple era, Second Temple era, of course. Then you have the Tanaim, or the scholars associated with the Mishnah, and this goes right up into the 3rd century, the early 3rd century, and then they're followed by the Amoraim, who are the main scholars associated with the Talmud. And as I mentioned, I'm skipping over kind of like subdivisions within these generations. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the so-called Rishonim, the first ones. And they represent such a significant shift in the type of thinking and the types of things that they did for research that we have a whole lecture alone on the Rishonim. I encourage you to go back in the series and listen to that if you want to know more about the Acharonim, but that's where we are right now. The Acharonim are the scholars who lived after the 16th century, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Rishonim. We haven't had anyone really innovate a new term for late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that, as I hope to discuss at the end of this brief discussion. Let's think about, what exactly are the Acharonim now? What exactly did they do that's different from the Rishonim? So, the characteristics of the Acharonim, this is something that, I haven't read a lot about it, and I just have to sort of think to myself about what it's like studying the writings of Acharonim as opposed to the study of writings of Rishonim. And I can say 3 things. First of all, they tend to write super commentaries rather than commentaries, meaning rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries that, even when they are based on that course, they're widely cognizant of a much broader literature. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud. He's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussions based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on the Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. I think very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like kind of a literary survey. Who else has written on this topic and what did they say? That's the kind of thing that Acharonim tend to do, much more so, in my humble opinion, than Rishonim. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written in Rabbinic Hebrew. It's an interesting non-Rabbinic Hebrew Acharonim, but the vast majority are writing in Rabbinic Hebrew. And their language is still coded, but not nearly as cryptic as the Rishonim. You know, like when I went to yeshiva, which is I went to Or Sameach, a traditional Lithuanian-style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode Rishonim. The Ritva, the Rashba, and so on. And then when we got to Achronim, it was like all of a sudden we went so fast. Even though we are reading so much more text, covering so much more mileage, the language was just kind of like a breath of fresh air. In the Rishonim, every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text means so much, and you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means and what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writings of the Acharonim tend to be far more straightforward, less cryptic, more prolix. They tend to be much more, longer. They take a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean towards the pragmatic. Acharonim still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They tend to be linked to an actual situation. They tend to be linked to a specific question that was raised about a real life case, and they will use all of this other body of information that they've accumulated in order to bring it to bear on that particular issue. Those are three characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with the Acharonim. It may be helpful in this context to sort of look at the first author who is widely considered as the sort of the initiator of this era, a liminal character whose writings really straddle the period of the Rishonim and the period of the Acharonim. And this is, of course, none other than Maran Bet Yosef, Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, as this book and subtitle explains. Now, who was this individual? He's a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, as we shall see in the next lecture, God willing. And he is the author of the most widely used code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, or the Set Table. However, why don't we call him Maran, which is a title of respect, like our rabbi? Why don't we call him Maran Shulchan Aruch? Why do we call him Maran Beit Yosef? He's known as HaMechaber, the author, as if to say, this is really the model of all authorship. So the reason is because his magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. And in fact, he placed much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. His greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier code called the Tur. And what he does with the Tur is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, but he really goes deeply into the sources, once again using the kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundations of the decisions as laid down in the Tur. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great codes, such as Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then did he go on to write the Shulchan Aruch, which he clearly intended, actually, not as the primary text to be studied. He hoped that people would study his Beit Yosef and his Kesef Mishnah, other works like that, on other great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was intended to be kind of like a short form of all of the decisions that were reached after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Can you imagine studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month? But that's really what he was. It was kind of like a short form. It was a concise version of the much longer Rishon style, but in terms of thinking, that he put into his earlier commentaries. So the Beit Yosef is considered widely the last work of the Rishon era, and Shulchan Aruch, by the same authors, considered the initial book of the period of the Acharonim. He also had a fantastic and amazing life, which also straddled, the great Iberian Jewish population. He was among the exiles from the Spanish expulsion as a child. He wandered throughout Europe, and he was in Constantinople and ended up in Sfat, which, again, I hope to speak about in the very next lecture. Fascinating figure. So that's sort of like what the Acharonim are all about. Let me just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries, that we have been thinking about Acharonim and writing Acharonim. Is there something new? Are we in a post-Acharon period? So there are definitely Acharonim who are still alive and well and working with us. Rabbi Chaim Kamenetsky is one of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected, currently living in Israel, who clearly belongs within the genre of the Acharonim. But there's an interesting kind of development that, again, I'm kind of going out on a limb here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk too much about our own times because we're like pressing our windows up against the glass. But when I look at like new books on Jewish thought, particularly in Halakha, which is where in Jewish law, where the Acharonim tend to be concentrated the most, I see an interesting phenomenon of hyper-specialization, partially assisted by technology, because now, if you want to find everything that's ever been written on even the most arcane subject, it's simply a Google search away. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can accumulate an incredibly broad grasp of what has ever anywhere been written about a specific issue and write a book about how these things come to pass. I'll give you one example, which is kind of amazing. I'm sure many of you who are watching this are familiar with the custom that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should eat foods associated with oil, right? The oil is put in the Chanukiah, the candelabra, and so on. So one of the most common foods is potato latkes and also donuts, which are known in Hebrew as sufganiyot. So in Israel and in Jewish neighborhoods all over the world, you'll see lots and lots of sufganiyot that are baked and available for this holiday. They tend not to be, at least in recent times, they tend not to what most Americans think of as donuts. They don't have a hole in them, but they are hollow, and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps post-Acharonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSufganim, the Book of the Valley of the Donuts. And the subtitle reads that it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So part of me wants to think that this is clearly post-Acharonic, that we have gotten to such a level of specificity and detail that we can produce these massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. I mean, what are the post-Acharonic like? I don't know how long this can last. I have a feeling there's some great thing on the horizon, but we'll just have to wait and see. At any rate, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, please consider subscribing and getting involved in the channel. It's really nice to see so many people really interested in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, but if you could be one, baby Jesus, baby Moses. Choose now. Off the top of your head. I could be Moses. Oh, cool. I think I could be Moses. Work the Red Sea.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. I'd like to take a few minutes following up on a discussion of the Acharonim to look at a period of Jewish history that I find, like most periods of Jewish history, absolutely fascinating. And that is the incredible explosion of spiritual and literary religious activity that occurred in the northern Israel city of Safed, pronounced in Hebrew Tzfat or Tzfas. This is a remarkable period of spiritual effervescence that emerged in the 1500s in the wake of the Spanish expulsion, and in fact, in many ways, was related directly to the Spanish expulsion. So let's have a look at it and some of the major thinkers that lived there and why this was so unusual. As we have seen on many different occasions, the rupture that occurred in Jewish history as a result of the Spanish expulsion and the subsequent Portuguese forced conversion and a slower migration under tremendous duress from Portugal created this huge ripple effect in which the implications of that upheaval reverberated throughout the entire world, really, because at this point, Jews were not only extending throughout the Mediterranean basin and into Europe, but also across the Atlantic into the Americas. One particular group of refugees from Spain and Portugal made their way all the way back to Israel, which you would think is, a fairly logical location, but we should recall that in the 1500s, Israel was still largely denuded of Jews. There was a very, very small, tiny Jewish population there. The Ramban, Nachmanides, had arrived in the late 13th century and had begun to revive the very, very tiny community that was there, and so there was remarkably few Jews living in Israel. And when they lived there, they were especially concentrated in the big city like Jerusalem. That was one of the most major centers after the Ramban began to revive the population. Much less well known was this tiny town in Tzfat. It's a fairly high mountainous town with beautiful surroundings looking over the Galilee, but it received a huge burst of population as a result not of Jewish activity but of the Ottoman Empire activity. So you can see a beautiful map of the Ottoman Empire at its height, and the region of Israel was only recently conquered, and the Turks wanted to settle it with people who would be amenable to developing the economy. Jews were a very logical choice. The Ottomans openly welcomed the refugees from Spain and from Portugal, and in fact even mocked the monarchs of the Iberian Peninsula for giving up what the Ottomans felt was such a valuable human resource. And so there were tax breaks that were built into the newly settled areas in Israel, and in particular in Tzfat, connected with the textile trade in particular. So a lot of Jews were attracted to Tzfat for business purposes, and then related to that, there was kind of an unusual sort of spiritual tourism that took place in Tzfat because of the large number of graves from the Mishnaic and especially the early Talmudic period that were found in the region and attracted a lot of Jews wishing to visit the graves of these holy sites. So this is in the 1500s. There is more and more Jews who are coming to Tzfat. They're coming not only for economic activities, they're coming because they have been displaced as a result of the Spanish expulsion, and they're coming also because of spiritual reasons in order to be near the ethereal atmosphere of Tzfat. And it is in this region where you have this explosion of interest in Kabbalah. And let's just take just a few minutes to talk about what is Kabbalah. The term itself means, can be translated as tradition. Literally, it comes from the word lekabel, to receive, in the sense of something which is handed down, teacher to student, teacher to student, something which is received, as opposed to something which is kind of like logically developed. The roots of Kabbalah go back to the distant past. There are some mystical passages in the oldest parts of the Tanakh, the Hebrew scriptures. There are some fascinating early Kabbalistic mystical treatises that were written already in the ancient period, and we find some interesting experimentation with some of these mystical ideas, for example, in the Qumran community in the Dead Sea region. But one of the most fascinating and important works of the Kabbalah only emerged in the 13th century to public view. that is the famous Zohar. The Zohar is a huge work of Kabbalah, capitalizing on earlier works, and there is a certain amount of dispute, particularly between certain religious scholars and certain academic scholars as to the dating of this text. It is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, which would put it already in the 2nd century of the Common Era, although most academic scholars and universities place it in the 13th century, being composed in Spain by a man named Rabbi Moshe Leon. There are some interesting arguments for both perspectives, but what is known for certain is that the Zohar did not begin to circulate in a known and outward fashion until the late 13th century. And it inspired a lot of thinkers in Spain and in Provence in particular to develop new ideas of mystical appreciation of God and the universe. One of the sort of elements that derives from it perhaps most systematically is this tree of life, or Eitz Chaim. Here's the diagram shown here, in a inspired by the model that is described by the Zohar, which essentially describes a series of 10 sephirot. The term sephirah is hard to translate into English. It may be related to the word saphir, which means like sapphire, like the gem. It may be related somehow to the word sphere, which we have in English, something which is, round on all sides. But basically what it refers to is a series of emanations of godliness descending, as it were, from the Ein Sof, the infinite, meaning God, into the finite world in which we live. And I hope to discuss in a minute different ways in which Kabbalists have approached that. But basically, this is sort of like the architecture of the universe as it is understood as the mediation of God's infinity to the finite world in which we live. The terms all have various characteristics that are assigned to it. Keter means the crown. Chachma Bina means wisdom, understanding, and we can translate these into English in different ways. But basically, Kabbalists were very interested in how the universe was structured, the impact this had on the human soul, what the human soul was all about. And to a certain degree, Kabbalists were also interested in what's called theurgic Kabbalah. That is, well, once we have this theoretical knowledge, is there something we can do with it? Like, for example, can we perhaps bring the Messiah closer? Can we accelerate the period of time under which the world remains unredeemed? There are also fascinating kind of popular magic associations with Kabbalah as well. Spells, amulets, and so on will go back well into the Now, the Tree of Life is not the only representation of this kind of architecture of the universe. You see, for example, this is a classic Cordoveran description of it, in which all of those spheres are kind of like nestled one within the other. If you look carefully, you see that each of these different colors and symbols represent a different letter of the alphabet that is represented in the 10 spheroid that I showed you a moment ago, but we're not going to get into the essence of theoretical Kabbalah in this short video. We're just giving you a sense of what it is that they talk about. So in Tzfat, you had
What's going on?
remarkable gathering in a very short period of time of all kinds of people who were deeply, deeply.
What happened?
I told him that, bro, like, this is crazy. Like, I have to hear everything. What's happening? And then I texted this guy back, and I just tried to call him. He's not answering, so I guess I'm just gonna fucking sit here, and I think that's what I was gonna do anyways, but I'm just a little bit shook.
Can you get to a homeless shelter?
If he decides to take me, I really don't want to call 311 and fucking, I don't even know what street I'm from. Like, I can drop a pin.
All right, you should do that. Don't rely on this person. Drop the pin, call 311, get it right there.
Okay, but Then that leaves me at a shelter, and I don't have an ID, and I need to get a job.
Oh, that's fine. They can help you with that. They can get you in touch.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
They cannot.
Yes, they can. They can.
But they can't.
They can get you in touch with a social worker, and the social worker can give you a pass so that you don't have to pay to get an ID. And you can get an ID, and then you can get your life in order.
I'm just confused as to why it has to go this way.
I'm not sure why it does, but it does. And you need to get your life in order. So the first thing you need to do is drop a pin, find out your location, then you get 311 to come pick you up. They'll take you to a homeless shelter. At the homeless shelter, you need to say, I need a social worker when you have an opportunity. You'll get one tomorrow. When you see the social worker, you say to them, I don't have an ID. Let me finish. I don't have an ID and I need one. Can you please give me a voucher so that I can go to the DMV and get an ID without any money?
Okay, so let me tell you what I don't have the mental, physical, or spiritual fucking energy to do. Fucking take my ass on the bus to go get a fucking ID myself, by myself, with nobody to fucking walk with me. I can't do that. It's not possible. I need a fucking caretaker. The fuck? A good idea for somebody who's capable of that, or else I would have already done it.
It's the summertime. You're able to walk. You can walk to the DMV if you need as well. But you can get bus tokens from the social worker too.
You're right, I can. But you know what? I think that recently what the fuck I just went through, besides the fact of what the fuck I just stated that I know is what the fuck I need, it doesn't matter what time of day it is. It doesn't matter where I'm at, and if I have the means to get there, I don't want to be walking anywhere fucking alone. I just went through this shit 2 times in 1 year, and how many times in one lifetime? That's not what the fuck not right. The fuck? Thanks for listening. Those are nice ideas. I'll use them if I have to. When I have to. The fucking place on the paper doesn't even have a fucking phone number. You look it up, it's 1 star, and you're gonna tell me that I'm about to get what I need from there? No, I'm not.
Yes.
I mean, we really wish, but I'm about to get shoved into some fucking bullshit, and then I'm gonna fucking come crying about it every day.
That's fine. I'm here to support you in any way I can. What you should do is recognize, you already recognize, I need a job and I can't get a job without an ID. Okay, so how do we get you an ID? You drop a pin, you call 311, you get a ride to the homeless shelter. At the homeless shelter, you spend the night there, you get some good food in you, you get some rest as best as you can, and then in the morning you get a social worker. You say to the social worker, I need bus tokens and I need a voucher for an ID. And you can have an ID by this time tomorrow.
No, I couldn't have an ID by this time tomorrow.
Yes, you can. You just need to get a copy or replacement one. They don't have to go through all of the rigmarole of getting you a brand new ID. They're established in their system already.
Yeah, but it's expired.
Okay, that's why you can go to the DMV or to the homeless shelter. They can get you in touch with the social worker. The social worker can get you in touch with bus tokens and a voucher for a no-cost ID. You go to the DMV, you give them the voucher, and they can give you a new ID without any money, and it won't be expired anymore. And then you can get a job. You're bilingual. You're an attractive person.
No,
What do you mean you're not? You're bilingual.
not fluently for the fucking area I live in at all.
Well, good enough. And it's not.
No, fluently
Okay, nevertheless, nevertheless, you can show them that you're a hard worker, and that if you're just given a chance, you will do a good job for them. Frankly, what you really need, and I mean this, is you need to talk to and I mean this, talk to a social worker about getting permanent disability because you have some mental.
Yeah, I put in my fucking case for the second time. I don't need to talk to anybody about it. Thank you.
Okay,
You're right. I should have appealed it when we denied it the first time. And yes, I will wait a whole ass fucking year for that shit.
I know it takes a lot.
Yes, I will get a parent fan, and I will add that to the fucking paperwork so that we can see that it is indeed still there. Thanks for the fucking advice that I already fucking used. I really did. At least we're on the same page, not trying to be an asshole.
I
You don't
understand.
deserve that.
Thank you. I understand that, and I know it's a really difficult to get disability, but if anybody who needs it, you do, and you should know that when you get it, that's going to be the answer. Then you don't need a job. Then you can just worry about taking care of yourself.
You know, it sounds like a good idea for a little bit, but at the end of the day, it sounds like those two words that we hate most, the G and the R word. And,
What's a G and R word?
gay and retarded. It sounds like a gay and a retarded route that I have to take because somebody fucking cut off my shit. A bitch don't need shit. A bitch is totally operating 100% fine. But this is the route that she must take. Can you just recognize that for a moment? I don't need nothing. I need the same thing that everybody else needs. But for some reason, it's really hard for me to get it. Why is that? Not because there's anything fucking wrong with it. I'll tell you that much. Okay, thanks for listening.
You're welcome.
Fucking need disability, fucking job. Thank you.
Either one. But here's the thing. Even if you get a job, you aren't mentally stable enough sometimes to be able to hold on to it.
No, I'm actually mentally stable enough all the time to hang out to my jobs. I'm the one who walks away when I'm ready for a job that has higher pay. That's a good thought, though.
Okay. Well, then get one.
Well, thanks so much for your help. Let me know if you're pregnant.
Let me. I don't. Did you say let me know if you're pregnant?
No. We already know. We already know about this. We don't need to talk about it anymore. But no, I said that I already checked Craigslist. So
No, not even that. Not even that. I get that, Audie. I get that, and that's good that you check there. But if you get with a social worker, if you get with a social worker, they have programs in which you can be placed to be able to start working quickly.
Nigga, you just ate my food and you were coming in here and laughing at the. Well, word, bye.
Why do you refer to him like that? Why don't you call him by his name?
Refer to him like what?
Why do you say the N
I'm
word?
supposed to call him a woman?
Yeah, that's his name.
Because everybody is fucking my people. My brother is my nigga, my cousin is my nigga, my friends are. That's how I talk. That's how I talk around here.
Okay, but I mean, don't you call people by their names as well?
Yeah, you can. I mean, why do I get called disgusting whore?
I don't know, and I don't think that's nice that somebody calls you that. You could say to the person, I'm going to call you by your name because that's your name, and try to make peace.
I don't think that has anything to do with what's going on right now.
Okay.
But I'll try it. I'm never going to say the N-word again.
Here, for example, is the famous grave of several
That's great.
located in Sfat. You can see at the top here, you have Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the author, among other things, of Lechato D, the famous hymn that's sung on Friday nights in synagogue. He was one of the earliest of the Kabbalists that came to this region. And then you have his son-in-law and his greatest pupil, the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who hails from Portuguese refugees in Tzfat. And then the Ramak student, the saintly Arizal, known as the Holy Lion, or Rabbi Isaac Luria Ashkenazi, who came from Egypt in order to study under the Ramak. They only lived a very brief time together, and then the Ramak passed away. The Ari would pass away not much later after that. One of the tragic aspects of the lives of Kabbalists is that they tended to die very young. But at any rate, so many of them are concentrated within this short period of time, really about half a century in the middle of the 1500s in this one region, and they are involved in a tremendous amount of activity related to Kabbalah. One of the key distinctions that I will mention between the Kabbalah of the Ramak and the Kabbalah of the Ari is that the two of them, the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and the student, Rabbi Isaac Luria, had a difference of opinion as to how the universe came to be the way it is, specifically with regards to the question of why does evil exist. For the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the Sefirot are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into the metaphor, the clay containers of the Sefirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah of the Ari. That, everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is this shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurred, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, great movie directed by C.J. DeMille. This is a picture of Joshua. As a biblical Joshua, one of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. So you put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them, and you transfer your authority to them. There's a lot of interesting discussion of this in the Talmud as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders, elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved in Pirkei Avot and many other literary creations from the time, but it was lost as a result of the depredations of exile from the ancient period up until the 1500s, where we're looking at the Jews of Tzfat. But an individual named Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, wait a second. We have the greatest minds of the Jewish people, all concentrated here in this northern Israel town of Tzfat, including, by the way, the great elder, sage Rabbi Yosef Karo, who we discussed in the last video, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the Beit Yosef. He was in Tzfat as well. So Rabbi Beirav said, you know what? We should all get together. We should all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people, and there's a very good argument to be made for that. And then we will collectively proclaim him rabbi, not in the sense of just a throwaway title, but an actual rabbi, like Joshua was a rabbi because Moses gave him smicha. And then once he has that authority, then he will give others smicha, including Rabbi Cordovero, including Rabbi Yitzchak Luria, including Rabbi Yaakov Beirav. By the way, it was probably not Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because he was incredibly young at this time, but nevertheless, there was a small group of people, about half a dozen, that were to get this smicha. And Rabbi Yaakov Beirav said, and in so doing, we will reestablish the great authority of the rabbinic tradition all the way back from Moses. It was a fascinating idea, and it created a certain amount of interest in the Jewish world. But there are many rabbis outside of Tzfat, in Jerusalem in particular, that wait a second. And unfortunately, as a result of much controversy, this particular idea did not go very far. But nevertheless, it was indicative of the great excitement around Torah and Kabbalah that was happening in Tzfat in the 1500s. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this very brief discussion. I have lots more videos online that deal in particular with Rabbi Moshe Cordovero because I spent quite a bit of time studying his work. But if you like this video, please subscribe. It is really nice to see the numbers increasing. I love knowing that there's so many people enjoy studying Jewish history as I do, and I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you for watching.
That's not coming from a shipping container, is it? We just have a bunch of human trafficking victims. There's no way any of those people are good singers. We found love in a hopeless place. Can they open up the thing? Found love in a hopeless place. Let's get on the container and start telling about it there. Come on, man. We're going to take you to America's Got Talent.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin with a discussion of the 17th century. In particular, we're going to look at the Khmelnytsky uprising. This is referring to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, a Ukrainian leader. I'll show you a picture of him shortly. And it's sometimes spelled in Roman characters with the Polish spelling, making it look something like Khmelnytsky. It's actually pronounced Khmelnytsky with a guttural at the beginning. This was an extremely consequential uprising in the middle of the 17th century that had a hugely negative impact on Jews in Eastern Europe. A very large loss of life and a significant disruption through forced migration of Jews from the region. There was a fairly rapid recovery thereafter, but let's take some time to talk about the nature of the uprising and what specifically was the cause for the attacks on the Jewish population. This picture that we're looking at is a remarkable image by Ilya Repin, a very important 19th century artist from Eastern Europe. And it shows which was still kind of like in formation. This is before the great national awakening of the 19th century. But definitely there was an ethnic group that had a very common language and overwhelmingly Orthodox, that is, worshiping Christian Orthodoxy, as opposed to Catholicism. We'll get to that in just a second. And regarded themselves as being, some type of Slavic group, not quite the same as the Western Slavs, and not.
You're looking at that right now. Oh, God.
Papa, don't preach.
Picture, if you will, your wheels are made of lead. Picture, if you will, you have a cardboard sign. Pick up the marker and begin to write. Good evening. Thank you for joining me here. My name is William. I would like a toasted grilled cheese and $100 can. To whom it may concern. Thank you. Good night. Amen. I wrote it on the sign, Casey. I wrote it on the sign. I swear, next time I go back, I'm gonna go with the sign and maybe outside of a Randall's or just a street corner or something. Yeah. Why'd you get?
Connecticut?
Oh, it's too cold up there. It's gonna be fall time.
Oh,
I can't. Maybe next year. Yeah, maybe next year my shoulder gets better. It's probably gonna hurt in the cold.
Casey might be able to push some hot chocolate into your belly right before you go.
Yeah, I could wish it. Well,
Spell it, my bad.
it's not necessarily wishing, but thank you for apologizing. But I can spell it where it's right when you take that first sip. Which will that's perfect. Yes. Picture if you are on the back of and his trunk is not water, it is hot jello. He sprays you down. One t-shirt contest. You win first round. The prize for one. Thank you for asking. A cup of orange. It was wonderful, but it was a little too hot. The hot chocolate was a little too hot. It burned my mouth. And it was really good. It's hard for me to control. It's going to have to control. You don't have to worry about that with the energy drinks being too hot, because it's always a danger for me if I'm drinking something hot and drinking it when it's still too hot. But with energy drink, they're historically cold.
Yeah, but sometimes it'll be too cold, and it'll feel like a knife is going down your throat. You're like, wow.
Yeah, do you ever drink something and like you swallowed something weird right before that, and it hurts when you drink something?
Yeah.
What is that?
Animal crackers.
Oh, after you eat the animal crackers.
Yeah, I love animal crackers. No frosting. I used to be a frosting guy, but now I'm just straight cracker.
They still come in the box.
Yes. They had a
Jail box, the little jail cell box.
I was at a Secret Show and they had a pack of animal crackers, and it was just perfect. It's like fame is it's just a box of animal crackers.
Oh my gosh, you gotta enjoy the small things in life.
Me, you got lions, tigers, and bears, and gorillas. It's magical.
Barnum and Bailey's, they got really into trouble, but then they started making their cookies, and then they got out. Yeah, they let them in trouble to give them a little pass.
With a little bit of cream cheese frosting. Nibble bit cream cheese frosting. I know where I'm going.
Oh my gosh. Where are you going?
I got a Ross. Give me some animal crackers. Cheese frosting over there.
Yeah, Ross, those places do have some good food things sometimes.
We find great
Ross dress
snacks.
for less.
Probably not the same as the Russians, but having some relationship with them. The interrelationship between these groups was very significant, and the Russians in particular would try to cultivate a particular image for the Ukrainians in which they were Malorossiane, or little Russians, meaning they were the younger brothers, so to speak, of the older Russian nation. Although that may not be historically accurate at all. In fact, it may be the other way around. But that's outside of the scope of our discussion here. At any rate, these Cossacks were essentially people who had run away from the hierarchical society of feudalism that was pertaining within the region of Ukraine at that time. And they set up their own societies, and it is from this base that the uprising would emerge. Let us go directly to the roots of the uprising and specifically how it affects the Jews. So this map, which I think we've seen before, shows the migration of Jews to Eastern Europe from the Ashkenazic heartland in Germany in particular. And beginning really around the 10th century, and especially accelerating in the 15th, 16th, 17th centuries, you have a large number of Jews who are making their way to the east. We spoke about this when we looked at Jewish migration patterns. And in particular, they are concentrating in this region, which we should call right bank Ukraine. Ukraine was not designated a country at the time. As I mentioned, there was a kind of common ethno-linguistic group living there that would ultimately define themselves separate from Poles and Russians and others. But for the time being, they were still under the control of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which we've also discussed at length. The right bank refers to the right bank or the west bank of the Dnipro River, which flows, you can see, from Kiev and then sort of in kind of a curving line towards the Krim or Crimea. And it is along this river that we have the Zaporizhian Sea, where the Cossacks are housed, and a large number of Jews are settling in this region. What are they doing there? Well, economically, the most important thing that they are doing is they are acting as middlemen between the Polish nobility and the Ukrainian peasants. The Poles had massive land holdings in a very fertile region because of its Chernozem, its black soil. This is the region called the breadbasket of Europe for good reason. And the Polish landlords were, very keen on hiring the Jews to manage these massive estates while they lived in the Polish heartland to the north and to the west. And so the Jews, in accordance with more of a medieval pattern, would undertake to be arrendators. The arenda is essentially a type of tax farming. We've seen that before in the medieval period, where the nobility, which would actually own not only the land, but own the town and own, the bread mill and own the bridges and own the orchards in the forest and all kinds of things, they would lease the entire territory to the Jews and demand a certain amount of payment on a yearly basis. And they authorized the Jews to act as a community to essentially tax local peasants in whatever way would be effective at raising the amount of money that was contracted. This type of tax farming is the acceptable way of running a kind of rental relationship, but it can become exploitative very easily, particularly if the Polish noblemen say, you know what, we're doing well, we're collecting 1,000 zloty from our territory this year, let's up it to 1,100 or 1,200 the next year. And the Jews who are entrusted with collecting those taxes, of course, let us now recall that the Jews have to collect more than that tax, and the difference between what they have to pay the Polish noblemen and what they charge the Ukrainian peasants is what they get to keep. So it is an inherently exploitative system, particularly if the noblemen get greedy and demand more and more. The Jews have to go back and try and find new ways to get that tax out of the peasants. So that tax could have been developed a whole variety of ways. So it could be taxes, it could be a work tax, a type of corvée, which was called borshchenaz at that time, or it could be a tax on using services like bridges or hunting in particular forests, or even, as was alleged by many folktales, use of the church. For example, if a Ukrainian peasant had a child and wanted to baptize the child, according to widely perceived beliefs, Jews would charge to use the keys to get into the church. This has been widely disputed because it is kind of an inherently offensive thing, but there have been some researchers that have argued that in fact this did happen from time to time. At any rate, it is the kind of situation where the Ukrainian peasants would certainly resent the Jews as the leading edge of Polish authority and Polish demands on their autonomy. Now, the Jewish arrendators, the backbone of the economy, but it was not obviously the only thing that Jews were doing. Jews were involved in all kinds of other small crafts and small-time commerce and things like that. But perhaps the most significant related to the latifundia was the fact that Jews were frequently involved in innkeeping, as you can see in this remarkable 1928 image by Gustav Pirati. The so-called krechma, or the inn, which was typically manned by a Jewish family, was not because the Jews were specifically interested in the hotel hospitality business, but because the noblemen often gave the Jews a monopoly on the production, distillation, and sale of alcohol. This was something called propinatia. And so the Jews could control this entire industry and tax it, and then pass along the profits to the Polish noblemen. And this was one of those awkward moments where the Jews occupied a particular position in society where they were providing a service which was obviously appreciated by the local population, especially if they offered it on credit. But it's the kind of thing that can build resentment as well. Alcohol is certainly not something that is conducive always to the maintenance of a healthy society, particularly in excess. And also the use of credit for the consumption of alcohol is something that we certainly wouldn't want to encourage in the main. And so you can see why resentment could easily build up against the Jews because of their roles in the entire economic structure. Note also in this image there is a Jewish klezmer artist. This is something that was especially associated with Eastern Europe. Jews being in more like, because they tend to be much more urbanized, living in small villages and towns as opposed to the spread out countryside, are much more likely to form bands and to develop professions such as music at this time. At any rate, it was an environment that was ripe for an eventual confrontation, and this happened in 1648. And this man shown here, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, capitalized on the dissent that was rife among these Cossacks who had fled society because of their unhappiness with their serf owners and so on. And he gathered them together and in a proto-nationalist movement led them in massive attacks against Catholic Polish landowners and their Jewish agents or leaseholders. Now, let us recall that this is not only a moment of economic repression of Ukrainians, they also perceive it, not incorrectly, as a moment of religious oppression as well, because the Poles are Catholic, the Ukrainians are Orthodox, and the Poles are making strong proselytizing moves in the western part of Ukraine, and in fact created a church there that was kind of like a compromise between Roman Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, in which, for example, much of the rites were allowed to remain, the Orthodox priests were allowed to marry, but it was technically under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So Khmelnytsky and his Cossacks deeply resented this incursion into their religious identity as well, and he was dramatically successful. So for a period of a few years, and in particular the years 1648-49, he and Cossacks ravaged the countryside, attacking Polish nobles and especially attacking the Jews who lived among them. For example, if you recall the riots in Los Angeles in the 1990s, some of the people who were hurt the worst were the Korean shop holders who actually lived in South Central LA with small businesses and so on, even though they may not have been, the architects of any kind of anti-African American oppression. They nevertheless were the people who were close by, and they felt the violence most directly. So in Hebrew, this particular period, the year 1648-49, although the war continued a few more years, is called the Decree of Tachletat. Gzelas Tachletat. The term decree in Hebrew speech generally means something very negative, like the evil decree of Tachletat. And it lives on in Jewish liturgy as a period of phenomenal violence and pogroms, really like kind of the archetypical pogroms of Eastern Europe, for their horrific attacks on Jewish populations. These are recorded in several chronicles. Perhaps the most powerful is one by Nathan of Hanover, which is in Hebrew, Yeben Mitsula, a quote from the Book of Psalms translated as the abyss of despair. This is available in English translation, and it's actually quite a powerful piece of historiography as well. The demography of the attacks is probably grossly inflated in Hanover's account. He had really no good way of calculating the size of the impact. And in fact, many of the studies of 1648-49 tend to adopt, without question, really large numbers, like 250,000 Jews killed in these pogroms. Research by modern scholars like Shaul Stampfer in particular have proved that it really can't be quite that large, primarily because there weren't that many Jews living there at the time, and also because the recovery after the violence had all subsided was actually fairly rapid. There's no question that it was a huge, devastating attack on the Jewish population. There were brutal, horrific attacks, and there was a lot of Jews who fled the region. We have many, many accounts from Gluckel of Hamon to the important commentator on the Shulchan Aruch, the Shach, who all write about their experience at this time. But the numbers that are commonly bruited about are probably large. It's probably in the tens of thousands, a horrific number, but certainly not in the hundreds of thousands. At any rate, what ends up happening to this uprising on a political level is that Khmelnytsky decides to ally himself with Russia against Poland and turns his political attitude to the Russians, which initiates a centuries-long association with frequent difficulty between the emergent Ukrainian nation and the Russians. More on that perhaps when we get to the 19th and 20th century. For Jews, however, it sets in stone a kind of attitude towards the Ukrainians, which Ukrainians tend to call Ukrainophobia. Again, not without reason, because of the historical precedent of the Khmelnytsky rebellion, which would be repeated 100 years later with the Haidamach rebellion as well, and one sees it again in the 20th century with the pogrom of 1919, and the, one may argue, even elements of the Holocaust as well. But it's also important to note that simultaneous with these violent outbursts, which painfully punctuated the centuries of Jewish and Ukrainian coexistence, there was also a philo-Semitic trend as well. Not nearly as powerful, but we shall examine it in later lectures too. But for now, Khmelnytsky emerges as a national hero, as you can see in this 5 crazy notes from modern Ukraine. He is considered one of the architects of Ukrainian nationalism, something which is horrific to Jews who see him as the architect of anti-Semitism simultaneously. Just to give you one more indication of that, this is actually a famous monument that stands in Maidan Nezhalezhnyst in Kyiv today, a monument to Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and it was erected in the early 20th or late 19th century. It shows him famously pointing to the north, to Russia, which, this was erected by the Tsarist authorities, which, really like to play up the fact that Khmelnytsky decided to ally with the Russians. In the original version of this rather heroic-looking statue, the original draft actually had a much more chauvinistic attitude. This is the only picture I could find out on the web, but in the original draft, this is a casting of it, behind the hooves of Khmelnytsky's horse, there is a falling Pole and a Jew who are knocked down by his passage and conquest, which explicitly stated, if this draft would have been accepted for the final version, that Khmelnytsky succeeded by beating the Poles and the Jews, which is a metaphor that many Ukrainian nationalists might wish to absorb even today. At any rate, this sort of moment in time encapsulated for both Jews and Ukrainians a vision of each other that was not conducive to a rapprochement. In fact, really would only come until the early 20th century, which we'll have to speak about in another lecture. But the idea of a major disruption that could challenge the hundreds of years of peaceful existence that Jews had in Eastern Europe had a remarkably destabilizing impact on Jews across Europe. And many historians draw a direct line from the Khmelnytsky uprising to the debacle of Shabbatai Tzvi, which we'll discuss in the next video. Okay, I hope you found this useful. If it was something you would like, again, please do subscribe. It makes me happy to see the numbers increasing and to know that there are a lot of people out there who appreciate studying Jewish history as much as I do. Thank you very much for watching.
On Saturday, I tasted alcohol. One of the people who was on the show had a drink right by my. It's my blood, doesn't matter. But it was the first time I tasted alcohol in my mouth. I spit it out immediately. But it bothered me. It pissed me off.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish History Lab series. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the false messiahship of one Shabbatai Tzvi. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 1660s primarily. And, this is not the first time that false messiahs have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be, without doubt, one of the most consequential, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai Tzvi's activity was felt both geographically broad, meaning far away. England, in particular Amsterdam, was affected by his activities, and also chronologically, because over the next 200 years there would be continuing reverberations of the challenge that he posed to conventional Jewish thought. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly who was Shabbatai Tzvi and what did he teach and what actually happened to him and his followers. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's really much more ready communications. Print media, of course, has circulating widely, and the idea of the Jews enthusiastically adopting a potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christians as well. So there's actually quite a good number of newspaper articles, sort of the contemporary equivalent of newspapers like broadsheets and things like that, and a lot of popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai Tzvi, and this tended to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews or followers of Shabbatai Tzvi would actually bring copies of these broadsheets to their gatherings and so on. We have a wide variety of them. This is an example you're seeing on screen right here from Germany in 1666, right at the height of the activities, and he's portrayed here as some kind of an emperor, on a prancing horse. And we see this kind of pose with, Louis XV or something like that in France. Certainly one of the Austrian emperors, even Napoleon appears like this, because, many people weren't exactly sure what to make of Shabbatai Tzvi. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In the previous video, we discussed the impact of the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had a similar kind of repercussions on the northern communities in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as there were a lot of migrant Jewish populations who ran away to flee the violence. We see an example of it in none other than the journals of Glickl of Hameln, a woman who lived in German territories, who writes about the displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era, in the sense that even my own grandparents took in orphans from the Holocaust, displaced people, and they were, one in particular was raised alongside my father. To rest in peace, like a brother. So we're talking about a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty and confusion and depression and anxiety over the status of Jews in Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways an eager anticipation of a messianic future. There's also, into this mix, the very heady broth of Kabbalistic thought, which is emanating from Tzfat, as we discussed a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating, I think, in the name of the Arizal of Rabbi Isaac Luria, which really poses a kind of an apocalyptic vision of how humanity has a role to play in the final tikkun, in the final repair of a broken universe. That implies that people have to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought upon the fabric of society through acts of good deeds and study of Torah and pious activity. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating through Europe at a time when Jews are also, reeling from the huge losses and the displaced populations of the Khmelnytsky rebellion. And finally, it's really important that we not overlook the technological change that's happening in society. In many ways, not at all unlike the period that we live in today. There is a radical expansion of the circulation of information through the increasingly available print media. There's a lot more ideas that are able to circulate than we had when you had precious hand-copied manuscripts, and all kinds of ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading public. There's also an implication here with regards to gender, because books are a much more accessible way to gain information than classrooms. And women often have much more access to printed information than they might have had to closed, educational circles like in the yeshiva. And this may be actually one of the areas in which Shabtai Tzvi's impact is felt with the greatest resonance in the modern era. But let's come to that shortly. Shabtai Tzvi was born in 1626 in Smyrna. He spent quite a bit of time in his youth in Greece, and he was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noted. He had a very sweet singing voice, and he proved to be, quite an able student of Talmud and of Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, he was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because they were never consummated. Later, he would engage in a few other marriages, including one to a Torah scroll. That's right, not to a human being, but to a Torah scroll. And his longest-lasting marriage would be to a woman named Sarah that we'll discuss momentarily. At any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit increasingly bizarre behavior, which most scholars, looking backwards, tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar or manic depressive cycle, in which he would have at some times great elation, in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation. He called these periods illuminations, in which he would engage in some really unusual behavior, like pronouncing the forbidden name of God aloud, something which was only pronounced in ancient times by the high priest in the temple on the holiest day of the year, Yom Kippur. And he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. And he would alternate that with periods of apparent depression, of solitude, and of silence, and so on. And these went back and forth for much of his life. There were some periods of time in which he was a little bit more stable for an extended period of time, and there were other periods of time in which he was absolutely off the rails in terms of his behavior. For the most part, these eccentric behaviors were sort of written off, and he was regarded as something of perhaps a holy fool. His mastery of Talmud and of Kabbalah and his, otherwise very genial nature tended to stand him in good stead, and people tended to ignore the rather bizarre behaviors. On occasion, he actually ascribed to himself a messianic identity, but this really didn't attract too much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary 10 tribes of Israel back to resume the Messianic era in the Shabtai Tzvi. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity. and he became essentially Shabtai Tzvi's #1 propagandist and broadcast far and wide the notion that Shabtai Tzvi was in fact the Messiah. This was something which was certainly not good for Shabtai Tzvi's mental health, tended to enable the worst aspects of his mental illness, and encouraged him to explore further and further his, delusions of grandeur. So, what were the characteristics of the things that Shabtai Tzvi was talking about? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, at the peak of his mania, he proclaimed himself the Messiah. He would regularly hand out various titles, King of Europe, things like that, to his friends and associates. He would demand of them various acts of obeisance, which typically involved antinomian behavior. And antinomianism, we should really define it here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity, and the one that garnered both the most enthusiasm among his followers and the most criticism from his detractors. Antinomianism means basically anti-law behavior, nomos meaning law in Greek. And he would take the strictures of Judaism and the calendar of Judaism, and he would simply turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days, now feast days. He totally disrupted the calendar. He once celebrated the 3 pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week, whereas they're spread out throughout the year. He would regularly, as I mentioned, pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways, and these were quite harming to traditionalists. People who saw him as the Messiah would behaviors a type of new evaluation of the law. In particular, things like taking the fast day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the month of Av, which is regarded as the national day of Jewish mourning for the destructions of the temple. But there are prophetic teachings that say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of, also by the way, claimed to have been on Tisha B'Av, which was very convenient, perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of people and was in line with his claims to be the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting and certainly aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argumentational rules of sexuality no longer applied in the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of free love happening in Shabtai Tzvi's community with the exchange of spouses. And he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, who was a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently an orphan from the Khmelnytsky massacres that we discussed last week. And she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai Tzvi saw in Sarah his opportunity to fulfill yet another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of ill repute, so he too would marry Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through to the very end. So this kind of licentious behavior and the challenge to traditional norms was something that was really very controversial. When he was at his most manic, he actually would, in one occasion in Smyrna, he took an axe and strove to break down the locker of the synagogue because he had been barred from praying communally with them. And when he came in, he insisted on not only reading the Torah from a printed book rather than from the traditionals. He actually invited his friends to come up and they had to read the Torah from the text. He actually invited women up for an aliyah, which is not controversial today in many non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much of a landmine that was in the 7th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs in which he believed there was lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue leading really bizarre, strange behavior that we would not tolerate in otherwise organized synagogue life. But this tended to, enamor him to his followers. This idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of Eve from women, was something that actually might have engendered still more interest among followers. And in fact, this seems to have had a significant impact later through the Frankist movement in particular, and perhaps even through proto-feminism. He was also, as I mentioned by the example of reading from a printed book, very open to ideas of technology and how this was actually part of the unfolding of the Messianic era. So what ended up happening to him? What's the whole story? Here's one broadsheet that was printed in Germany that gives you a little sense of what happened. In the 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship before the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire and to claim Jerusalem, initiate the Messianic period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a fairly measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Tzvi into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously he couldn't tolerate someone proclaiming himself the Messiah and demanding a major chunk of Ottoman territory. So when Shabbatai Tzvi came to the Sultan, he was intercepted at sea and held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met with some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan. According to some accounts, actually listened in from a high alcove, and his demands were stated, but ultimately the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, but if he liked, he could remain alive so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because of a major fire that destroyed the archives from this period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counteroffer with a certain amount of passivity and perhaps even going into one of his depressive moods. But ultimately what happened was he was duly converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan, who once again didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his Jewish followers. And in fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 to 300 families who were ardent supporters of Shabbatai Tzvi assumed that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That that's somehow part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the Dunman. They exist really right up until his wife Sarah, shown here, also converted to Islam and joined him. By the way, this is an interesting image because Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashions in science fiction films. Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and you can see she's got exactly the same, hairstyle. Just saying. At any rate, what happened to Shabtai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that mental illness did not. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, who exiled him further and further away. Eventually, ultimately, jailed him. Shabtai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his own followers, now the Dunma, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier Jewish attitude. He was known to still participate in reading of Psalms and of engaging in prayer. And in fact, his very request before he died was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy himself. Looking beyond his short but eventful life, we see that the Dunma actually are small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. Here's an interesting image of a mosque built in Greece by the Dunma. He also had a significant impact on later antinomian quasi-messianic movements like that of Jacob Frank in Poland, which actually had a Catholic bent rather than an Islamic bent. And the significant for our purposes, looking at Jewish history more narrowly, the charge of Sabbateanism continued to reverberate throughout Europe for the next 200 years. Major figures, including Hassan Ibashir, shown here, even the great Ramchal, the Rav Moshe Chaim Lutzal, author of Mesilat Yeshayaim, were accused of harboring Sabbatean beliefs. They were definitely openly admiring Shabbatai Tzvi, much more commonly, however, kind of secretly purporting to circulate his doctrines and anticipating even his resurrection as the Messiah, which is a distinctly Christian idea that nevertheless found expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer lectures on this if you're interested in learning more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please do subscribe. It really is nice to see that the number of people who are interested in Jewish history is significant. And thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, your cousin's grandmother. Did she ever save your life?
Thinking as I was choking on a grape.
For anything.
Did this happen to you?
You tell me. Yeah, it sounds like you're the one who says they can see the past.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures. I hope you continue to find them of interest. Today, I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in the Jewish History Lab series. Now I'm working hard on getting the text version just right. And so to that end, I've created an online course that's going to be massively open to anyone who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with some self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you can get a sense of how well you've absorbed the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the draft text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months. And you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally go to print, it's going to be something that is literally crowdsourced with your input so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what lacunae you observe in the work, that maybe I should add in some more details, what areas may be perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well, and so it'll give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume. That is Biblical Jewish History. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era of Israel before the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how to approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the 10 lost tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period. The Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bar Kokhba. We'll also look at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really a fantastic outline. If I didn't teach this course, I would love to take it. So please have a look at the link that's reduced below, and I would love to have you in this course. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, we got the middle part. Stuff coming out of the side. It's about it. It goes looking the same direction. Yes. Just startling. Yeah. And it looks. You think it's supposed to look like a heart?
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time looking at the origins of the Jews in the Americas. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Cecil Roth once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. I wish I lived in a time when people still used words like mendacity. At any rate, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself likes to use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of buried, coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was of Jewish origin. He liked to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He liked to, kind of bury coded things in his writings that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it should not fall within the inauspicious time of the Jewish calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and conversos. A case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santagel and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take part in this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the very first people to actually set foot on the soil of the New World, the Europeans, that is, foot in the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now, it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable indeed. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba like to roll tobacco leaves and then smoke them. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. At any rate, he ended up settling in Cuba, one of the first Jews on the soil of the New World. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sarna. And he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in mid-17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holding in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country. It was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, Protestant ethic extended not only to work values, but also to a certain degree of toleration of difference, which also was extremely helpful for the Jews. So Jews are settling in Amsterdam. They have a somewhat somewhat tenuous situation there, but in general, they have tremendous freedoms associated with the expansion of the Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews and not simply as pretending to be Christian living. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activities in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century. It was a huge number. European population living in that city, Jews, 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a communal settlement there. They had rabbis there. They had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. I don't know. Actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues, right? Because you always have to have, as the joke goes, 1 synagogue to pray in and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead in. At any rate, this experiment, which proved to be very successful for the Jews of Recife, ended in unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese recaptured the region, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was dissolved as Jews found other places to live throughout the colonial region, some of them returning back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, if we go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews of Amsterdam to gain admission to England. You'll recall that the Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was the result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish moneylenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam's Jews on Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England widely lifted, and actually population in London began to develop, which was very significant. Of course, would have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, in Curacao, in 1659, there were Jews who were already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend elsewhere in the Caribbean. Jamaica was established in the 18th century, for example, but most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to a place called New Amsterdam in 1654. New Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting impact. For example, one Joachim Gauns, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he didn't leave much of an impression in Roanoke. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So we have just a couple of scattered individual Jewish explorers, no real community developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine landing in New York City Harbor, then in New Amsterdam. 15 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So small group of bedraggled penniless refugees arriving in New York ended up becoming the nucleus of the mighty Jewish population of Europe. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Stuyvesant, who, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and you're saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive, healthy yarmulke he's wearing, right? And I have to say, you know, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there are, you know, faith-based or some even fashion statements. But speaking for myself and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain receding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. You know what I mean? At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was a son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only had 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. If they weren't Dutch Reformed, then he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from Recife, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, listen, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted to have nothing to do with them. At least Stuyvesant lost to market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They had suffered tremendous losses with their communities in Recife. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also included Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless, he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins, that the Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that, you know, all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming, you know, utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlement in America that they had to take care of their own poor. And I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new waves of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1664, and New Amsterdam formally became New York. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. In the next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Well, what if they're all thinking they're all dying in about 20 years, though? So does that change what you're thinking about? Yeah, it can all die, right? It's for 100,000. So you would collect a $10,000 bounty on each. I mean, probably have to scalp them.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Labs. In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migrations had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we've discussed. Also Newport, Rhode Island, where the Touro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the south, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is a very important community. Trois-Rivières is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population are derived more from Ashkenazic lands. This is kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of, forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition of the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition over generations. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new population moving from Amsterdam, London, and even from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast, and you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time you get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on, 1848, for example. So a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of whom have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example. Here, this is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from these Native American Jews at this point, they have different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this German migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it's estimated there were about 6,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000, and by 1860, to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but it would be dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation. The only thing that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happened when they moved out west, and is also the case incidentally with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area, and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants, and there'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that has developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant wealth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that. And they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of these Jews who penetrated the far west looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame and fortune. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of Settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 7,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized country to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general, smaller numbers, 45,000 to both South Africa, and 45,000 to the extent of Zionism in the Middle East, in Israel, of course. And then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era, Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple of maps from Abiatar Friesel's really fascinating Atlas of Modern Jewish History, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looked like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 70% of them live in Europe, and these are roughly evenly divided between North Africa and the Ottoman Empire. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 3.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and in Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas has increased to about 10,000 by the time you get to the year 1800, and that's all the Americas, South America, Canada as well. Oceania, very small number still, 500. By the time you get to the end of the 19th century, let's say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase, and much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews living in the US and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we'll spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, I hope you have a great day. Thank you very much for watching.
They're all glass busts, smashes open. The fucking car right here like slows way down, and then I just have to stop, and I had to buy their window, obviously. But it was kind of exciting shooting up somebody's fucking window. How old are you? I don't know. I was driving, so I don't know, 16 or 17.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to begin speaking about the birth of Hasidism, which is an extremely important movement, had tremendous impact on religious history, social history over the next couple of centuries. In fact, one of the ways that I find most productive to look at Hasidism is that it is really the first modern religious reform movement. I know we have this term Reform Judaism that refers, it's the American equivalent of what was called liberal Judaism in Western Europe, but it's predated by the Hasidic Revolution, which, although it seems to be a very highly traditionalist kind of movement, especially when compared to the more liberal approaches to Judaism, it definitely was quite challenging for the 18th century when it first started. So the historiography of Hasidism has evolved significantly since the 19th century. Heinrich Gretz, who we've spoken about times, he took a very dim view of Hasidism. He understood it to be some kind of like obscurantist and credulous, even possibly Sabbatean, Kabbalistic movement that was associated with the poorly educated Jews of Eastern Europe. Shimon Dubno, the great encyclopedic historian of the late 19th, early 20th century, argued, in fact, that no, it's not the outgrowth of ignoramuses. It represents the actual flourishing of the dominant spirit of Eastern European Jewry. And I think Martin Buber, in many ways, although not a historian in this regard, really did a lot to kind of transform the popular Western European view of Hasidism to observe the brilliant religious insights that are associated with the Hasidic masters. And there are many other approaches. Ben-Zion Dino, for example, took a much more economic approach to the development of Hasidism. But I just want to give you the sense that, the views of what is Hasidism and what is its significance, what is its etiology, have changed over time historically. To look at the history itself, it's very important to understand it within the context of its evolution. Its earliest development takes place within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the chaotic political context of that time, which you recall the region was devastated by the Khmelnytsky uprising, and then there is an attempt to reconstruct the political status quo, but ultimately it's doomed to failure, as in 1770 the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is dismantled by its neighbors, and in fact, a large chunk of Jews living in this area will be swallowed up by Tsarina Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who suddenly finds herself the owner of the largest Jewish population in the world. Russia, prior to her acquisitions in the West, was actually Judenrein. It was free of Jews, because they had been banned since 1479. And all of a sudden, Catherine II said, oh my gosh, I have all these tens of, perhaps hundreds of thousands of Jews living within Russia. One of the ways she dealt with this was by establishing something called the Pale of Settlement, which is kind of a strange English term, but it basically means the region of settlement where Jews were allowed to live. It had some changes to the borderlands. Certain areas like Kiev were actually off limits for some time, even though they were in the interior of the Pale Settlement. And exceptional Jews, like really talented medical doctors or very, very successful businessmen, could get permission to live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow, but this Pale of Settlement is where the vast majority of Jews live. There's a lot more to say about this in future lectures. At any rate, this is the region, particularly in the southern area of Podolia, Volhynia, Galicia, where Hasidism especially grew, with the exception of the Chabad movement, which grew in Lithuania to the north. This is also the era following Catherine II of the terrible repression under Nicholas I. Nicholas I attempted to extirpate the Jewish presence by forcibly assimilating them, either through conscription into the army as Kantonisten, or by destroying their internal structures. The Kehillah was officially banned in 1844, leaving it only small functions, especially to serve the Russian state by collecting taxes and so on. And we'll return to that in a couple of lectures. At any rate, it's a period where there is increasing pressure on the Jewish population in the region, and one of the ways in which they react is by developing this Hasidic ideology. So what exactly is the innovation of Hasidism? The term Hasid is actually ancient. You'll find it in the Hebrew scriptures. It basically means someone who does kindness. The word said is, of course, kindness. And a Hasid is understood to mean someone who goes beyond what is naturally required, someone who does extra. And we see that in all kinds of Hasidic activities, not only in the externalities like the fashion and the beards and the peyot and things like that, but those are kind of like, levushim, or clothing. That's things that are on the outside. What's on the inside of Hasidism are emphasis on devekut, which is a kind of mystical cleaving to God through not just traditional study, which is something that was more associated with the pre-Hasidic groups, who would later become known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents. We'll talk about them in a second. But attachment to God through maybe less intuitive means, such as prayer or song or connection with others through fellowship. They also believed in a much wider dissemination of Kabbalistic doctrine and Kabbalistic teachings, which had previously been the refuge only of great scholars. The idea that ordinary people could study Kabbalah was really anathema, but the Hasidim began to develop this as something that is actually a desideratum. The Hasidim also valorized the common Jew, often the uneducated Jew, the Jew who is a Tehillim Zoger, someone who just recites songs, rather just going through the book, reading the words, as opposed to having deep insights into their meaning and so on. And this is something that really appealed to the Jews, particularly in the southern region, where they were bereft of much of the traditional educational centers that were associated with the north. They also favored charismatic dynasties of leaders, which were unlike the appointed court rabbis who were given those positions because they could essentially buy them from the noblemen. This was part of the last decaying elements of the Jewish community under the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that thoroughly corrupted the rabbinate in certain areas. Local Hasidic leaders who did not necessarily have any official claim to authority, but nevertheless, garnered the confidence of the population as being truly interested in their spiritual welfare, and gathered around themselves kind of like disciple circles of followers who are not necessarily, heavily learned and so on, but nevertheless who are deeply sincere, and they infused the idea of Judaism with much more passion and much more simple enthusiasm than it had seen with the somewhat desiccated version that focused on the arcane study of the Talmud, more associated with the northern regions. One of the most important leaders of that time was Israel ben Eliezer, who was known as the Baal Shem Tov. So a couple of words about him. We only know about him from works that were written considerably after his lifetime, but we know something of the context in which he was active. Specifically, there were people who were wandering around the southern part in particular who were known as Baal, which means literally masters of the name. The name, of course, refers to the name of God. And this was kind of like a popular term that was associated with people who literally made amulets. One of the great scholars of this period, incidentally, is my friend and colleague, Anan Petrovsky Stern of Northwestern, shown here in his youth when we first met in Kiev, looking at some of the remarkable finds in the Vernadsky library there of 18th century Pinkasim or communal record books from the time. He's done research on people like Hillel Baal Shem, who were like, these early proto-Hasidic leaders serving local populations and creating amulets for them. That's where they got that specific name. Now, not all of these amulet makers were especially reputable. Some of them were charlatans. And Israel ben Eliezer soon gathered a reputation for being exceptional, for being a miracle worker, but also a very insightful teacher of Judaism, one who connected with regular people and so on. And so he was associated with the name Baal Shem Tov, the good Baal Shem, to distinguish him from some of the other Baal Shem who were not necessarily so good. The fact that we only have sources about him that were written quite a bit later does not diminish the fact that he was an actual person and has been researched and identified exhaustively by my senior colleague, Professor Moshe Rossman of Bar Ilan University, who wrote an amazing book on the early biography of the Baal Shem based on secular sources, Polish sources. We found indeed tax records that specifically referred to the Baal Shem Tov living in Medjugorje, which gives a lot more of a concrete notion to this teacher, who, among other things, is reputed to have done this well, but still provides clean water to this day. So we get this idea from the writings of his followers and biographic picture we get from the tax records elsewhere, that he was a person who lived in southern Poland, western Ukraine, catered to the spiritual requests of his followers, and actually began this really important movement that we'll discuss a little further in the next lecture. Okay, thank you very much for watching. If you are so moved, please subscribe, because I love seeing the numbers of students of Jewish history increase, and it's nice to know that we'll have at least some kind of an internet-based relationship. Have an excellent day. Thanks for listening.
Clay? These are a polymer resin. I remember I had a buddy named Clay. I can't remember his last name, but it was when we were tiny little boys, and he had an older sister. And the older sister came into the room, and we were like playing with toys. And I remember Clay got up on his bed.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So we talked in the last video a little bit about the origins of Hasidism. One of the most interesting ways, I think, to try and understand what Hasidism is by looking at the counter reactions. And this is a movement which coalesced around a group of rabbis, particularly in the northern part of the region in Lithuania. These people ultimately became known as the Misnagdim or Mitnagdim, and the name literally means opponents, because they opposed Hasidism. Right? Now, they were actually the traditionalists. They were really the inheritors of the mode of Talmudic study and Jewish culture that had predated the Hasidic revolution. And in their reaction to Hasidism, they would themselves. But what's fascinating is they will also be defined by the Hasidism as well. We shall see. So let's just try to understand what are the main differences between Hasidim and Misnagdim. And there's a lot to say about the fashion, or what some people would call the Yarmul culture, right? Get it? Yarmulke, Yarmul culture. But 95% of the issues, Hasidim and Misnagdim are exactly the same. That's why they fall within this category of Orthodox Jews. Let's try to understand, if you look at some of the most important elements of Jewish practice and theology, and practice is placed first because in many ways practice is far more significant for Jewish culture than theology. There are, let's say, four really big things we have to bear in mind. First of all, 613, or refers to the number of commandments as traditionally calculated. And when I say 613 in this context, I mean, do you believe that God gave the Torah to the Jews at Mount Sinai, and that the rabbis who interpreted it in the Mishnah and the Talmud and later authorities are authoritatively interpreting the 613 commandments of the Torah? So that's a really bright line between Orthodox Jews, or Jews call themselves Orthodox, and Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox. The Jews who don't call themselves Orthodox might want to argue that the commandments evolved over time, they weren't necessarily given at Sinai, and these are things which are anathema to Orthodox Jews. So if we ask the question, hey, do you believe in 613? The Mitnagdim and the Hasidim both agree unequivocally, yes. And to drill down a little deeper into the three areas of Jewish life, which are perhaps the most impactful in terms of the daily experience of Judaism, do you observe the Shabbat as understood by the rabbis? They both say yes. Do you keep kosher? They say absolutely. Are you kidding? And do you practice the laws of family purity, which has to deal with intimate relations? They would say for sure. This refers to the use of the mikvah and ritual bath, not really for our discussion today. At any rate, in these main areas of Judaism, they're in total agreement. They may disagree about details, like, for example, with keeping kosher. How exactly must you slaughter an animal to make it kosher? Or with Shabbat, when exactly does Shabbat end? They don't disagree about the nature of kashrut in general, that one has to keep kashrut, but they don't disagree about the fact that there is a Shabbat that has prohibited work on it and so on. But they may disagree about at the very fringes. But like 95% of things, they are in total agreement. So what is it that they really disagree about? So let's understand this in the context of development of the Hasidic movement. Again, in its earliest origins, it was not in any ways a rebellion against the traditionalists. It was considered kind of like a development of a style, a development of a different approach to the same ideas, the same practices, and so on. In terms of actual people, one of the most important students of the Baal Shem Tov is Dov Ber, known as the Maggid of Mezrich, and he lived until 1772. He trained 5 major disciples, including Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, also known as the Alter Rebbe, the older rabbi, who was the founder of Chabad. He wrote a very important book called the Tanya, which is associated with Chabad in a very deep way. But 4 other disciples that in turn gave rise to many other disciples, many ascetes. You can see in this particular map, which is from the Historical Atlas of Hasidism by Marcin Dwodzinski, that Hasidism spread very far and wide through these various dynasties. And it is interesting that it only became defined as a distinct movement that had a name, Hasidut, after the Maggid of Mezrich passed away and the opposition began to define it. So it's fascinating that in many ways the Mitnagdim, who called themselves opponents, they had nothing to oppose prior to the Hasidic movement, so it doesn't mean they didn't exist prior to it, but they began to define themselves in opposition, and the Hasidim themselves also defined themselves as a way of kind of stating, well, what is it that we believe that is possibly different from the Misnagdim? The most significant, the king of the Misnagdim, although he did not necessarily lead the charge, he was sort of like the prime expositor of the Talmudic worldview that would be adopted by the Misnagdim, was none other than the Vilna Gaon, the great scholar of Lithuania, who lived until 1797. Now, what were the charges against the Hasidim? What were the Misnagdim so upset about? There's basically 8 major charges. Let's go over them very quickly. First of all, the argument was the Hasidim were separatist. And in fact, if you think about the corruption of the local rabbinate, particularly in Volhynia and Podolia, who would want to go to a corrupt ignoramus rabbi? You'd rather go to a genuine rabbi. You'd rather hang out with someone who really cares about Judaism and cares about you as a parishioner. So they did organize separate prayer groups. Secondly, they ignored mandated prayer times. So one of the aspects of Hasidism, which is fascinating, I think, is the notion that Judaism has boundaries. And in fact, one of the first questions the Talmud asks about any subject is, what is the measurement? What's the shear? How long is this? How deep is it? How big is it? How long does Yom Kippur last? When exactly is it? It's always like measuring things. Chassidism says, no, man, we have to spend so much more time on our intention. Now, it's not to say that the Hasidim don't pay attention to measurements or that the Misnagdim don't pay attention to intention, but nevertheless, there's like a question of how much emphasis. So the Hasidim would say, why are you locking yourself into really restrictive prayer times that you have to start by a particular time, end by a particular time in order for it to be counted as the morning prayer? It's more important that you go to prayer with a proper intention. And maybe that means you need a little more sleep in the morning, things like this. There's more to say about it, but I'm just kind of glossing the topic. 3, they recite the prayer of the Ari, meaning they follow the Kabbalistic prayer schedule of the great Isaac Luria that we discussed when we looked at the city of Tzfat. They maintain a separate kosher slaughter. There was a dispute over whether the knives should be sharper or duller, because sharper knives are more easily nicked, but duller knives require more pressure, and both of these things could have an impact on whether or not an animal is slaughtered properly. All of these things, by the way, clearly indicate the sociological separation of the community, which had economic implications. This has been Sion Dinor's primary contribution to the historiography, is saying, hey, the debate between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim really had an economic aspect to it as well, especially when it comes to the collection of taxes associated with Jewish life, like taxes on kosher meat, taxes on candles, things like that, if you create a different revenue stream, you really upset the status quo. The Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, argued that the Hasidim disregard the study of the Talmud, that they spend so much time singing and perhaps drinking and dancing. They're not sitting down on Talmud properly. Talmud is really what we should be doing. And more than that, oh my gosh, they're spending time studying the Kabbalah. Kabbalah should only be for people who have learned for, decades and have already completed the entire Talmud. They've already done Daf Yomi and things like that. What are you talking about? And then some Hasidic groups were associated with really unruly behavior. There was like kind of experimentation with intention of like, maybe I'll have more intention if I turn somersaults. Literally, maybe I'll have more intention if I drink more alcohol before I pray. Things like that the Lithuanians, really down upon. And finally, the accusation that, some of these things really cross the line. They're no longer observing halakha, that is Jewish law, and they're being influenced by the antinomian teachings of Shabtai Tzvi, who we discussed just a couple of lectures ago. Arguments that the Hasidim were actually, kind of like a front for Sabbatean movement, and that it had to really be extirpated now before it further infected the Jewish body politic. Now, when these charges first came out, the Alter Rebbe and Rabbi Menachem Mendel of Vitebsk, very important Hasidic leaders, went to the Vilna Gaon saying, they wanted to seek an audience with them to try and say, no, that's not what we're all about. Please don't misunderstand us. They weren't successful. They were not granted an audience. In fact, the Misnagdim counter-reacted by pronouncing bans on the Hasidic movement, and in some cases even burning Hasidic texts. This is actually kind of a nasty thing that's associated with the 18th century. Jews are unfortunately from time to time known to have such strong feelings about the writings of other Jews that they'll sign those words to the flames. But by the way, that only ends up making the books much more popular. So if anyone watching this video wants to ban any of my books, I think that would be great because sales would just... At any rate, the Hasidim, they issued counterbans against the Misnagdim, and they also, unfortunately, had book burnings. Especially strong social ban was applied in 1781, and in 1794, when a rabbi in Pinsk, a Misnagdic rabbi, lost a job to a Hasidic candidate, he denounced the Hasidim to the secular authorities, and the Tsarist government, always on the lookout for possible revolutionary movements, actually arrested the Alter Rebbe, Shneir Zalman of Liadi, and had him temporarily jailed. A phenomenon that would be associated with the very strong conflict between Hasidim and Misnagdim for some time. Now, besides the tremendously bitter rancor between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, the Misnagdim were also busy thinking about, okay, well, how do we react to this? Because the Hasidic movement really grew in leaps and bounds. It spoke to a need. There were Jews who wanted Hasidism. So the Misnagdim had to articulate a response, and they did, which was ultimately expressed in things like this building, the Yeshiva of Volozhin, which was one of the great bastions of Talmudic learning in Lithuania and formed the center of the nucleus of a Talmudic renaissance that would expand along with Hasidism. What the Misnagdim said is, hey, the Hasidim say we're attached to text. Well, absolutely. You better believe it. We are going to be super attached to text. We're going to spend even more energy in the Talmud. And in fact, that's what the Lithuanians are known for more than anything else, is their incredible attention to detail and their superlative study of the Talmud. But they didn't ignore the Kabbalah. Let's not forget that the Vilna Gaon himself was a great Kabbalist. But the Misnagdic tradition was that it was really only for people who had already mastered what was called Torah's Nigla, the revealed Torah. Before you study Torah's Nister, the hidden Torah, even in kind of like watered down versions that the Hasidim were circulating, they weren't studying necessarily the Zohar itself. They were studying kind of like of the Zohar or reworked versions of the Zohar. The Lithuanians were already studying the core text, but they did not believe in necessarily disseminating these ideas widely. But one of the key disciples of the Vilna Gaon, the great Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin, associated with the yeshiva, he wrote essentially a response to the Tanya, which was called Nefesh HaChaim, the soul of life. And this is essentially a Kabbalah for Misnagdim. It is, by the way, an overwhelming book. I remember personally when I was studying in yeshiva in Jerusalem, I spoke to my colleague and friend Rabbi Mordechai Becker, who was a guide for me in those early years of my yeshiva study. And he said, "How's it going?" I said, "Well, going okay. I'm enjoying yeshiva. I go to yeshiva in the morning. We look at a Tosfos, it has a problem in it. We figure out the problem, and then I come home." But I said to him, "Rebbe, I had to admit that, sometimes it felt sort of kind of dry, sort of like, doing crossword puzzles sort of every day, because of like finding intellectual problems and then solving them and then going home for dinner." Right? So he said, "Okay, this is what you got to do. Read Nefesh HaChaim, but only read it for 15 minutes a day." And so I said, "Okay, I'll do it." So I picked up a copy of Nefesh HaChaim, and I used to get on the bus and read it on the bus. And many, many times I simply couldn't put it down. And I looked up, and I had already gone way past my yeshiva stop. And I was like way in some Arab neighborhood of Jerusalem somewhere, because I had just gotten so lost in the tremendous writings of Rabbi Chaim Volozhin. And it really changed the way that I went back and studied those Tosfos as well. It made the Tosfos kind of like jump off the page as, this is really important. You've got to study this right now and know what it means because it's crucial. It's not a crossword puzzle. It's life itself. Wow. So if you're having that problem, read Nefesh HaChaim. Okay, sorry for that little discourse. Finally, one of the criticisms of the Hasidim that Misnagdim had was that the Hasidim venerated their leader, sometimes called a tzaddik, sometimes called a rebbe, to an inappropriate extent. That in some cases they even regarded the rebbe as sort of like an intermediary before God, which is really, very much contrary to traditional Jewish theology. So the Misnagdim certainly criticized this idea of like having an intermediary and refused to regard even very learned and holy people as being those intermediaries, but they nevertheless elevated their leaders, especially the Rosh Yeshiva, the head of the yeshiva, as being someone with tremendous insight and power, associated later with the term Das Torah, the mind of the Torah itself. And so that was kind of like a Mishnagdic reflection of Hasidism in reaction, but also in admiration of what the Hasidic movement stood for. Okay, while the Hasidim and Misnagdim are fighting bitterly at the end of the 18th and the beginning of the 19th century, there will be a major challenge to them, which we'll discuss in the next video. I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you very much for watching. If you're so moved, hit the subscribe button, because I'm just getting pleasure seeing how many people love Jewish history like I do. I'd love to include you in that group. And let's return and look at the challenge that both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim faced in the Haskalah. Thank you very much for watching.
Very beautiful. You've got lovely trees. The sequoia. Only tree. Never watched it look too sad. The opposite word off. Is it? Yeah. Kirsten Juliet Moore. No, Kirsten Jones was too young back then. Which one's me? I thought it was no.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. So in the last two videos, we talked a little bit about the beginnings of the Hasidic movement in the 18th and early 19th century. And then we talked about the counter-reaction of the traditionalists known as the Misnagdim, or the opponents of Hasidism. But there's a new movement that is more associated with Western Europe, in particular with Berlin, that is beginning to make an impact in the eastern heartland of the Hasidic and the Misnagdic territory, and that is the Haskalah, an extremely important movement that, like the Hasidic and the Misnagdic movement, would endure to our contemporary days and would have a phenomenal impact on the development of modern Jewish identity. So let's look at this institution of the Haskalah. First of all, the term Haskalah means enlightenment, and it is just the Hebrew translation of the German term Aufklärung that was widely used in the 18th century to refer to this new rationalism and humanism that swept across much of Western Europe. There are Jewish roots to it for sure. If you look, for example, at the 16th century work of Azaria del Rossi, who was an Italian Jewish thinker, at an unusual moment in 1570 when there was an earthquake in the Italian city of Ferrara in the Po River Valley, not too far from Padua. And he was forced out of doors, like everybody in Ferrara. And while they're living in tents, worried about aftershocks for some weeks, because a lot of buildings were destroyed, he has some encounters with Christian thinkers from the local church that he probably would not have had, prior to this. And among other things, he discovers the letter of Aristeas and fascinating stuff. But in the context of this discussion, he begins to explore the idea of, hey, you know what? Judaism has a lot to offer the outside world, and the outside world has a lot to offer Judaism as well. It's a very controversial kind of thought, but we see it in many predecessors. Maimonides, for example, writes in the 8 chapters, accept truth from whoever speaks it. There is this notion in Judaism that although there is a kind of a centrifugal force that emphasizes focusing on traditional Jewish texts, there's also kind of like a looking out force as well that waxes and wanes in different periods. The Haskalah is definitely a period of looking out, of saying what's going on in the outside world. How does it fit within our Jewish worldview, if it fits at all? Del Rossi's insight was something that it was not unique to the 16th century. It's not like Jews woke up in the 16th century and says, hey, we can learn something from the outside world. We see, for example, in Maimonides, who writes in the 8 chapters that one should accept truth from where it is. We can find lots of moments in Jewish history where Jews have a much more kind of like open-minded, syncretic approach, and that oscillates with a kind of like internal, inward focus perspective, which the outside world is regarded as toxic and dangerous and should be avoided. Jewish history kind of like vacillates or oscillates between these two poles. The Haskalah is an example of Western European Jews definitely leaning far towards the of, hey, look at the outside world, it has so much to offer us, even at the risk of dissolving or assimilating into the body politic of the general population. That's one of the dangers of Haskalah. At any rate, these ideas of openness to outside society had a jumpstart with the Portuguese diaspora in particular, because these were Jews who, you will recall, were forcibly converted to Christianity and had to maintain that kind of dual identity of knowing that they are Jewish and wanting to retain their Jewish identity, and resentful of their Christian passports into the rest of the world. And many of them spread throughout Western Europe. Amsterdam is a particular location where a lot of these Portuguese Jews ended up, but also into the New World, as we discussed as well. And these Portuguese Jews had a very special approach to the outside world that made them especially effective conduits of what would become burgeoning modern thought in general. Okay, way too much of an introduction. Let's go specifically to the early Maskilim. Certainly the most important of them, the king of the Maskilim, was Moses Mendelssohn, a self-taught genius who actually was especially known not only for his philosophical work, but also for his tremendous facility with secular German. Let us not forget that Jews had their own language, Yiddish. This is besides the ancient language of Hebrew, which was largely reserved for religious purposes, prayer, and Aramaic, which was used primarily in the study of the Talmud. But their vernacular was Yiddish. Yiddish is essentially a medieval German dialect that was like, it's kind of like if you compare Creole, Haitian French to continental French, or even, where I grew up, the Joual, the Quebecois French, comparing that to Parisian French, they're really very different. They can almost not understand each other. So it was like very similar in syntax, and the vocabulary had huge overlaps, but, speaking Yiddish to a German would make one seem like a peasant or things like that. And of course, they're written in different alphabets, so it's impossible for Yiddish readers to understand written German unless they learn the alphabet, and then they tease out, the 15-20% of the vocabulary is different and so on. So Moses Mendelssohn developed tremendous facility with spoken German and written German, and he was kind of like a cause célèbre in the 18th century of being, wow, here is a Jew. And note, by the way, he's still a very observant Jew. He's still observing Shabbat and Kashrut and so on, who nevertheless can maintain himself in the highest levels of high German society and culture and so on. And intellectually, he had tremendous abilities and gifts. And so he was like really a famous Jew because of his ability to be a culture broker and to say to the outside world, hey, Jews have something of value. They should not be considered second-class citizens. In fact, they weren't considered citizens. They were considered travelers, sojourners, even though they lived in Germany for hundreds of years. So he was someone who not only communicated Judaism and Jewish culture to the outside world, he also communicated it backwards. He also promoted the study of German language and German culture and things like that to traditional observant Jews, which got him into a lot of trouble. Other examples of these early Maskilim, by the way, Maskil is like the the singular noun form of Haskalah. Haskalah is enlightenment. Maskil means a proponent of the enlightenment. Solomon Maimon, who unlike Moses Mendelssohn, did not remain an observant Jew. He went OTD, or off the derech, away from the path. He wrote a biting, acerbic, and sometimes hilarious memoir, an autobiography, which is widely studied today, in which he describes his upbringing as a young, talented Jewish man who kind of like has this intellectual journey, and in fact, he even visited the Hasidic court of the Maggid of Mezerich and describes his experience there. But when he comes to Western Europe, to Berlin in particular, and he encounters German culture, he eventually jettisons his Jewish identity and seeks to become much more involved in German philosophy, German thought, and things like that. So whereas Moses Mendelssohn articulated a kind of Haskalah that kept a place for Judaism, others like Solomon Maimon said, no, let's completely get rid of it and move straight into the mainstream. You can imagine how this was absorbed by the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, that while they are at each other's throats over tiny things like how sharp the knife should be in kosher slaughter, or what time do you show up for a minyan, when they are facing the Haskalah that is saying, why keep kosher? Or go to minyan. Why don't we just move the Sabbath to Sunday? Which is, by the way, proposals that Hasidim actually made. But it's the real growth of the Haskalah happened actually in the context of a controversy over the false burial decree of 1772. It seems that in the 18th century, there was a rash of people being declared dead and actually buried, only to be discovered that actually they were alive or they lived for some time afterwards. This is a pretty terrifying thing. So among the ways in which people compensated is they had all kinds of interesting designs, like this one you see here, of these coffins where if you happen to wake up and you were not in fact dead, then you could squeeze a bulb and that would lift up a flag or ring a bell. If you walk by a cemetery, you hear a bell ringing, that means something is very, very wrong. And so the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin made a rule that nobody can be buried until they had waited 3 days after declaration of death. And this was contrary to Jewish practice, which emphasizes the importance of early burial and, in fact, accelerated decomposition of the flesh as a way of achieving atonement. So, this was created a whole hullabaloo because it, really, this particular secular decree stepped on Jewish values. And on the one hand, there were traditionalists who said, hey, we can't stand for this. This is not okay. We have to protest. We have to be able to bury our dead right away. It's considered a great sacrilege to leave a dead body around. And on the other hand, there were Jews who said, well, my gosh, this is horrible if there is such a thing as people being buried prematurely. Maybe we should adopt this new rule. And so many Jews turned to Moses Mendelssohn to try and articulate a statement that will be acceptable to everybody. This is just the opening wedge of many issues, where issues of science and Torah and the tradition, and also the relationship of Jews to civic society had to be negotiated. By the way, don't forget that this is happening in a political environment in which the question of Jewish emancipation, that is, the conferring of equal rights upon Jews, would also find its expression. We'll discuss that a little bit later in this course. But, the idea that Jews might actually gain citizenship, that had a lot to do with how Jews behaved in general society and how they were perceived to behave within general society. So some Maskilim, like David Friedlander, who was a student of Moses Mendelssohn, he said the only way we can really deal with this is by simply converting to Christianity. And not that he believed in Christianity and he felt that this was, valuable on a religious level, but, he says we should just adopt it to go along so that we can get our place in German society. Essentially capitulating Jewish religious values to the desires of emancipation. He proposed this as a so-called dry baptism, meaning that no water is involved. It's not a real baptism. It's just a pro forma thing, And in fact, many Jews, although it was not accepted communally at all, and although Friedlander's suggestion was considered a shanda, or just like outrageous, and Jews did not accept it on a communal level, many Jews did accept it on an individual level. And you see people choosing to baptize themselves, like Heinrich Heine, for example, the great poet, or the parents of Karl Marx would have they would have their children baptized. This was actually very common in the 19th century, and it really dates back to Friedlander's suggestion. Others, like Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, argue that modernity has to be engaged, but not by completely abandoning Jewish identity. So he argued for a sort of like hybrid approach that would accept those elements of modernity that were compatible with Islam without sacrificing any of the 613 commandments that we talked about in a couple of lectures ago. By the way, some felt that Samson Raphael Hirsch was way too modern. It was way too, he gave up too much for the modern era, so sometimes he was portrayed with a little bit heavier beard like this to make him look a little bit more traditional. Now, these were the things that were happening in Western Europe. Eastern Europe was an entirely different story. Western Europe had a much smaller Jewish population, a population that was much more inclined to be open to the ideas of modernity and so on. In Eastern Europe, Jews lived in greater numbers and greater concentration, and really with much greater, endemic Jewish culture. So one of the big differences is that in Western Europe, particularly in Germany, there's a heavy lean towards assimilation. You didn't necessarily find that in Eastern Europe, although there was more of an emphasis on acculturation, which is kind of like a softer word than assimilation, and an adaptation to culture rather than a disappearance within culture. And some of the ways in which the Haskalah was expressed in the Eastern European context was, let's do different Jewish things rather than simply adopt the norms of the larger population. So rather than, let's say, abandoning Jewish languages to Russian or to Ukrainian or Polish, let us instead develop Yiddish, which was at this time not a very advanced language, very, very limited literature, for example, and so on. But let us promote Yiddish as a genuine language capable of expression of the wide spectrum of Jewish experience and human experience. Or let us adopt a political orientation, such as Zionism or Jewish socialism. We'll discuss those as well later on in this course. So the Haskalah in Western Europe may have been much more of a movement that emphasized, really abandonment of Jewish ideals, assimilation. In Eastern Europe, it was much more an adaptation of Jewish ideals to different movements, but not necessarily religious in nature. Some of the most interesting examples are people like Joseph Pearl, big opponent, by the way, of the Hasidic movement, who also argued that, what we should do is we should advance our educational system, and we should include much more secular studies within the educational environment, something which provoked hostility from many other groups, Hasidim and Mishnagdim as well. Finally, let us remember that all of this is happening within a dire political context in Europe. We mentioned a couple lectures ago Tsar Nicholas I, who had this horrific strategy of assimilating the Jews of the Russian Empire by demanding that they join the army, which was a horrific sentence, 5 years. Noting that by the time Jews joined the army at age 18, they had already been well indoctrinated in the values of Judaism. Maybe they were all married and things like that. He actually lowered the age of 12. This was the notorious Cantonist movement that sent boys, sometimes much younger than 12, illegally to reform schools called canton schools, where they would be trained in military values and also trained in Russian Orthodox Christianity. And many times they would simply never return to their families. They would end up, assimilating into the Russian. Very, very terrible thing. The alternative that Nicholas I offered was Jews could attend the so-called crown schools, were Russian-approved schools that had some participation of Jews like Max Lilienthal, who believed that perhaps this is a way that the Haskalah could offer, enlightenment to Russian Jewish populations. But in reality, they ended up being fronts for conversionist efforts, and even Lilienthal left in disgust. He ended up here in the United States. So it was in this context that the fight of the Hasidim and the Misnagdim have to be viewed. But I think one of the most fascinating figures reflecting on this in the 9th century is Eliezer Tzweifel, who wrote an interesting book called Shalom al Yisrael, Peace Upon Israel, in which he wrote the following. God saw 3 shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, that of course would be the Vilna Gaon, the leaders of the Misnagdim, to safeguard the Torah, to purify its Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. That's like shepherd number 1. Shepherd number 2, the Hasidim in Volhynia, to marshal devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Right? The Hasidim with their ideals of devekut and closeness to God and so on. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem in Germany, that's Moses Mendelssohn, the leader of the Misnagdim, who of course was himself observer, and called him to place the cradle of enlightenment in the lamp of religion. Now, of course, not everyone would agree with the views of Rabbi Tzweifel that, all 3 of these shepherds, the leader of the Misnagdim, the leader of the Hasidim, and the leader of the Maskilim, that they all somehow are like appointed by God to lead the Jews into the future. So I'm going to leave that to you to debate. But it is worthy of note that today, a couple of centuries later, all 3 of these movements, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, and the Maskilim, continue to exert tremendous influence on the development of Jewish identity and continue to exist with each other in kind of a dynamic tension to tease out what it means to be a Jew in the modern world. Whew, okay, I hope you enjoyed this lecture. I had fun thinking about it and talking about it with you. If you are so inclined, please do subscribe. Please share this video with other people who you think would like it, because one of my, increasing pleasures with putting these lectures out there is seeing other people hit that subscribe button and increase the universe of people who are interested in studying Jewish history with me. Thank you very much for watching.
That's my impression of I can also do Black Sabbath Africans, but not this way. I knew Black Sabbath. Oh, yeah, what about? Oh, yeah. Chaperones, yeah, I'll tell you, if we had a couple more generals gathering in their messes, we're going to be faced with the problems we have now.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the emancipation of the Jews in Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of pre-modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, or the granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. Now, it's really important for us to just take a second to think about, what does this word emancipation actually mean? It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic that occurred with the conflict and civil war in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term, so we'll go with it. The Jews, prior to their emancipation, were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experience. They were largely, living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So before the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy. You have this massive box that is primarily populated by serfs who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even their rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights and groups of people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which was another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi camerae regis. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate the serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50-odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life. But it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these burgeoning factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, to move wherever they wanted, to be free from the hated mora judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when they were, making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin, sometimes with their chest bared, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. It was saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let us not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered fully travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was coming of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African-American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these peoples were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and in 19th century as well. They were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. There was a tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish, with the Italians, who were also generally Catholic. So there's a lot of hesitation to giving rights to, first of all, African Americans, that, of course, America fought over that, but also these near peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full society in early America, the Jews were like a priority for their extinction. And the kinds of abilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office. some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787 and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791 clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities, although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was removed that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It was not really that difficult to actually make that big step and amend. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected Sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So in other words, we have a situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. It's always a him. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens, things like that. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the declaration that all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Gouze actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she composed a Declaration for the Rights of Woman and Citizen, and the word citizen, of course, in French can be declined either as a male or as a female, but the French government at the time was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man, and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was legal change that precipitated social change, almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately the Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated, less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader, economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue. were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardic Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted, and Jews were allowed to engage in, whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed to all kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerate. They were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce, and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into field, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. A lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon, who, in his typically grand kind of way of thinking about things, said, well, obviously we've got to talk to these Jews. So do they have like a representative body or something like that? Do they have a pope like we do, Catholics? And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin, which was the ancient court of 71 judges back in the ancient period. But they haven't had in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, I'm Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series of 12 questions. This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the convening of the formal Sanhedrin. The questions that he asked were actually quite fascinating, and they really give us an insight as to, what he wanted from the Jews. He asked questions like, for example, do the Jews have their own police force? What's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the later Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of Maskilim, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. And they said, well, not exactly, wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided him with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrins, or the Assembly of Notables gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? who would French Jews fight for? And directly, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort. They would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar of the day. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues within France, but I'm going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were within Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards full emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created in 1849, civil and political rights were issued for everyone in Austria, and quote-unquote not dependent on religion. But then in 1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that revolution, those rights were taken back. The Constitution was abrogated, and then slowly it was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of is happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hassam Sofer, a very important rabbi, Rabbi Moshe Sofer, who essentially said that, emancipation is going to result in assimilation. He was not at all wrong. Emancipation and assimilation seem to go hand in hand. And he said we should not accept emancipation. We should demand to have unequal rights because that's really a very important tool that the Jews used to maintain group integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Hopefully we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, this region had the most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to Jews. So emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Retz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, "Die Juden sind unser Unglück," the Jews are our misfortune. And he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler. And he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, like that, young Goku. This is the one role that Australians get to come and play. It's the big punt. I believe we have many punters. Rugby's players do. Oh yeah, we get the big Polynesians. We give you our strongest, most beautiful Polynesians. Yeah, they can't do that. The games, baby. That is what it looks like. I love the hockey.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that we see appearing in the late 19th century. Now obviously that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jew, there have been politics. Right? It is just part of the nature of the Jewish experience and possibly of the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to create that critical mass to move political agendas along. And prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent when it came to political activity. They largely trusted their leadership to have kind of interface with the secular authorities. And so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Kahila, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition before the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily in conformity with the will of the rabbinic and communal leadership, and that's where we get these modern Jewish politics. So let's have a look at that specifically. I think we can date the major important turning point in the development of modern Jewish politics to 1881. That is the date upon which Tsar Alexander II was assassinated, shown here with his son and with his wife. He was a very popular Tsar in Eastern Europe. He was the great Tsar liberator because it was on his watch that the serfs were liberated. It was definitely not a complete solution like the emancipation of Africans in America. It was not a funded emancipation, like they went from one set of difficulties to another set of difficulties, but nevertheless, the Russian populace as a whole tended to regard him favorably. The ones who did not, in particular, were the revolutionaries, the early socialist movements that were burgeoning in the 1870s. And in 1881, a group of them, organized under the name Narodnya Volia, the People's Will, tossed a bomb at his carriage and killed him, as you can see in these contemporary newspaper accounts of that act of violence. The rumor went out throughout the empire that the new emperor, his son, Alexander III, gave the populace permission to beat the Jews for 3 days. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this as some kind of face value. And if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a famous scene where Sevilla is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an accurate depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire and the government were certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially followed the newly laid rail lines that were communities. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years, till 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rechtsstaat, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews as a minority fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking by Jews of their political status, or ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory, and vice versa, things like that. And it was something that really just got way out of hand. Now, this map and a few charts that I'd like to show you right now come from a really interesting article published in 2019 by Irena Grosfeld, that point out something that really should be fairly obvious, that no one else, to my knowledge, has really made correlations. Pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society, and we tie it to, certain church teachings and certain economic practices of Jews, and the long resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haidamach rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuation violence, like under the 17th century and under in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history in the Pale Settlement was relatively, not necessarily loving, but one of course. So why all these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take it at face value for now because the conclusions are going to be really useful. Here is the number of pogroms correlated with years of crop failure. And as you can see, yes, pogroms do correlate with certain periods of crop failure, but by no means all periods of crop failure. There are some periods when, terrible crop situation, especially from before 1881, that do not result in anti-Jewish violence. And in fact, there's rather extended periods before the Russian Revolution in 1917 where there's no violence to speak of. So what's going on there? Then if you look at a different kind of factor, political turmoil, the same kind of thing holds. Yes, those periods of violence against Jews in 1881 and in 1904-05, of course, the Kishinev pogrom and the Civil War pogroms, they coincided with significant political upheaval, but lots of periods where you had political upheaval and no violence against Jews. So what's going on? So what the authors of this study did, which is very clever, is they put together both of those variables with violence against Jews, and this is the money chart right here. Wow, look at this. The purple lines demonstrate that when there is a combination of political turmoil and crop failure, that is a disastrous time for anti-Jewish violence. Meaning those two factors joined together have a direct correlation with violence against Jews. And I think this says a lot about the fundamental working pieces that motivate people to attack their neighbors in this circumstance. Okay, let's go to the political thing. So under these circumstances, right, you've got 3 years of, chaos in the former Russian Empire. And Jews are basically saying, nothing's working here. We've been relying on our traditional leadership for a long time. We're very disappointed with how they handled, among other things, the Khmelnytsky crisis that we discussed in the previous video. We have to do something different. And so basically, Jews decided en masse that they were going to use 5 distinct strategies to meet the moment. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Right? That historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked fairly well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, 250,000 to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to South Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem, it just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it could in fact become worse as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change its way of operation. It's called the 1905 revolution. It really wasn't a revolution because the Tsar was still in power, but he had to cede more authority to a revised parliament. What is not as well known about Trotsky's personal problems with the Russian Empire is that in 1905 it was virtually impossible to get a decent haircut anywhere in the Russian Empire. So anyways, Jewish socialism. This was something that was antithetical to traditional Jewish values, primarily because socialism, following the ideas of Karl Marx, who was himself born Jewish and raised as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew, and he had lots of terrible things to say about religion in particular, and Jews as well. So the socialists tend to have a very anti-religious and clerical position, and so not represent the mass of the Jewish. Definitely a segment of the younger population who felt like socialism, although it represented a radical break from Jewish culture and thought, nevertheless represented the forward for a more enlightened society. We'll continue with this, God willing, in the next video. Thirdly, saying let's emigrate and hope it gets better someplace else, rather than saying let's not emigrate, let's try and change the country here. The third strategy is Zionism, to emigrate, but we'll emigrate for the last time. We'll emigrate back to our national homeland here in the land of Israel, and we will there reestablish equality, a Jewish state, army, Jewish flag, sports, and so on. And this is representative of some kind of secular messianic ideal where it will represent the end of time, because Jews will no longer wander from one place to another. Here is an image of the first Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, with the large picture of Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism in the background, proclaiming the independence of Israel in 1948. So this was also a very, very popular option that many young Jews in particular gravitated to, even though, like socialism, most of the traditional rabbinate and leadership opposed it, saying that it was kind of like a chutzpah, an act of insolence towards God, in the sense that, returning to Israel is part of the messianic future. And by, forcing God's hand, by moving to Israel and is trying to establish a state before the Messiah arrived, that was considered, almost heretical to some rabbis, and therefore this also represented a break from tradition. The fourth option was the least popular, but nevertheless had a significant impact ideologically. This is the notion of diaspora nationalism, that said essentially, okay, we're not going to leave, no immigration. We're not going to change this society to become socialist. That's such a radical change. We're not going to do that. We're also not going to move to Israel, which actually, according to the diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the evolution of the Jewish people. Because as the ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. That Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. And where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very briefly in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the interwar states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with World War II. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country to collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. The huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary, meaning a person can choose to identify as a Jew, affiliate with the community, or not. That's, modernity doesn't really demand that you have to fit into a particular box. The diaspora nationalists had a vision where Jews would actually be in a fixed group. They would pay a certain amount of communal taxes to their own leadership. They would have the rights as a group to draw on state resources for communal practices. They would have a certain amount of protection in terms of, not having elections on Shabbat and things like that. But it was a much more kind of like well-structured organization than the Jewish Federation, which is essentially a volunteer organization. However powerful and effective it is, it ultimately depends on people wanting to belong to it, which was not the case with diaspora nationalists. And finally, the last national strategy to deal with the evolution of Jewish life in a modern democratic area are the so-called by me anyways, renewed traditionalists. These are Jews who really are still, in many ways, thinking to the modern era of traditional Torah leadership, definitely very much an orthodox kind of way of thinking. And they're saying, wait a minute, why are Jews organizing politically? We should be investing much more energy in our religious activities. We should be focusing on things we need as religious Jews. Given the rapid advance of democratizing movements in Europe and the promise of a democratic Russian empire, which turned out not to work out that way, but it's not in the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century. We'll talk about that later as well. They said, you know what? If we don't organize politically like these other non-religious movements, then we will lose an opportunity to express the voice of religious Jewry, which represents a very large proportion over the overall Jewish public. And so the renewed traditionalists, with parties like Agudas Yisrael, Agudas Achim, and several other groups, they essentially tried to promote a religious agenda, that really demanded things specifically for religious observance within this new democratic or proto-democratic environment. Okay? Those are the 5 basic strategies that Jews chose from. There are lots of shadings in between them. Let's just have a look at what they look like on a political spectrum. And essentially, I'm going to be reviewing the material in the last group of slides, but we will be putting it in a graphic format so it's a little bit easier to understand. So here you go. Here's a typical political spectrum, the way we would study it in American political science or things like that. You have a line, and on the left you have socialism, and on the right you have capitalism. If you think about American politics, at least until recent years, you could say that Democrats would be just slightly left of center, Republicans would be just slightly right of center, but basically they're really close to the middle. Jewish politics are not like that. You can have really wide ranges of extremes between them. But Jewish politics is not so simple that we could all live on just one spectrum. In fact, a second axis has to be added, and this relates to the question of Doaite, which means basically here-ness. Do we believe, political parties or political organizations would argue, in developing Jewish life here, in the diaspora, or do we believe in doing it over there, meaning in Israel? Are we more Zionist inclined than diaspora inclined? So every party has to fit on both of these X and Y axes. If you look in the lower left quadrant where you have socialism and Doaite, the most important party is the General Jewish Workers' Bund, BUND, that was actually one of the earliest parties to form illegally in the Russian Empire in 1897. It actually claimed a very large number of followers. It was essentially a very leftist agenda that was exercised in the Yiddish language, largely because there was a significant population of blue-collar workers in northern Pale of Settlement, Lithuania in particular, that were very receptive to socialist thinking. And so the Bund really relied on the Jewish proletariat, which was quite significant, particularly in the more industrialized north. By the time you get to the 1917 revolution, there were 30,000 card carriers of the book. Now, backing up, what about in these quadrants to the lower right? You see that we have this man, Shimon Dugno, who represents the diaspora nationalists, right? They're definitely very big in Doaite. They did not favor the idea of moving to Israel, but they didn't think that the country had to be so radically changed on a socialist agenda. They're really more interested within a capitalist economic framework. Now, if we go up to the top right quadrant, we have, of course, very important group, the Zionists. And there are many, many shades of Zionist interpretations, but the most significant one was the group that was founded by Theodor Herzl, shown here, the father of modern political Zionism, who in 1897, some years before, had the General World Zionist Congress, and the movement that he was associated with called the Allgemeine Zionism, the General Zionism. It was more of a big tent, large umbrella kind of Zionism. This is contrasted from the revisionists, who are up here, sort of like more extreme Israel, more extreme, not necessarily capitalist economically, definitely in a kind of political sense. Vladimir Jabotinsky is the most important thinker and activist among the revisionists, and they essentially believed that Herzl was far too diplomatic, that he was far too trusting in the goodwill of the nations that surrounded Israel or the great powers. They felt that Herzl's approach, which was basically a kind of shuttle diplomacy, go here, talk to this important leader, go there, talk to that important leader, and eventually you'll negotiate through and we'll get Israel. Jabotinsky and his followers felt that no, Jews must be much more active, they must be much more militarily trained, they should have kind of a right-wing outlook. These two approaches of Herzl and Jabotinsky essentially formed the core of the political party Likud later when Israel became a state. Finally, if you move
There he
here
is.
to the upper
How you
left
living,
quadrant,
Pimp?
you have a very important movement, the poet.
What's good, son? Zoot. Speak English?
Hello.
Hello. I just watched a podcast with someone from Adelaide. Yeah, dog.
Was that a Joe Rogan podcast?
No, it was a William Montgomery podcast.
Who was the person from like?
James McCann.
Okay.
He talked about.
Wait, you watch every episode of Joe Rogan, have you?
No, maybe. I fall asleep during a lot of them.
You would have watched the Rocker interview with Joe Rogan. He was doing them on recent ones.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen it like this week. Are you ready for an invitation?
My flight's nearly dead.
Quit that bullshit, Zoot.
I'm on a train.
That's what I'm talking about. Don't give me this my phone's nearly dead bullshit. Get a fucking charger, power pack then. My phone's nearly dead. Kiss my fucking ass, dog. Free turn.
Understood.
Free turn, pimp. Free turn, pimp. Free turn, pimp. Good job.
Rabbi, you're so far ahead of me right now.
Perhaps. What you gonna do, Zoot?
I think that was a smart move. That was a dumb move.
No, it wasn't. I won.
Stop.
Yeah, I got you, baby. I'm the fucking pharaoh of Makala.
I was heading to a spot. Why is there an archery invitation?
I accidentally sent it to you yesterday when I was playing with Riser.
I fucked up.
Yeah, you did.
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
what's more important, short-term memory or long-term memory?
It depends why you need it. What's your goal? I won. That's 2 games in a row, baby.
More useful, short-term memory or long-term memory?
It depends. I had a friend of mine who had short-term memory, but he could remember dates like a savant. Like you could ask him any celebrity's birthday, and he knew it.
I have terrible short-term memory, but I have very good long-term memory.
All right. I lost. You won. You know what's interesting? Forrest Gump. What up, pimp?
I better get off the train soon.
Okay, well, Forrest Gump is never shown driving a car, but he is shown driving a lawnmower.
What did you say?
Forrest Gump is never shown driving a car, but he is shown driving a lawnmower.
I think Forrest Gump is.
Okay.
What did you say?
I didn't say anything. You're in trouble. You're in deep trouble. I won. All right. It's time for darts. You're up, Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation. You're up, big dog. Zoot, go. Go, Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, you're up. You're done.
It's not working.
We'll close it and reopen it. Close it and reopen it.
I'm not in the web. Rabbi, put me in a get for all the papers.
We'll quit that game. You're in a different game. And you're up.
Did you put me in my...
I sent it today.
Rabbi, I'm going to go.
All right, come back when you're done.
It's not working. I'll be back.
Okay, come back when you're done.
Yeah, give me like
Give me an hour or two.
You got it.
Maybe a bit longer. Maybe 3. I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Definitely. I know 3 hours in Australian time's like fucking 60 hours.
Yeah, that's next week, dog.
There's kids around here. Just because you guys are low lives doesn't mean you need to pass it around.
Poalet Zion, the workers of Zion, who were definitely very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if Israel would just be a reproduction of some Western European state. They wanted Israel to be established on socialist principles. They invested heavily in kibbutzim, collective farms, ideal of the Israeli-born Sabra, who has a rifle on his back and is hoeing the land and is draining the swamps and things like that. That's kind of like the ideal of Poalet Zion, and this movement is primarily responsible for the core of the Labor Party that dominated much of early Israeli politics. So if you think this is complicated so far, we're not even finished yet, because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like
there she is.
Third dimension.
How are you, Miss Aquarius?
Sort of like this curved green line. And this represents the religion.
What up, girl? How are you?
Up until now, all of these groups have been either anti-religious or neutral on religion.
I don't know. She
that
hasn't
leaves
talked about
out
it, but
a
she's going
huge
through
number
some
of
stuff.
Jews who still held religious values and traditional
Excellent.
Judaism was
Miss
sacred to
Aquarius,
them,
can
and
you
they
give me
did not
2
want
minutes to use the restroom?
abandon its dictates. So the first group we'll look at are the so-called Mizrahi. These are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working alongside secular Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic ideal. They follow the teachings of this individual, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook, who was a brilliant scholar who lived in Israel and was a very profound Zionist. He was not specifically politically motivated. He didn't lead the party or anything like that, but he was kind of like the ideological founder of many of the ideas that were encapsulated in Israel. And then finally, and I'm actually saying finally for real right now.
That's good.
Audie, would you like an invitation? Was that a yes? Okay, you get one. Mission for 3. Miss Aquarius.
Let's go.
Audie. Go get it, girl.
Let's go.
All right, Miss Aquarius got 8 right off the bat. Oh, perfect. Perfect spare.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go, Patty. Go, Patty.
Ooh,
Hey, that's very good.
she got like the same shot as you. Get the ooh. Not what I wanted. There you go. I'm gonna get these 2 though, no doubt.
Yeah, get him.
Got him. Get it, girl. Look at you. Amazing. Miss Aquarius just got a strike.
Come on, Addie.
Audie.
Let's go, let's go.
She's gonna get these 2. Let's get these 2. Go get these 2. Go get these 2. I said, let's get these 2. Go get these 2. Go get these 2. You got it.
Good. Yeah.
Nope.
You got these 3 right back.
For sure.
Good stick.
No doubt. No doubt. And oh doubt. Miss Aquarius with a huge lead. Get these three. She did. Wow. What a performance, folks. Spare, strike, spare. Spare, strike, spare. Get these four. Ooh, maybe.
I like how she wrote. It's cute.
Get it. No. That's not good.
Oh, good job. I like that.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, to the right. It's uh-oh.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I said that's what I'm talking about. I said that's what I'm talking about.
Come on. Honey, you got this. You got this 3. I believe in you.
Thank you. I need it. Oh, I need a little more. So we start this again.
Okay. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Ooh. All right, Miss Aquarius. She's at 74, folks. That's a huge lead. Get it.
Oh, no. Okay. I know Addie got it. Come on, Addie. I believe in you, Addie. Now, that is I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Oh, that was pretty good.
Yes,
You got it. You got it. Good. Hey.
thanks for your help.
Uh-oh. You got this.
Let's go on.
Oh, man. All right, I need this one.
Yeah.
Got it. Now I just need these. I just need one here.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Hey.
That's a W.
It's okay. We all want it, though. We all want it. Okay, we all want it.
I'm so sorry, a picture.
I want it. You want only. I want everybody. We all want it.
Oh, for sure. Oh, sure. No doubt, no doubt.
Right. Right. All right, Addie. You got this. You got this. Come on, guys. You got this too. Okay. Come on, Addie. You got it. You got it. You got it. You got this too.
We should make colored pins.
I know, right?
Oh, get it, Rabbi.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get it, Miss Aquarius. Get these two. You can do it. There you go. You got them both, girl. That was impressive.
Come on, Addie. You got this. You got this.
Impressive.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's go.
I don't think I could do this pose.
You gotta believe yourself. Can't say you can't. You can. Got this.
Oh, that's big time, Miss Aquarius. It's a big score. 51. Get this one.
Nope. Got it. I agree with that. Come on. Yay. Got these two.
Nice job.
See? Hey. Come on, Riley. You got this. Hey.
Oh, big time strike, Miss Aquarius. Impressive.
Hey.
Impressive. You're going to win. No doubt. No doubt. Miss Aquarius has got that W. Ooh.
Let's go. Thank you. Let's go.
Tough split here. You can do it.
Yeah, you got this.
Do it.
That's okay.
You got it. Thank Rabbi. No, so it's okay.
I'll take it. I'm going to get these two.
Then you gotta get them two. You got this.
Got
Let's
'em.
go.
Got them.
Yeah.
Now here we go. I need 6.
Okay, Rabbi.
Get 6. That's exactly what I got. We tied.
Tied up. We're all one. Yeah. I got my 90 win. Let's go, y'all. We're
LFG.
undefeated.
Good job, Mr. Chris. You're closing in on 100.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Y'all too. Now we gotta get Addie. We gotta get Addie motivated. All right, y'all. Good night. I love y'all. Y'all have a good one. And I'm gonna be praying for you, Addie and Rabbi. Pray for you.
Absolutely. Sweet dreams, Mr. Chris. You take care.
No problem. I'll be right here. Good night.
That's sweet dreams.
You too.
Right now. We also have those traditionalist Jews, the renewed traditionalists, who did not agree that Zionism should be embraced by religious Jews. And furthermore, they certainly disagreed with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who were anti-religion or at least neutral on religion. They wanted to embrace religion. So these were the groups, like the Agudat Israel, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their many great achievements are the Siyam Shas, the Daf Yomi program, which I'm very proud to participate in myself. I give a little 2 to 5 minute class on every single page of the Talmud, 2,711 folios that over the course of a 7-year cycle the students of the Talmud complete the entire corpus of the Babylonian Talmud. This is the most recent celebration of the completion of another cycle that was held all over the world. This happens to be a meeting at the MetLife Stadium. I was actually present at this particular celebration. So that's kind of like the things that I would like to say. Think about, what do yeshiva students need, what do families need, and then they're all sort of like working in politics in order to defend that sort of position. So, presentation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I think, but as my father, Oliver Sean, would say, Henry, it just gets worse. Okay, I hope you find this enjoyable and enlightening. And if you haven't subscribed yet, please do, to see that lots more people are interested in history. And if you don't want to miss a lecture, make sure you click on the little button on your YouTube so that they'll give you a notification. Hey, this video is happening, or a new premiere is happening, where we can actually communicate with the chat. And of course, other levels of them, which give you access to other lectures and live events and things like that. But I'm really happy that you're with me for this, and I look forward to speaking. Thanks very much for watching.
They could be asking. They might want to ask, what is it? Just like a head accessory. You can quote Casey on that babies are asking for. They're asking for head necklaces. For forehead necklaces, it makes them think better. It's a blood flow thing. I think it's like babies, you can't tell what gender they are. And so,
hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west: the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries, and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples, these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy, and as you see, Hungary is landlocked, dealing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea. Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War One. And west of those front lines, you have a new country created, Belarus, for example, Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of faction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revive them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. Guys, is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you're standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use, Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a swing revolution. It occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing story. I'm showing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous, crazy everything was at the time. The city Petrograd, which means peace, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by the great 100 years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt they were too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first. Right? You imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire. You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was by Jews in the 20th century. It placed all kinds of anti-restrictions on Jewish activity, commercial activity, traveling, education. You need to have equal rights. And they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory on residents. Here we see another map that gives you a sense of the density of Jewish population. Writers from the time considered it a ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see the various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat. Typically, there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. Quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is,
How are you?
Not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually, it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing.
Was my mic on? Oh wow!
Now it is. How you living, pimp? How are you?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Sorry, say that again.
Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods?
I'm doing good. I was on Rumble and I was just going through a little bit of like the whole conspiracy side of things, and then I seen that your live was on there, and I'm like, okay, maybe I can ask you some questions, right? Get into some deep topics.
Sure. Ask me what you'd like. I don't know if I'll be able to answer it, but go for it.
So what exactly I was looking for? I was like, hey, who really runs the world? Like, I know there's a few names, but is there more names even above these families that we do not know?
Yeah, and that's my knowledge. It's a basic breakdown is Astor, Bundy, Carnegie, Collins, DuPont, Guggenheim, Lee. We have,
Morgans.
yeah, but they're kind of secondary. The Merovingian bloodline, We have the Reynolds, the Rockefellers, my family. We got the Russells. We've got the Warburgs, the Vanderbilts, and the House of Windsor. That's really who runs the world. And then from there,
So you said the Merovingian
Meryl, yeah, that's like basically your bloodlines of the kings and queens of Europe.
is still a Merovingian bloodline today, or no?
Yeah, definitely. So you could probably include Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands family in this, the Prince of Monaco, the King of Norway, basically the families that um, much from Queen Elizabeth, Queen Victoria.
That's very fascinating. Very fascinating knowing that there's still that bloodline even in this world today.
100%. And then from
So
there,
they meant to keep it. They meant to keep that bloodline going on even to like in our world after like even in today's world. They meant to keep that bloodline going on and strong, right?
yeah, I mean, families, their family to remain strong. Really, those 13 names are generally at the pinnacle. And then from there, we have the Council of 300. Those would be families like Bill Gates. Those families like the House of Saud. Those would be people like, actually, Bill Gates probably is maybe in the top 1,000, maybe not even top 300. We're looking at the House of Morgan. We're looking at the oh, probably the Oppenheimers, probably the Phillips family, the Pillsbury family, those types of families. So I mean, it's really the way is this: if you run a simulation of 1,000 times over of the 1,000 times in a row, the same thing will occur, and that is you have a small group of people who remain in power over a large group of people. That's just how humans work. At least we have on Earth limited land, limited um, resources. It's really about we are animals. So, okay,
The most dangerous animal the world has ever seen.
100%.
which is cancer.
Of 300, so is that only just 300 people that are in it?
Yeah, I mean, and their families.
Um, what else? So you said that you come from the Rockefeller bloodline.
No, Rothschild bloodline.
You come from the Rothschilds.
Correct.
Okay. Now, have you met Jacob Rothschild or no?
Well, he passed. It's a large family. So there are 3,000 of us in the United States alone, thousands of us in the world. So it's not like I'm going to estates in Europe. That's just not how my family is.
So there's only one Rothschild last name in this world. And there's no, like, if it's Rothschild, it's Rothschild. There's no other, like, because I'm Acosta, there's thousands of other family names with the last name Costa, right?
Okay.
But you as a Rothschild, that's it. Like, you are part of that bloodline. There's nobody outside of the Rothschild bloodline that has a Rothschild last name.
Oh, there certainly could be. I mean, there are situations where someone may have adopted the name and then gotten divorced.
Right. So you come from the Rothschilds.
I can trace my bloodline back to the Bible. I trace it to 17th century Germany. I mean, like, I know my grandmother's grandmother came to the United States from Germany. My family on both sides is Eastern European, from Ashkenazi roots, and we like basically all Ashkenazi people can trace our lineage to four people, four women in genetically, and so that's where my bloodline is.
Okay, are you a Zionist as well?
It's a complicated question. I support.
Well, what exactly is a Zionist?
Yeah, that's
Is
exactly.
what I want to know.
That's exactly right. Generally, people consider this to be someone who supports the state of Israel, and I can tell you
Okay.
that when Israel is doing good, I'm the biggest Zionist on it.
Right. Would you say Israel is doing good right now?
That is not something that I generally support.
Right. So you're very humanitarian.
100%. That isn't to say that
any human.
that isn't to say I don't support.
Human would agree with what's going on right now is not the best thing to be going on in the world.
100%. That doesn't mean that I don't support Israel, but I don't support everything that is going on.
No, because they've definitely taken that term Zionist and demonized it a lot.
Yeah, you're right. The term Zionist means the exact opposite of what it's supposed to.
Like they call the term Zionist like it's a violent gang type thing. Like a terrorist. Like when they say Zionist, it's almost like they're throwing them in like in a terrorist organization type shit. My stepfather, who I call father, he's not Jewish, but he's very big into Christianity and all that type of stuff. So I'm like, so what exactly is a Zionist? And he tells me, well, do you believe in the right to having land, like the land that is yours? I said, yeah. He's like, okay, well there you go, you're a Zionist, right? But they've thrown that term into such a negative way.
Yeah, I definitely used it as a negative. Because I assume that people used it that way.
Welcome, Zuh. How you living, pimp? What's up, dog? What's going on?
You hear that Aaron is getting added to the COD game? They're adding Aaron to the COD games in Las Vegas?
No, I didn't. That's pretty cool. We'll have to start practicing. So they're gonna have like Uno tables, like they have poker tables.
Yep.
Very cool. Did you?
I do feel like making a child game for is going. Yeah. No. Right.
Well, Las Vegas needs something to get more people there, so perhaps Uno tables will help with that.
What type of tables?
Uno, the game Uno.
Oh no way! They're gonna do Uno in Las Vegas. That's pretty exciting. It's something new.
They need something because Las Vegas is pretty empty.
I wonder why that is.
It's become too expensive for the common person.
Right. That that makes sense. Well, you're in the United States, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Which state?
California.
California, no. Have you been in California there your whole life?
Generally.
What year were you born?
What are with these questions? I was born in 1985. Where were you born? What year were you born? What's your birthday?
What time were you born?
Exactly. I was born at 3:01 in the afternoon.
Wait, what? 3:01 a.m.?
I feel like that's even a question than what I'm asking.
No, I'm saying that, like, generally these are pretty personal questions. What else do you want?
Damn, so you don't want something else.
No, I did.
I'm gonna guess he's a Sagittarius.
No, 3:01 afternoon, as I said.
3:01 or 3?
3:01.
I just got that. I'm not comfortable.
So what crypto?
Yeah, don't mind me if I'm asking like too many questions. That's just how I get to know people, which is who I am.
I understand. You're willing to ask these questions. Why don't you answer the same ones of yourself?
I was born in 1996. I'm from Toronto in the 70s. My mother was born in Mozambique and out after the war because they didn't want no more Portuguese people there. So from there, they went back to the Azores, the islands of Portugal, and then from there, they immigrated here to Canada.
Beautiful. How's Canada?
Wow, that's a loaded question.
Okay, I mean, I don't mean it to be a loaded question. Do you enjoy Canada? Is it nice?
Yeah, I mean, in a sense of like multiculturalism and experiencing different types of cultures and the types of people, like it's flooded with a lot of cultures, right?
Right. Toronto's
Which
the
is
most
very
Toronto's the most diverse city in the world, right?
Sorry, what was your question?
Toronto's the most diverse city in the world, right?
The most diversity, yes, but what I think an issue is when you have a certain ethnic group of people that are completely getting flooded in to Canada, and they don't even get taxed as much as we get taxed. Because I found out now a lot of these immigrants that are coming to Canada are actually getting paid more than Canadians with our tax dollars. So, a handful of them are getting paid $80,000 a year, and a free house and a free car. Right? Well, it's not necessarily free because the Canadians are paying for it, and I think that's a pretty big problem.
Who are these people?
Indians.
Oh, okay.
Right? And they're being flooded like hundreds of thousands a month, possibly.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a pretty big problem. Like, Canada is a very beautiful country, but seeing how our government is working, especially Mark Carney and Justin Trudeau, these people are globalists. They don't care about the Canadians. They don't care about Canada. They just want to come in here, do what told to do, most likely from the World Economic Forum, and Klaus Schwab is directing them like, yo, you're going to do this to Canada. And sadly, it's happening, right? Slowly, day by day. No, they want us all within our cities. They don't really want us all to be traveling from where I'm from, which is a city outside of Toronto, driving to Toronto, right? And there's a mall in Brampton where I live, where it's called Shoppers World. It's been there since the beginning, pretty much almost in Brampton. And they're bringing it all down and turning like in Toronto, you have all big designer brands like Gucci, Prada, Versace, all of that. What they're trying to do with this mall, which is down the road from me, is break it all down and turn it into like a huge designer complex. Like $1 million worth apartments and all that, just so we don't have to leave Brampton and go to Toronto for it. And then on top of that, they're building 15-minute cities
Right.
within us.
Right.
So everywhere we go, we're not going to have to drive on the highway to go to Toronto anymore. If we want to go get some designer and some high luxury stuff, it's now going to be here in Brampton. And on top of that, they're building a light railway train. So it's like a super fast train that they're building from the end of Mississauga to Brampton, which only takes 15 minutes. By car, it's like 25 minutes to get there. But you can take this train from the end of Mississauga to Brampton in 15 minutes. And where that mall is being built is where the end of that 15-minute train is, right? So their whole plan is to try to trap us within our own city so we don't have to drive anymore.
That's true.
It's pretty scary.
There are aspects of it that are scary. I'm in agreement with you on that.
And I remember driving to Toronto, there would be at least, I would say, 4 lanes going towards there and 4 lanes going back. They have now reduced the lanes to 2 lanes each now, heading towards Toronto off the Gardner. So that's it's nothing but nonstop traffic. So they're reducing our lanes as well.
Okay, have you ever thought of immigrating from Canada somewhere else?
I'd like to say Portugal, because that's where my family's from. But even looking over there, I feel like the western part of Europe are getting pretty much like blocked by the World Economic Forum as well. So at this point, I'm starting to think, hey, so where else can I go that's not WEF influence, right?
Right.
So that's a tough one. I still got to do some more research in that. But if all comes to worse, then Portugal, whatever. I'll live a simple life, have some espressos, and kick a ball around and go to the beach. Whatever, I'll take that.
Not too bad of a life.
No, it's a very simple life. It's very, as much as I like being in Canada here, as much as I know there's lots of opportunities, and I want the Lamborghini, I want the $2 million home, all of that, something to show for. As I get older, I'm looking at Portugal, and I'm just like, yeah, I'll be an old person in Portugal. I'll live a simple life because this is just too exhausting.
Very well. Can you get Portuguese citizenship?
Yes, I can because both my parents are from there.
That's
As well.
excellent. Well, then that should make it easier, right?
You know what? It's easier said than done because we have a consulate here in Toronto. I keep saying here in Toronto, like I'm from there, which is only like a 40-minute drive from where the city I'm actually is. There's a Portuguese consulate there if you want to go get your Portuguese citizenship. I've had people I've known gone to the consulate, and they were giving anybody who would want their citizenship a very, very hard time.
Why is that?
Almost like they don't want. I think it's almost because they don't want you to get your Portuguese citizenship.
Okay, why were they giving them a difficult time?
Maybe because they don't want people, even if you are Portuguese but born in Canada, I think they just don't want us to come over there. But there has been success stories because yes, it's still a consulate. Yes, you can still go get it, but the amount of barriers, there's barriers to get to that point. It's not like you can just go in and blah 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 get your citizenship. They make it very hard for you to get it.
Like, what do you have to do?
That one I'm not too sure exactly. It's a lot of paperwork. It's a lot of getting your grandparents' marriage certification. It's a lot of making sure that who you're gonna be with in Portugal as well. Proof of you have family in Portugal. Just paperwork, and you have to learn the language, depending on who you are. Because my cousin, she went to go fill it out, but both her parents were born here.
Okay.
Even though she does have Portuguese blood, but because her parents were born here, in order for her to obtain her citizenship, she needs to learn how to speak Portuguese. But because my parents come from Portugal, I don't have to learn how to speak Portuguese.
That's very interesting. And they make it really difficult. I mean, who's going to have access to their grandparents' marriage certificate?
You'd be lucky enough if you could. And I'm very blessed to have all of my grandparents alive here in Canada in a 15-minute range from me.
That makes it a lot easier. Right.
What's that?
That makes it a lot easier if they're alive.
Well, 100%. And I'm very grateful at the fact that I have my dad's parents alive still, and I have my mom's parents alive still.
Well, that's great, thankfully. So, can't you just go to them, or can't your cousin go to them and just be like, hey, I need your marriage certificate?
See, this is where it gets complicated, because now you're going to have to get, I don't know what my cousin's situation is. So pretty much, like, to break it down, my grandma I'm living with right now, for the sake of the argument, let's just say he had an affair with my mother. I don't know the legitimacy behind that, but he was a pimp. He was a G back in the day, so he did his thing as a man. And then another daughter, which is my mother's half sister. Now we don't even this. So my cousin does have no idea where her mom is, only where her dad is, and that's where it all gets tricky for her. So it's obviously a lot more harder for her than it is for me, because there's so many empty blocks that cannot be filled. But she's still trying.
Right, I see. Yeah, that does make it, unfortunately, more difficult.
Right. As opposed to me, I got my mom. I got my grandparents. I got my other grandparents. But her kind of family tree is very broken up. So her process to get that citizenship is is a lot more difficult than it would be for me.
Very interesting. Yeah. Well, fortunately for you, it's pretty clear cut, and maybe you wouldn't have as much difficulty at the consulate as she did, because you could just be like, hey, my grandparents immigrated from Portugal. I can bring them in if you need. I can give you their marriage certificates. I can bring my parents in.
The paperwork, their passports, their Portuguese citizenships, all of that. It's literally right there for me. So yeah, you're right.
And probably best to do that while they're still alive. I mean, I'm not saying they're going anywhere tomorrow, but eventually. So just get that stuff in order, and then get your Portuguese citizenship, move back whenever you have the opportunity, and then eventually perhaps have a place to retire.
100%. And I think Portugal is definitely the place to retire as well.
Definitely. It's basically one of the most sought after locations in the world.
Very much so, historically.
Right. I don't know much about Portuguese history. I mean, I know some. One thing that's fascinating to me, though, that I think a lot of people don't know, or maybe aren't as educated, is how much of a power, not just how much Portugal was, but specifically what kind of city the city of Lisbon was before. I believe it was a 18th century tsunami destroyed most of the city. Are you familiar with this?
No, not at all. This is very beautiful.
Yeah, so let's get our facts. I'm really big into AI, so we're gonna find out. It was caused by an earthquake. Can you please tell me everything about the Great Lisbon earthquake or tsunami? Something happened that destroyed the city. Can you please tell me about the Great Lisbon earthquake or tsunami that destroyed much of the city? Give it to me in bullet points. Yeah, so here it goes. The Great Lisbon earthquake of 1755 was one of the most catastrophic events in European history. So the base are it happened November 1st, 1755, 9:40 a.m. in Lisbon, Portugal. The earthquake was like an 8.5 to 9 point, which is huge. It lasted between 3 to 6 minutes. It was violent, collapsing most of Lisbon's own buildings, including churches, houses, and homes. It killed tens of thousands instantly, 40,000 to 60,000 total. And then there was a tsunami. It triggered undersea seismic activity. There were waves up to 20 meters, so that's 65 feet. 65 feet is like unreal. I mean, Portugal has some of the best surfing, some of the biggest waves in the world, but at 65 feet coming it reached Portugal, Spain, North Africa, and even as far as the Caribbean and Brazil. Lisbon Harbor, ships sucked out into the sea and crashed inland return. Then there were fires. So then collapsed candles and stone homes and churches. Fires raged for 5 days, destroying what survived the tsunami. The city center and royal palace completely gone. It shook Enlightenment thinking in Europe. He satirized the event in Candide, questioned the optimism and divine justice. There was a religious crisis. Many saw it as a punishment from God. Others questioned God's role. So then there was rebuilding of Lisbon by Prime Minister Marquis of Pombal. The quote attributed to him, bury the dead and feed the living. There was urban redesign, including architecture and modern grid layout. And the result was Lisbon became one of the first cities rebuilt with earthquake-resistant planning. The legacy that it was one of the deadliest and most studied earthquakes in history. It influenced seismology, disaster response, and urban planning. And it was a historical symbol of catastrophe, resilience, and philosophical debate. But so, with that being said, it's fascinating. But really, Lisbon was even bigger of a city than it was before this occurred. I mean, I think without it, it would be something like Rome or something like London. Not that it's not that, but it's maybe like a tier below that. But without this earthquake, I think it probably would have been even more powerful than it was. And I imagine it did not help Portuguese colonization efforts. But yeah, I think it's a fascinating story. So appreciate you letting me tell you more about it.
Oh, absolutely. Just even hearing that alone, it's completely shocking knowing something like that pretty much wiped out. So it didn't wipe out Portugal, but just Lisbon, or are we talking like Portugal as a whole?
Much of Portugal, and Portugal's not that big. So the coastal areas, but specifically Lisbon, it destroyed most of the architecture, most of the infrastructure, the entire navy.
Damn, like Lisbon, like it got destroyed. It literally got destroyed.
Yeah, let's find out more specifically, like how much of the city or how much of Portugal. We'll get those statistics. Yo, dog, can you please tell me that earthquake in 1755 in Portugal, what kind of damage did it do in bullet points? And give me the damage that happened just in Portugal and then just in Lisbon. Like in comparison of Lisbon, like did 50% of the city get destroyed? 2%? What was it? All right, so here we go. The damage in Portugal overall. Multiple cities were hit hard. Lisbon, Coimbra, Setúbal, Lagos, and others suffered serious destruction. Coastal devastation. Tsunami waves wiped out coastal villages, especially in southern Portugal and Algarve region. Fires spread beyond Lisbon and some towns. Infrastructure collapsed. Roads, bridges, and ports were severely damaged across the country. The estimated national death toll was around 60,000 people, and most deaths in Lisbon, but thousands elsewhere as well. The damage in Lisbon specifically, there was citywide destruction. Estimated 85% of all buildings in Lisbon were destroyed. So, like the whole city was basically flattened. The death toll between 30,000 and 50,000 people in Lisbon alone. Fire and earthquake, a triple disaster hit the city at once. The royal palace was completely destroyed. The library, 70,000 books and royal archives was gone. Many churches full of worshippers, because it was November 1st, it was All Saints' Day, so they collapsed during major source of casualties. the harbor damage. Ships were pulled out by the tsunami, then smashed against the city by return waves. The downtown, the Bayaha district, leveled entirely, and then the region took decades. The city was rebuilt building. So basically, Lisbon was 85% of all buildings were destroyed. 30 to 50,000 people were killed. There was a fire, tsunami, and earthquake. The rest of Portugal, about 10 to 30%, it varied by town, but was destroyed. And then another 10 to 20,000 people died there. And then there was a heavy tsunami damage, especially in the cities, especially in the coastal cities. So it basically would have been exactly. It would be like New York City, I mean, or London.
Oh man, if only that didn't happen, what it would look like today.
Exactly. I mean, it's already. I mean, I don't want to understate what it is. It is a major financial center. It's a major cultural center, but it's just like it would be like Tokyo and London and Shanghai and New York City. I mean, it would really be like one of these tier one cities of the world. I think. I mean, I'm not. It's easy to say with 2020 hindsight, and you can't necessarily predict the what if, but it was. I mean, people don't realize the power of the Portuguese Empire, and that basically everything in Western or Eastern South America spoke Portuguese, and the power of Portugal in the East Indies and like basically Oceania. I mean, there were like Australia, if I'm not mistaken, was actually discovered, or I should say, like aside from indigenous people, Aboriginal people, by the Portuguese. Like Perth, if I recall, was founded by Portuguese. And I mean, you had Ferdinand Magellan, who didn't who was his um, his exploration is credited with circumnavigating the world. He died in the Philippines, but he was Portuguese. Let me check these facts though, just a moment, because
I'm really appreciating this. This is very fun to me.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, so let's make sure we've got this straight. And then there's the Treaty of Diego. I always Spanish is not my like I'm weak in Spanish. English is my primary language. So, but it was like a decision by the Pope to say that Spain got everything on one side of the world and Portugal got everything on the other side of the world. Just a moment.
Right.
Yeah, what's that treaty between Spain and Portugal, where Portugal got one side of the world, and then isn't it something like Perth, Australia, or at least Western Australia, was first discovered by the Portuguese, and wasn't Ferdinand Magellan Portuguese? Okay, so the Treaty of Tordesillas. So that's a treaty between Spain and dividing up the New World. After Columbus, quote unquote, discovered the Americas in 1492, both Spain and Portugal wanted exclusive rights to explore and claim the lands. Who helped broker it? Pope Alexander VI. The Borgia Pope issued a papal bull first, then Spain and Portugal signed the actual treaty. How the world was divided. Line of demarcation set about 370 leagues west of the Cape Verde. Portugal got everything east, so that's Africa, Asia, Brazil. West of the line that's mostly Americas. This is why Brazil ended up speaking Portuguese, while the rest of South America speaks Spanish. Portuguese discovery of Australia. There's some historical evidence, not fully confirmed, that Portuguese sailors may have reached the coast of Australia, especially Western Australia, before the Dutch or British. Theory suggests they mapped parts of the coast in the early 1500s. The Dutch and James Cook are officially credited with charting it, but again, that who knows? It could have been the Portuguese. And then, yes, Ferdinand Magellan was Portuguese by birth. He sailed for Spain, though. But he was by birth. And the reason why was Portugal didn't back his plans, so he pitched the Spanish crown, King Charles I. His the first to circumnavigate Magellan himself died in the Philippines, but his crew finished the journey. The voyage helped prove the Earth was round and exposed flaws in the Tordesillas line because it didn't account for the full size of the Pacific. A bonus fact, the Treaty of Zaragoza in 1529 extended the Tordesillas line to the other side of the globe, the Pacific side, to divide Asian territories like the Spice Islands. So, like a little bit of history on this that I find fascinating are spices. So, basically, during the age of exploration, much of it was motivated by spices, specifically one spice in particular, which was nutmeg. And that nutmeg is only found in what on one island in the near the Philippines. And if you get your hands on this, it was not only seen as a um, a major spice to enhance the taste of food, but also, if you didn't know, nutmeg has hallucinogenic effects. So there's a theory that the people of Europe wanted it for its hallucinogenic effects as well. So the idea of Ferdinand's circumnavigation of the globe, one important part of it, as I recall, is that he one of the reasons why he did it, or why it was motivated, and we'll look this up, was because he took a not a normal route. He went across the Atlantic, then down through the Strait of Magellan, which would be later called that, near the Tierra de Fuera, like basically southern Argentina and Chile, and then made it across the Pacific into the Philippines and such to find this. The reason why was because they didn't want to have to pay a tax to the like Muslim majority countries that were forcing people to pay taxes. So let me get this. Let's dig into this a second. Dog, wasn't Ferdinand Magellan and other explorers of both Spain and Portugal, but particularly motivated to find spices, specifically nutmeg in the Spice Islands, and be able to avoid of Arab traders in the Muslim world? Please provide the answer in bullet points. All right. Yeah, you're absolutely right to bring up the avoiding the Arab and Muslim controlled trade route, major motivation for explorers like Magellan and Portuguese. Here's the breakdown in bullet points. So, avoiding the Muslim Arab middlemen. Arab and Ottoman traders controlled the Silk Road and spice trade routes over the land and through the Middle East. Goods like spice, silk, and gold from Asia had to go through Muslim territories where taxes, tolls, and markups made them super expensive. European powers, especially Portugal and Spain, wanted a direct sea route to Asia to cut out the middleman. So Portugal's plan. Portugal, under Prince Henry the Navigator, started sending ships around Africa to reach India and the East by sea. By 1498, Vasco da Gama made it to India around the Cape of Good Hope, bypassing Arab-controlled trade routes entirely. This gave Portugal a huge advantage in the spice trade and made Lisbon insanely wealthy. So Spain's plan. Spain went west instead of east because Portugal had already claimed the east via the Treaty of Tordesillas. They hoped to reach Asia by sailing west across the Atlantic. That's what Columbus and later Magellan were doing. Magellan's expedition eventually circumnavigated the globe, proving there was a way to reach Asia by sea without crossing the Muslim lands. Muslim and political rivalry. Europe at the time was in the Crusades mindset, Christian kingdoms versus Islamic empires. So beating Muslim powers economically by controlling trade was also seen as a religious one. So the results were Portugal dominated the Indian Ocean trade for decades. Spain colonized much of the Americas and tried to reach the east through the Pacific. Both kingdoms broke the Islamic monopoly on Asian goods. The shift weakened Muslim trade power and helped launch the European powers. Then just one moment. But what about nutmeg? Tell me about the importance of nutmeg in Europe and how definitely was seen as a motivating factor. I've seen some kind of statistics like one ship full of nutmeg was worth more than if it were filled with gold, something like that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely on point. Nutmeg was the real original crypto, man. It's insanely valuable, like a ship full more than gold valuable. Here's a real breakdown in bullet points. Nutmeg, the spice that launched empires. Why nutmeg was so valuable in Europe? It's highly prized, used for flavor, perfume, medicine, and believed to cure the plague. In 17th century Europe, nutmeg was a luxury product only the rich could afford. 1 pound of nutmeg in London could cost the equivalent of a working man's annual salary. A single shipload of nutmeg could return 5,000% profit. It literally is said a sack of nutmeg was worth more than its weight in gold. Where nutmeg came from. Nutmeg was native to just a small amount of islands, the Banda Islands and the Spice Islands, which is modern Indonesia. These islands were the only source of nutmeg for centuries. That's why controlling them was like having the world's only Bitcoin mining rig in 1600. So the European powers go to war for nutmeg. Portugal was the first to find the source and monopolize it, 1500s. The Dutch VOC India Company took over violently in the 1600s. They massacred or enslaved the Bandanese to control production. The British and fought wars over these islands. Fun historical fact, swap. In 1667, traded the island of Manhattan, yes, modern New York, to the British in exchange for Run Island, a tiny nutmeg producing island group. Why? Because at the time, Run Island's nutmeg trees were more valuable than all of Manhattan. Why it was a motivating factor. Nutmeg and clove, cinnamon, pepper was a major driver of European exploration in the East Indies. These spices were the fuel of the age of exploration. The gold was in the flavor. Explorers like Magellan, da Gama, the VOC fleets, that's the Dutch, sent with the goal of reaching and controlling spice markets, especially nutmeg. So there you go. Like nutmeg basically motivated all these people to get around the world. It's fascinating though, and Portugal has a key role in it, and I'm glad we could both learn something.
Absolutely, and you explaining all this and seeing how dark and brutal and violent the world really was before, and what you were explaining to me is some scary stuff.
Word, Mockingbird.
Just knowing that you're in this island that has nutmeg, and then here comes the Portuguese, here comes the Dutch, here comes this country, and you guys just terrorize the shit out of us.
Right. It would be like, I don't know, I guess you have maple leaves where you are, and then all of a sudden this random power came because they really wanted maple syrup and enslaved you over it.
What a dark place this world is.
Absolutely. I always find it interesting too that nutmeg doesn't grow in that many places. It was literally just these like few islands. And let me check this. I know I've read this before, and
what I want to know more is how did they know that nutmeg was there, right?
Sure. I think this is from Asian trade, but we'll find that out. How did the European powers originally know that nutmeg was in the Spice Islands? So ancient trade routes. Long before Europe sent ships east, Arab, Indian, and Chinese traders were already trading spices across the Indian Ocean. Spices like nutmeg and cloves reached Europe via overland Silk Road routes and Arab-controlled sea trade. But Europeans didn't know the source. They just knew the spices came from the east. So there were medieval hints and merchant tales. European merchants like the Venetians bought spices from Muslim traders in places like Cairo or Constantinople, but these traders kept the true source secret to protect their monopoly. Some educated Europeans speculated that the spices came from mysterious islands far east of India, but had no map or name for them yet. Then, during the Crusades, Contact with the Middle East increased demand for Eastern luxuries in like spices. Returning crusaders and traders spread stories of islands of spice far away. Europeans wanted to go directly to the source to skip Arab middlemen. So then there were Marco Polo's writings in the late 200s. Marco Polo traveled through Asia and wrote about a place called Java and nearby islands full of exotic spices. He described hot islands in Southeast Asia producing cloves and nutmeg. His book inspired future explorers like Columbus and da Gama. Then there were the Portuguese voyages in the 1400s and early 1500s. The Portuguese sent explorers east, slowly hugging the African coast, looking for India and spice sources. Vasco da Gama reached India in 1498. By the early 1500s, Portuguese ships reached the Spice Islands, that's Maluku Islands, and finally confirmed that nutmeg came from the Banda Islands and cloves from nearby Ternate and Tidor. They documented in maps, letters, and secret charts their discovery. Knowledge leaks and competition. Once Portugal made contact, the secret was out. Dutch, English, and Spanish spies and merchants learned from captured Portuguese maps or sailors. This triggered the spice wars of the 16th and 17th centuries. Does that answer your question?
Yep, perfect.
Excellent. One thing I want to look up. Yo, can you tell me, doesn't nutmeg have some kind of hallucinatory effect or psychoactive effect that could have also motivated people to want nutmeg?
Funny you say that. That was going to be the second question I was going to ask.
Excellent. Yo, dog, you're absolutely right. Nutmeg isn't just a spice, it's got a wild side. Let's break down the psychoactive properties of nutmeg and whether they could have played a role in its demand. Nutmeg is a psychoactive substance. Nutmeg contains myristicin. Myristicin is a natural compound found in nutmeg. It's chemically related to MDMA and mescaline. Yeah, party drugs. When taken in high doses, it can cause hallucinations, euphoria, disorientation, drowsiness or sedation, nausea, and paranoia, which aren't always fun. It takes a lot. The psychoactive dose is way higher than cooking use, like 5 to 20 grams of ground nutmeg. That's about 2 to 4 teaspoons, which is not recommended. The effects take 3 to 6 hours to kick in and can last up to 24 hours. But most of the side effects are nausea, dry mouth, dizziness, and nutmeg hangover. Historical use in mysticism and folk medicine. In some traditional medicine systems, nutmeg was believed to ward off evil spirits, act as an aphrodisiac, induce visions or altered states. Nutmeg was used in love potions, tonics, and as a sedative. Some 16th and 17th century Europeans may have valued it in medicinal or magic as a medical substance, not just a kitchen spice. Could it have increased demand? Probably, especially among elite European circles that dabbled in exotic remedies, herbalism, and alchemy. The main driver of nutmeg's value was still flavor, pre- preservative use, belief that it could prevent or cure the plague, and its scarcity. It's only found in the Banda Islands. So yeah, it's a hallucinogenic that could have helped motivate its demand in Europe.
It's making me want to give this a try.
Yeah, so let's check that out. Yo, dog, if I just go and buy like nutmeg at the store and eat it like 2 to 4 tablespoons, what will happen to me? Will I see like will I see stuff? Will I have visions? Or like break it down for me? All right, real talk. Of course, tablespoons of nutmeg is not a good time. People try it thinking it's going to be a cheap psychedelic trip, but it's mostly just a nasty, toxic experience. Here's the breakdown. What happens if you eat 4 tablespoons of nutmeg? You're taking a psychoactive dose. That much nutmeg contains a high dose of mystricin, the hallucinogenic compound. You may experience mild hallucinations or visual distortions, altered perception of time, feeling out of body or spaced out, weird dreamy or paranoid thoughts, sometimes auditory hallucinations. These effects take 3 to 6 hours to kick in and last up 24 to 48 hours. But the side effects are brutal. Almost everyone who tries it reports intense nausea, vomiting, dry mouth, dizziness, and stomach cramps, anxiety, paranoia, and feeling trapped in your own head, headaches, rapid heartbeat, and dehydration. Some people going crazy. Many up in the emergency room. No joke. It's technically a poison by doses. Nutmeg is not regulated like it is. It acts as a neurotoxin. It stresses your liver, kidneys, and nervous system. Deaths are rare, but serious happen, especially when mixed with other substances like alcohol or drugs. Is it a true hallucinogen? Kinda, but not in a good way. It's more of a dirty, disorienting delirium than a clean psychedelic like LSD. Most people report it as a cloudy, uncomfortable, and regretful, rather than magical or uh, eye-opening. Just one moment.
So you're better off
Can I
just doing
smoke it?
psilocybin.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Yo, you smoking nutmeg is also a bad idea. It sounds like it might work, spice, psychoactive compound, etc. But in reality, no high, just hurt. Here's the breakdown. Can you smoke nutmeg? It doesn't work. Smoking nutmeg doesn't deliver myristicin effectively. Myristicin needs to be metabolized through digestion and liver to have any psychoactive effect. So lighting up and inhaling it, you're just burning a spice. It won't get you high. What happens instead? You'll likely just inhale hot, harsh smoke, toxic plant oils, lung irritating particles. It can lead to coughing fits, throat and lung irritation, nausea, and headache. No pleasant effects, just a waste. Why people try? It sounds like a loophole, legal, natural, psychoactive. There's online rumors and bad Reddit threads that say it might work, but that's mostly from trolls or people confusing an oral dose with smoking. So, it,
Yeah, at that point, you can't just trust everything that you read on Reddit because it could be just some idiot saying like, "Yeah, this was the best time I've ever had," and then you turn into an absolute idiot smoke, right?
right. They could just be trolling someone in a forum.
But anyways, this was very well appreciated.
Absolutely.
I do
I stream my live.
really want to come back.
I stream my live 24 hours a day, so I'm always here. Feel free to drop by whenever you want.
Absolutely, man. This was a
Excellent. Take care. Pleasure to meet you.
pleasure to meet you as well. Good night.
You as well.
Minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging group of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International. It was essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers, and the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew. although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often appeared in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payas. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like communist Jews of that era, had sent his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he's holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that was accepted to the, so there's kind of like an overlaying here of betrayal theme that goes back really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those that are dominated by Russian cities like Smile and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will put the entire region to a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
WMS or click the link in our show notes. Give that giant head of yours the gift of being a head wheel. Do you think it exists in Austin? Yeah. So what is it like when people paint a car and they have those machines? It's your body and your penis. Yeah.
It kind of feels good. Like it's.
Casey, would you go with him?
I would go with him just to be like, hey, I'm back here. Like, if you want me. Yeah, did you get one too? Oh, I should get one. Just for support. I'm right back here. Can you
Do you guys have like a Patreon goal or something?
100 grand a day? Yeah, the goal is 100,000 a day.
Okay, that's a lot. But like,
Well, that's from Grant. That's coming from the top. Grant is the one running this whole fucking thing.
A smaller goal, but if you get to that goal, William will get a spray tan.
And if they get to a higher goal, then Casey will also.
Yes.
I like that. Set that goal.
Let's set it right now. Yeah, what's the goal then? I think we're at, how many do we have right now, Grant? I guess Grant would know. Yeah, since you refuse to look at it. How many members?
Yeah, where are we at and what do we need?
105 or something.
You got 159 total. If they get to 169, is nice.
Yes.
Then they'll get spray tan.
Yeah, if we can get
200 cases.
200 Casey's
I'm
ass.
not even part of this podcast, but I'm excited.
Okay, 169, I get one. 200, Casey getting one. Yeah, I'm gonna get one. That's a good goal. That's a lofty goal, but I think we can pull this thing off. Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, once we figure out who's infiltrating the different ranks, we're gonna figure out what is going on there. But once we do, by 169, metadata shows that the FBI's on Jeffrey Epstein's house. Yeah, the whole thing is pretty clear. It's part of the deal.
I didn't know that. Pictures and shit.
Yes. Yeah, right there.
So that when they spray, then they just use like that. Do you have some like subscribers that would skin you and wear your skin? Do you think? Yeah.
But like in the sweetest way.
Yeah, maybe they're sweet kind of way.
If they get to 5,000 subscribers, you can wear William's skin.
Yeah, maybe Anthony Whiplash Mortensen. Yes, maybe. Yes, 1,000%. Whiplash, man.
I know.
Yeah, if we get to 2,000, then you get to wear my skin for a day only, then we're reattaching it at the hospital the next morning. So you get a day. Oh my gosh, look at that. And a t-shirt. Skin shirt. This was part of Grant. We talked about how Grant's a big business guy. He actually was on Take, I think, or they were getting on it. That this is their company idea. I'm doing the t-shirts a little bit more skin. Davis. Yeah, so you can look at yourself in the mirror and it looks like your Papa's body or something. Yeah, it looks like the body of a loved one. So you just upload a picture and they mail it to you in 6 to 8 months. Yes.
If you could wear anyone's skin,
Mr. Tyler. Mr. Tyler. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. That's a spice. Talk about spicy, juicy things. We can't talk about Mr. Tyler. Unfortunately, happens to be really high up on the list. Oh, Mr. Tyler. I can't even know there he is. Let's just say that's Let's just say that's Mr. Tyler, the man I was talking about.
that's the skin thing you wear.
Yeah, I would do anything to get in that moist ass skin. And I don't know, maybe like Michelangelo or Raphael, one of the Ninja Turtles, because I think it'd be fun having like a 4-pack or whatever they had in their whole body, but I always thought they looked kind of strong. Yeah, I think it stands on your legs still. That's smart. It'd be bad to travel around on your tummy all day. Get arms and legs. Oh, I made a mistake.
What? Oh, whose skin would I wear?
And does this mean you can kind of act like you're actually them and people think you're them, or it's pretty obvious it's somebody else's skin?
Yeah, I could like put Megan Fox's skin on and look like Megan Fox. I would do that, but if it would look like me wearing Megan Fox's skin, that would be no.
Well, you don't want to do anything with Megan Fox. By the way, you have much better thumbs than Megan Fox. I can't get over Megan Fox's thumbs. Those are disgusting.
What's wrong with
Yeah, you don't wanna wear Megan Fox. I swear, your thumbs are far better than Megan Fox's.
There's no way her
Call
thumb.
her thumbs, Gigi. Yeah, please, Gigi.
I have fat like sausage fingers.
But you don't have those thumbs.
No, nothing like these thumbs. Yeah, you're about
What
to.
are they like crooked? Are they too long?
Tell us about our places. Yeah.
I remember TMZ like being weird about her toe.
What happened to her? You see it now?
Oh, it's like she has a very short bed.
It looks like my middle toe. It doesn't have my long toe.
It does look like your toe. Okay, here's the thing. The only reason that they're like zooming in on it like that is that because that's like the only thing they can find wrong with her. You know? The internet calls me ugly all the time and they don't have to go as far as my thumb. They're just like, what's wrong with her face? I'd rather people be like, what's wrong with her thumb? I would rather people like have to search for like and be like, what's wrong with her thumb? I'd be so flattered if someone was like, what the fuck is wrong with her thumb? And I was like, yeah, am I wrong with you? But no, people are in my comments like, she looks like Andy Serkis. You know who that is? Do you know who that is? It's Smeagol. He's also in the.
Wait, what do you mean? The actor?
The actor?
Okay.
He's not, yeah, he does look like he could be like my dad.
He cleans up good.
Yeah. He's also the boss.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is, you really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out that East Central Europe was dominated by 3 large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II. And then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Slovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army at the end of World War I, and west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Rus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of one who are unhappy with these peace treaties and they want to revise them. Let's focus a bit more on Russia itself. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make this simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions dated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing and when they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd was a Russian because they felt that sounded too suffix, meaning city. So the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonet first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire, you have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them, and they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen food. Riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They will be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist. Right? The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that they wanted to establish a form of democracy, wanted to do it right, wanted to have massive elections all over the empire, and they were going to have a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. You can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all this was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarich Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You know, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of white Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The white Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted a monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not enough, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word International referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him, tables on the top as the who's here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting here, if I zoom in here, you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew, with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic. But in case we missed it, also got this. He's also got four locks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is these 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of betrayal theme that goes back really, really old anti-Semitic. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, Hold on, how would you ever park? Dude, you just have to park in a place where you can just pull up through. Yeah.
Or if there's like a kind of on an incline, and you can just put it neutral and it reverses by just kind of falling down the
By
hill.
osmosis.
But I falling down the hill, yeah.
You gotta be careful, and that would happen at the Star Trek after he died. And into sugar.
That's how he died. This is part of it.
Wonderful actor. Went back and killed Anton. Very sad. My car didn't have a window for like 6 months, almost 2 years ago.
Trash bag window.
And it was the driver's side, so when I would park, I would put 2 trash bags and then a towel. A nice wet towel over it. And I would get a wet towel. It was wet because it would rain on it all the time. I keep washing the towel every night. It's just a stink towel that I keep with me. Yeah, it's no car's don't. It smelled like shit. And it was a long time. And I just didn't have like $200 or whatever to fix it. So this is like a year ago. And then what? Finally one day, got it. How did it feel? I paid a comedian named Cody Meyer. Shout out to Cody to fix it for me. Sounds pretty nice.
On my car where the window wasn't missing, but I think it like fell off the track or something. It just kind of fell down into the door.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Mine fell into the door and I couldn't.
Yeah.
I was having a really bad day. And I parked and I remember thinking, the last thought in my mind was, God, I'm having a really bad day. I'm really sad. And then I closed the door and the window went, it just went down into the door. What? I was just down there. Oh, okay, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Real sad.
When you're having those days and something like that happens, you're like, might as well.
I know,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, that too. Fine.
Make me that mad as I get makes sense.
Yeah.
That's faster. Yeah, it happened to my window one time when I was driving in Wyoming and hit a giant log in the middle of the night in some dark road in the back roads of Wyoming. And I thought it was a body. And I was just wasted with these 2 other people in the car. And it was, whatever I hit, it made an indentation in the car. So there's a lump in the back seat. If you're sitting in the back seat, your legs were up. That's how hard I hit something. I thought it was a fucking body. It like bruised the upper nose. Yeah, like popped it up after it hit the front wheels or something. It popped it up. Eventually hit to the back. I don't even know. I thought it was killing somebody. How do you know? I was at the grocery store.
She's not checking some serious observations.
Do you realize how difficult it would be to raise a 14-year-old Chinese boy in a French game? Speak Mandarin. I don't know what you are. You're not adopting any Chinese. Boy, that's a relief. Ever since. That was exciting. I was like, yeah, fucking hit me till now. Fucking back in Florida, straight to the suburbs. This is what I wanted when I left Mississippi. Yes. Straight out. Before you tear my head off with your responsibility speech, I just want to let you know that Meg and I did everything the responsible thing to do. They don't have to know all that. But I hear you when you're right.
She sees what's going on and you're like,
My mother always
I do wish people would use more guns for more silly things and not
We're inventor. The waste to energy plant is genius. It literally turns waste into electricity. So what is its principle? First, we dump the garbage into the garbage station. Technicians here use a crane to move the waste into the hopper. The waste is then sped into the combustion chamber. To ensure that the garbage can be quickly burned. Teleportation net at the bottom to keep the gases produced by combustion enter the coil of water pipes. The gas will enter the reactor through pipes. The chemical components inside will purify the smoke and send it to the bag filter to filter the smoke. The waste generated will be sent to landfill. At the same time, the waste generated by the combustion will also be transferred out via conveyor belts. After processing, it is used in road construction. The energy generated by moving garbage will be recovered through pipelines. The high-pressure steam generated electricity. The electricity generated is sent to the public power grid. The remaining heat is sent through pipes to the residents of Arizona.
Jungle Book. What was his name? Bullet.
Chickens are crazy.
They don't have to be.
And have you submit? Have you
It's nature versus nurture.
ate chickens before?
I've met many chickens. I've met many chickens. First of all, animals love me because I have a pure soul.
Gator loves it. I can confirm with her sweet little Gator. She was barking up a storm in Tulsa. She saw Casey, her eyes lit up, and she ran right to her.
Hello. Somebody made a kiss. Yeah. Animals love me.
Animals love me too, but a homeless man looked in my eyes and told me that he saw the devil in my eyes. The animals love me.
When was that?
This was years ago.
Was that when he was
San
doing tarot?
Francisco. It was in San Francisco.
What did you say? The name of Texas?
And I was like, wow. I also got the devil card in there. I'm fucking with the devil card.
I used to, when I worked at the grocery store, every time the total would turn to 666, I would save the receipt because there's like these paper receipts that would do out there, put it underneath like the score bars or whatever candy bars were right here.
It was funny. You told me this the last time you did.
Oh, did I? And I don't think Katie ever heard it. Yeah, oh my gosh. That's something but yes, I would save all those, and I always thought somebody found all of those whenever I quit. They finally did up the candy bar box and found all the 666. It was tons of them. I would save every single one.
But you would hide them under different candy bars in the same way.
Same one. So they found a little stat, a little pile under there with the devil's number, but it scares me. Sometimes I start seeing it everywhere, and I'm like, oh, this is a sign.
I have a question. Have your beard not just do this all the time?
He does.
Because
Well, we got right this second.
I feel like I just
kind of have this in my hand.
He does.
Well, I got better when it was trimmed. I got better because it got to a point where it was good. Did you ever notice I just Would you notice me doing it? Did it bother you or anything?
No, it didn't bother me.
Yeah, not that I think it would bother.
No, I mean, I do stuff like that. I don't know.
Oh, I love it. It feels good in my
You
feet.
play with it a little bit, but it's not. I'm not sitting there going, man, this motherfucker. I hate when this fucker does that.
Yeah, for sure.
It's okay.
Yeah, no, I love it. It feels good in my fingers. Casey, you're letting yours out a little bit.
Want my hair?
It seems like it a little, your facial hair.
Well, I taste a little mustache right now. Gigi, don't zoom in. They get the picture. But I'm not letting the beard go. I'm just doing a mustache right now. Because I'm going to Canada on Wednesday, and mustaches are really big there.
Yes. That's wonderful.
Yeah, they're in season right now until September 16th.
Yeah, school days, back to school days.
But it's kind of splotchy. It look like shit.
It's good. How many days is that? Do you trim it? Do you trim the mustache or just
Grab, pull me back up.
Yeah,
I trim it a little bit. I just wanted to show you guys something really quickly when he pulls me back. That was it. Yeah, I got yeah, I just try. I plug at it compulsively.
yeah, it's fun. It feels good in your fingers or something.
I don't know what it is.
I want it all to be gone. Yeah, I gotta do that with my ear hair. Do y'all get ear hair?
Not like long hair like you see or anything. Everyone has hair in their ears. It's supposed to be.
Yeah, mine's getting like weird. Mine's getting like my pubes.
It's coming out of your ears.
I swear.
We gotta get one of those like trimmers.
Well, I did it one time in my nose, and it hurt me so bad. It legitimately was the worst pain I've ever felt. So now I'm worried about the machines and little orifices on my face. I don't know if it was supposed to pinch me so bad, but it felt like it pinched me so bad. Maybe that was it pulling out hair or something, but it made me want to die. Like it made me feel like I was about to sneeze for like an hour, and it hurt my face, and it just was so horribly uncomfortable, the whole process. I know.
Is that a big deal?
Yeah. Like germs and stuff.
God don't make no joke.
I know.
You know that. I know, it's perfect. It keeps it from the germs coming up your nose. Look at that guy's ear here. But that makes you feel a little bit better, don't it? Because yours not nearly as long as that.
Yeah, just read it. It's fine.
For Brady. What were the circumstances that led to that man taking that picture? I wonder what happened in his life to where he suddenly found himself taking that ear hair picture. I don't know. In my fantasy world, it's like Guinness Book of World Records, and he's really excited. And it's towards the end of his life, and he's finally accomplished what he set out to do from a young age.
That doesn't seem like a Guinness level of. I bet someone else way more here.
Oh, I don't know. This is from Guinness. Come on.
I bet you
Gabriel. Well, thank you. First off, I appreciate you saying that. And, well, I just might stop trimming it. It's the longest year here. Yeah. It's nice thing. Yeah, can we use Q-tips? Well, he looks better, I think, in that second one. Natural.
This feels like it's hair growing on the outside of the ear, rather than like from the deeper ear hole.
interesting.
Bosley hair solution. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be funny if it was a Bosley commercial. Your ear. I was tired of hearing. Yeah, it looks like little elf man or something with that hair on top of his ears growing. That's a fun look. How bizarre. How bizarre. How bizarre. Do you remember that song? Yeah, that's a class. How bizarre. How bizarre.
Is that the same song?
Uh-huh. How bizarre. How bizarre.
Is there always this much singing on your podcast? I feel like we've gone through like 4 songs. Okay.
Yeah, we're transitioning a little into. I mean, but Casey's ability to dance like that, we have to. We never had a choice. Never any choice.
What's the song you hear in your head?
I'm coming I'm alright.
I hear that song at like
When we
20
sing
days.
it.
Yes.
I love that one. Pop like and drop it. That's what I think. Sometimes when I try to dance, that's what I'm thinking in my head. Yeah, pop like and drop because that helps you snap better.
I hear Shakira.
Oh, I caramba.
Te Beso Te Anuncio. That's a good one. It starts out like a salsa. It's like sexy.
Oh no, yeah, I don't. What was her? She had a couple bangers though, didn't she?
Or that one I think talking about his still alive.
Still alive.
La Cultura.
La Cultura.
Which means the torture. I think.
Those eyes.
Oh yeah.
We got to listen. Well, I'm talking about don't get bored in car rides with Beyonce. That'll help with drive. We did Destiny's Child for 8 hours, 2 hours. That'll help.
Did a full Destiny's Child drive?
Yeah, and then we did every version of Hallelujah.
Oh yeah, that wasn't every version of Hallelujah.
Why is that song so hot?
It's so good.
It's always been nice.
It's just sexy song. It's a sexy song,
Yeah.
right?
Jill, it's kind of sad if you listen to the lyrics.
But also,
I'm kidding. I don't know what the lyrics are.
I just remember something about tied to a kitchen chair
Cut his hair.
and cut his hair, yeah.
And Hallelujah.
And from the lips she drew a holly. Yep.
I wonder, is it a happy or sad song, Greg?
Sexy song.
Yep.
Oh, just
I don't know what set you up being tied to a kitchen chair and forced in.
what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean you don't know sexy about that? What are you talking about?
Eric has a hair drip. Do you do that? Do you tie really into a kitchen chair?
Yeah, because he hates hair.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ask you that. it's like this fucking high up and up, you know, like, yes, birds, my ass, I just sit there sweating and sweating off of my body. It's just this. It's maybe one of those.
It's a little mini Snickers.
It's a little mini Snickers. It's a tiny alligator in his bedroom. Doing 6 little mini races. They get the little CC scuffs. You binge eat them, so she gets you all potful. You and 12 little fucking werewolves of what's his name? Guilty as charged.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
Idiots.
I don't know who Andy Ann's is, but I'll eat it. I'll eat it all day, every day.
Do you get plain, pepperoni?
It depends on my mood. I'll get plain. I'll get a cinnamon sugar. Sometimes I'll go a little wild and I'll get the like sour cream onion, like kind of one.
Yikes.
It's good.
So what's that also a potato chip?
No, it's a regular pretzel, but they dip it in like a powder.
Seasoning powder.
God, that's making me a little hot. You guys are all
Do you guys have?
What's happening? You're worrying about the wrong stuff.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. Air
Pretzels are.
Yes.
Yeah, you ordered some over the weekend.
Do you guys have hands over here?
In the mall.
How far?
Oh my gosh, we go to the mall after this.
He's for some pretzels.
We get Pokerheads in the Pokemon store. I haven't been playing it recently, but now I would be able to recognize some of them. I can find the ones I was playing with.
I don't gotta do it until like
Erica, Squirtle got plenty of time. That's exactly how it would go down. Erica, look, it's what Have you still been playing your gambling thing at all, or not as much, really? I phased out. I'm going to play it on the plane. I have a long-ass flight tomorrow, so I'll do it. Yeah, where are you going? You can't. Edmonton. Cool. Yeah. Where's that? Is that like more in the middle if you're looking? I have no clue. I've not looked it up. Yeah, I don't know. No clue. But it's a long flight. It's like 7 hours or something. So. Really? Yeah, it'd be a long thing. Oh my gosh.
I have a flight tomorrow.
Where to? That's okay. Tell her. You can stay a little longer. She's thinking about movies. No, one kid.
I mean, they'll like convince me for like 10 minutes, and then I'll be like, but I'll come out here for like a little bit.
Yeah.
Because these 4 days have been very fun.
Which is great. Yeah, since it's like the mothership, done a bunch. Love it. Love it. Love it.
How are patrons?
Grant, any questions? Any final remarks?
What do they want?
I do every time. Look at those fucking hot
You
dogs.
guys will ask, see what they're saying.
Great, but tell us some good ones.
Get your ears waxed.
Waxed? Oh, yeah.
That would probably really hurt. Yeah, that would hurt so bad.
I feel good.
But almost
You might get used to it.
like a tattoo.
Yeah, I kind of like it when they wax my eyebrows. It's kind of like, yeah.
Let's actually take the drum out. The eardrum.
Can't be
Could you imagine? Yeah, I can't even think about that. And it's just a tiny little thing. It's just a little drum the size of a bean or a string. Instead of the ear, it's just a tiny little needle.
So,
Yeah, it's hilarious. I'm so sorry.
can you take it?
Yeah, I'm literally doing the William podcast. I'm doing the podcast. You interrupted.
Anything else, Grant?
looks like the Amish make the best soft pretzels.
We saw the Amish.
We did in Tulsa. There was a pretty big Amish community.
Do the Amish sell things? Like, will they sell you a pretzel, or is that against their Amish?
I don't know. I think they sell rickety ass boards to fucking suckers. Is what they generally do.
I'm kidding, punks and posers.
Yeah.
Well, you could trade them like a fucking stick or something for a pretzel or a board. They can trade boards.
And you got a wood, yeah, even a stick if it looks like a gun or something. If it's like a cool looking stick, you can trade that to Amish people.
They're happy with
They did have sweet little haircuts. All the funny little haircuts. That's the price you pay, I guess. For being Amish, breaking Amish.
I know William kept saying, I hope they don't break.
That was a good
Because they're not
job.
going to know what to do.
There's a whole world out there.
Yeah, they're going to have no idea what to do when they break Amish, if they break Amish, if they get the nerve up. But people are scared. Rightfully so. Yeah, understandably so. I'd be scared.
They gotta bring that show back. Or have like the Amish Gone Wild.
Damn. Yeah, just the freak with that Caribbean music playing and it showing like women inside of a barn. Yeah.
Yeah, Steel Drums.
Yeah, I
Why
like
is
that.
that the only songs I know that are Steel Drums are like the Little Mermaid song and the Girls.
It's wonderful. It makes it a tropical feel. I love a good steel drum.
From the Big Island. And it makes you think about islands and bear titties. Love a good steel drum.
Put the spray tan again. Okay, so if we can get 100.
What's our numbers? 169.
169, I'm getting a spray tan 200. Casey's getting a spray tan 15,000, or what was it? There's another level that sounded a little scary.
5,000.
To wear the skin.
To wear the skin.
Yes.
So we're good ways away from that, thankfully.
Yes. Yes.
Should have a couple more months with the skin on.
So we'll see. Well, thank everybody.
And tan.
And super tan. Can't wait. Okay.
My back here, I'll come back to report.
We can show off our spray tans to you because maybe we'll start really liking spray tan.
Yeah, we're gonna get
Yeah, you make them get addicted.
It makes you look like you're like, I look so good.
If you can't, they always say if you can't tone it, tan it.
Damn. That's what I've always said.
And when I had spray tan, I was like turning myself on. I was like looking in the mirror and I was like, damn, girl.
Skinnier, your eyes and teeth are whiter.
Yeah.
So that's like a godsend, but we'll look into it.
Yeah, I want to get it on my teeth.
Yeah, this one.
Dark brown teeth. George Washington style.
Okay, well, Matt Foster.
Probably not the mole.
We'll figure out who you are. Rachel McDonald, Sandy Shady Shinokaya from the Big Island, Zabrak, Shiva, Snow Roach, Gaming Crew,
Dwayne the Freak,
Vanderweed, Vicious McFisty,
White Magic William, and Casey.
The Gats, William Garrett, William Montgomery, Union Army General, very cool, and Anthony Whiplash Markinson.
Does that say banana fat?
That's the skin man.
Part of Sean King, Ashley Belfield, it's going too fast, Passion. Big things for the Spanky, Big Rick at 45 Marks of Goose Reach, Corbin, Jersey, Daniel Hunter, Dan John Box,
Dankva, Destiny Ford, Dova King, Dr. P. Doobie,
the doctors in the house, Eli Slugworth,
Selectman,
Gary Gay Boobs, I love Big Max, Jake Dizzy, Jenny J, John Rubio, Joe times 2, Josh, Justin Threckle, the doctor, son, Captain Chaos, let's on Facebook, Kyle Heath, Larry, Matt Foster.
Oh, these names are repeating.
And probably not the one. We will figure out who you are. That was kind of fun, though, that whoever did that as their name, because maybe it's trying to get the pressure off the real person, but the real thing is now.
They're trying to trick us and be like, me? Why would I do something like that? Wouldn't that be crazy? When we know it's fucking you. We know that it'll be
You dumbass. I mean, dumbass.
It's not funny to be dumb. Big thank yous for my spankies.
Alrighty. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole, so much for being here. Where can people find you?
At Nicole Buchanan on everything. BECANN.
Cool. Nicole sounds good. Yeah, Nicole
was hilarious. We're very sweet. Well, thank you. All right, well, that's our time. Thank you. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to WilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. And make sure to leave William a voicemail at 737-471-4098. Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. Make sure to show your support for the show and join our scrappy crew of child soldiers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries. Patreon.com/The William Montgomery Show. Check out William online at William.f.Montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at Patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show is recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery and Record ATX. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh! Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chen Orchestra. The William Montgomery Show dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is. The big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Ready to rock and roll. And Casey, what was in the peanut butter sandwich? What was in that? The burning question everybody's wondering right now, this time of year, Milan Fashion Week. I had a peanut butter sandwich when I walked in here at BBC.
Creamy peanut butter.
Creamy peanut butter. I take bite one, not even bite three. It's not mid sandwich. Bite one. Something real crunchy in there. Yeah, strange. I feel like a little piece of rock in my sandwich. Yeah. I feel like I've eaten the same sandwich from Little Rascals.
That is a sandwich.
Yeah, sandwich. Yeah. It had a little rock in it. That's weird. Wow.
Casey Rocket.
You spit it out. Thankfully, I didn't swallow it. And for anybody wondering, you did say the Mulan Fashion Week. That's like a fashion week. Correct, Mulan, not Milan. Yeah, just for Asians. Yes, for Asian people. I like that Disney movie. It's there. Mulan Fashion Week. Catbird always gets mad at me because I say theater. I guess I'm saying it wrong. How do you say it? Theater. Theater. No, it's like you're putting the R in the word. I don't know. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Okay, we don't have to. And hold on, excuse me, I was wrong because I don't think there's an R in theater. Is there? How do you spell T-H-E-A?
Theater.
Grant, something's going horribly wrong. How do you say it, Grant? Am I saying it right? I feel like I'm saying it right. Like just cast just a little bit.
You're like separating it or something.
Theater.
I don't know, maybe you're THing too on it.
I've got Unabomber in this motherfucker. Oh. I'm gonna check out my rage in ways that are bad for society. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's probably a rush, being mad at somebody and knowing you have the power when you're sending out, when you're putting the stamp on the piece of mail that has the bomb in it. That probably feels like you got a lot of power. When you know some idiot's about to open up this bomb package.
Just bomb packing this.
Literally like the bow. Put the stamp on it. Yes. My hands.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. The Russian Empire, which was made up all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we had that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. the city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I. No sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough boats, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong time, especially in comparison to the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, some of the anarchists, and so on. But we'll get to that. Over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the socialist international. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal. And there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thanks very much for watching.
And I guess he had shit in one of the urinals and then put paper towels on top of it to hide it. And I see that, and then I start smelling the feces, so I literally make a vomit noise and like run out. And then I tell the poor people working up at the front, I'm like, yo, probably want to go to the bathroom. Some guy almost got shit in the urinal. And I was like, how did he even get back there?
Yeah. Like, he probably asked to use the restroom.
Yeah, so okay, fair enough. And then I went to the table. Yeah. But even with the Euro, that's his most diabolical scheme. It was horrible. But again, he was sweet enough to put 2 paper towels on top of it, so I didn't see the extent of the nastiness inside of here. Sorry. Sorry. It was horrible.
Yeah.
That's so great. That's why I've said it before on that podcast, but I shit. We all shit in here when I was in 13. It's like 1,000 people in there. Take all of it. So I've done that before.
Cleans it.
Well, one person pooped in the urinal and they just quick few versions. So I pooped in it. I saw there was a boost in the toilet. Two, ends up dozens of people pooped in this one urinal and then sticks them out. And then I guess they tried to clean up with the shovel.
Oh,
yeah.
So at least it was the same one.
Yeah, I know. We didn't spread it out. Like, I think it's better to have 30 poops in one
Yeah.
than 5 and 6.
I agree.
1,000%.
And 5 agree. Yeah.
5 and 6. That was quite bad.
Yeah.
Dude, and that was fun and nasty. And the other people that were taking shit on top of all of y'all's shit.
Put on some poop.
Well, you don't want to be the last. No, you don't want to be the last. That's all I can say. You didn't think, it didn't even cross your mind to poop on top of it. It didn't. I was getting out of there. I know that would have been fun.
Well, maybe if he wasn't still in the bathroom.
If he wasn't still in there, I would have been able to do it, but I was nervous. I get gun shy.
I get that.
Scooch over, man. I'm up.
I'm up.
I'm up. I can't go anywhere looking. And I said something. We talked for a second. I can't remember what we said. I think I was just like, hey, how's it going? He was like, good. And that was it. I think it was a very brief interaction. But it totally looked like a thing, right? Yes, 1,000% he smelled like it, but I couldn't tell if that was literally from the feces in the urinal or his body, or I think it was a combo of both. Sure, I wouldn't put it past him. I think it was a combo. So, if you go to Perry's, just be careful. But we do highly. Have you ever gotten that? Do you like pork chops, Casey? Oh, I love pork chops. Have you ever been there on a Friday? You're gone on Fridays, though. You're not really here. Well, that's a new revelation. I had my whole life to be there on Fridays, but now I am typically gone on Friday. Well, whenever you're back down, you should go. We should go for both your own Friday.
It's like that.
I would like that. That's what it looks like?
Oh, yeah.
That's what it looks like. Oh, it looks really good. It's insane.
With the applesauce.
And that's only the lunch portion. They have a dinner portion too for like $60, but the lunch portion is so giant. I can't even imagine what a regular portion is. Did you all split it?
Please have leftovers.
Applesauce. Then they give you a little side of applesauce. It is. It's wonderful. So let it slide with the just to take it with
It was at least after.
Yes, that's good. You gotta be aware. That's good. You gotta be aware.
His meal was tough.
Have you ever dealt with anything like that for you? Oh, I know we caught you for they're shitting in the urinal. Inspired your chest. Great, how are you today? We haven't really spoken to you. How are you? I'm doing well. Everything okay? Yeah. Very first day of school, so now I'm not Did you serve for breakfast or John eat supper? What do they do for breakfast? They generally just kind of feed themselves. They had some cereal. They've learned to fight for themselves. They grew up in a place where there's no real familiar. No, you always see those people who like eat breakfast around the table. We don't do that.
So what do they eat? What can I see? Lucky Charms. Maybe a little bit of Fruity Peps. Last night. Really? You know it.
Pretty cups?
I got my own apartment now, but I'm very Fruity Peps.
I love some Fruity Peps.
Sturdy movies.
Have nightmares of them. Scary movies?
Scary movie.
Every time.
Yeah, there's a certain, yeah, some of them that's a good vibes. Oh my gosh, Casey, I was in the apartment. I was bending over to pick up Gator.
He had a strange job.
So my head is like, I'm looking at between my legs from like I'm bending all the way over so I can almost see behind me through my legs. And I saw somebody. Standing right there. I swear, no, it's not good. I swear, and I was laughing to myself a little, and I didn't think too much of it because it would have scared me if I thought about it too much. It would have scared me to death. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just my vision weird because I'm like, maybe I'm sitting down for too long and I get up and over, and maybe it was some weird vision thing. Spooked my ass. It was like some shadow thing right behind me. No, I swear to God.
You say hello?
I tried to do like I didn't see it. I went up slowly and just looked for it, and it was behind me.
Was I there? No.
You were like the man where he was out.
I wonder what you're talking about. Who is it? Hello? And he gets mad.
Yes.
So they can have all the benefits of industry that we
Don't you agree, Erica?
I've never had one ever.
See, that's the issue. It's like, yeah, I never had one.
I'm into it.
Just that residual marketing research. Yes, even saying stuff like that.
It's your spirit.
This is what I just please, thank you. That is freaky as hell, but you know, sometimes all it takes is one good thing to look which would make sense because normally I'm not looking upside down through my legs. Seriously. The upside down, when is that happening again? Do you watch that, Casey? Do you watch Stranger Things?
Stranger Kids?
I want to see some of these kids be strange. I don't,
What's with the
I watched the first maybe 2 seasons back in
communication?
like many moons ago. Yes. Come on, man. 10 years. It seems like it has. Yeah. Now they're all old.
They're in
It's going to be
college?
weird to watch the newest
Yeah.
one.
They're in college now?
I think they are in college. Yeah.
I like to say by the bell went to college.
Yeah, Screech. Screech was funny as fucking college. He was.
Best years.
Frat party. Yeah, buddy. This curly hair, and then he didn't get the freaking thing on his neck checked out.
And you just wear scarves.
He would wear scarves. It's like, dude, go to the doctor if you have a growth on your neck. Oh, yeah, it was like a huge thing, right? Yeah. And it was what? Just a tumor and it healed up. God. He had a huge nasty tumor on it. Which, speaking of which, I have a ganglion cyst. Everybody's talking about it.
How does that happen and what do we do?
Really? Well, the next step, close the wrist, pop it off, put it back.
Breaking wrist.
Was it the kind that was up here a year or two ago? It must have been. I'm a cysty guy. Greg, go ahead and pull that up. Can you see it?
You can see it.
Okay.
No, he's not.
Yeah, a little bit.
Even in the other end.
Look at that. You can see it. It's huge. Ganglion. So what could they do? Would you eventually get that thing taken off or cut it? I don't know. Really not anybody see a dog test. It might be a tumor, so I'd have to get a robotic arm. No, it's probably not true. It's okay.
He has options.
It's okay. But you did finally get the health insurance. Okay, we want to ask this. We want to talk.
That's a yes.
Yeah. No, I didn't do it. So I'm working on it though. It's been a busy month, and I'm going to get a credit card. I'm going to do all these
He's an urgent care kind of guy.
emergent care for free.
Never responded to bills.
You are getting a credit card? I'm getting a credit card. I'm making some adult changes in my life. I'm getting Google Fiber. I'm getting a credit card.
He got a mattress.
Google Fiber.
He loves Google Fiber.
Is it reliable?
It's reliable. Never heard of it until last week.
It's really good. Highly recommend. Mr. Fibus helped me write my novel. Have you had a credit card before? It's in a similar situation of my ass that I didn't even have anything like that. I had one. I racked up about 15K over the course of my life, but I was able to kind of pay it off. So cool. Come on.
Consolidate.
So now you can start building the credit up. That's what my ass is trying to do right now. So
Get a good one with points.
I haven't got one yet, but I'm going to explore my options after this.
Get a good point one.
I want to get lots of points in airfare and travel. I know I need to get that, but let me know. Yeah, that you'll be.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Live. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires. Moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which of course was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little lump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy, and as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution, and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm showing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German, right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic, federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly, and by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarishch Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled, disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local, groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October. Wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's like all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got pales. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm talking about next. Thank you very much for watching.
And I sprained my ankle getting off the bed.
And you sprained your ankle.
Oh, I heard it crack. I was like, oh, my ankle cracked. I thought it felt good. And then the next day it was huge.
I forgot about your sprained ankle. Yeah, Casey, we were on a dare. We were doing it, once a week for the first 4 months of going out. Once a week. Tripping hard together, but your souls intertwined.
We just giggle.
I've never had that relationship.
We get in the plastic chairs in my yard and just look up.
It was fun. It's fun to do it again. Once or something, not all the time, but every now and again. Hey, Grant, I see it on here. Are you hot? Are you hot, Casey? Are you guys hot? Grant, it's... Oh, no.
What did
I
I
didn't know
do?
he was hot or something. Oh, okay.
He's hot. He burned too
I'm
hard.
hot as a damn murder weapon in this fucker, Grant. You gotta turn me. I'm so sorry. I'll turn it down right now. Yeah, suggest that, man. Flip a cab. Hot as a murder weapon. It was just fished out by magnet fishermen. I still love watching the magnet fishermen get their weapons, their switches out of the rivers, finding old Civil War cannonballs. Oh yeah. Would you ever do that, Casey? Do you think you would ever purchase a metal detector and go out there and just start looking for catfish? I would do it for the right price. Yeah, pay Jim's to do that. I'd be promote the magnet fishing business. I'd be happy. Yeah. No, I mean it seems like fun. I'd like to find an old Japanese katana or an old switchblade. Could you imagine a katana? That would be so cool.
I'm pretty sure. I really do mean this. I achieved mental,
Iron don't rust.
at least the mental equivalent IQ test on when I was upgrading the PSATs. Then I know I joined some kind of.
I don't know if I need to be taking this
Actually,
course.
I wanted to join. I was invited to join some kind of genius. Group. Remember, other people in my class were asked to do it as well, but not everybody. And my mom did not want me to join.
Yikes! Don't
Was it
drop
Mensa?
that. Yeah. I'm kidding.
I had a score equivalent to what I needed, top 2%, but no, it was something else. So you remember Mensa? I have you watch. This goes viral. They'll name it after me if I want.
Magnet into the lake, and you'll be like, oh, there's nothing in here.
But I wanted to clear that up. Why did your mom not want you to do it? She didn't want me to be different. She just wanted me to be normal average.
Wherever it's blood. I get bored now kind of easy. It's forever. I know. Chances I don't get bored so. You better let me down. If you're gonna bring me up there for a little bit, you better let me down at least a couple times a week. I know. And maybe that's what ghosts are, Casey. They're coming down to say hello to us. I wonder who I saw in between my legs the other night. Maybe it was a relative.
Maybe try it again later.
You know who it could have been. And I maybe shouldn't even bring this up. My cousin, rest in peace, Bill.
He's laughing.
No, Grant, was that you? Were you really laughing? I spoke with my aunt. I'm looking at Casey laughing right now. Well, Casey's being sweet. I don't see why you're being. I'm worried about your sweetness level. Casey's very sweet. I wonder about your very sweet.
He's crying.
Because I talked to my aunt and he had the new heart and liver didn't work out. They were gonna have to cut off his hands. That's not funny, man.
I'm laughing at something else over here. You guys can
Okay. You're reading a Mad magazine. It's a look like that. What are the odds? What are the odds? Well, rest in peace, but my aunt's coming to. Maybe you can meet my aunt Casey if she ever comes. Maybe we should get her on the podcast. Get her in on the pod. Tracy, I spoke with her for like 30 minutes. She's coming to Austin. Nice to see her, but yeah.
Maybe we can go to Perry's.
We'll go to Paris and shit.
So this is
I can teach her how to shit in the urine. Aunt Tracy. They can teach me that.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction, primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria-Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later. And, you know, this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once, you know, this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that. But it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you'll have new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you are standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by the great 100-odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Berg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. They renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important day that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it was just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the Provisional Government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it. And Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarish Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see the various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local, groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we've discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx with the word international, referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And arrayed around him with their labels on the top as who's referenced here. Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he was holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic.
How are you?
Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means.
What's up, Bigfoot?
Anyway,
Bigfoot Jones, how you living, pimp? What's good? Can you hear me? Bigfoot Jones.
In the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for that.
Here we go. Countdown from 100. Start over, countdown from 100. All right, 100. Are you guys ready to go faster? 100. 100. 100. 99. 98. A double second. My man down here doing double second. Yeah. You guys are live now. Well, good. I'm glad they caught that riff. That's kind of funny. I know. Oof. What'd you say? Oof. Oof. I was getting the hiccups last night.
I know he's
really bad.
He's growing.
Yeah, does that mean you're growing? Maybe you're growing. I don't have any idea. I was hiccuping like...
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish History Lab. Let's move forward into the 20th century and speak a little bit about the fall of the Russian Empire, which was one of the massive events that affected a tremendous number of Jews who were largely concentrated in Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. So this map is crucial. You've really got to understand this map if you want to make any sense out of the first half of the 20th century. On the left side, you see what Europe looked like before World War I. And I'd like to point out in particular that East Central Europe was dominated by three large empires, moving from east to west, the Russian Empire, which was made up of many different nationalities, but all under the Tsar Nicholas II, and then Germany, which dominated the Baltic Sea coast, and below it, Austria-Hungary, also a very multi-ethnic state that was actually a dual monarchy. These three large empires dominated the region. But after World War I, there were a number of peace treaties that divided these three great empires up into much smaller countries and actually resulted in a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction primarily located in those peoples who lived in these three regions, the titular nationalities, meaning the Germans in Germany, the Austrians and Hungarians in Austria, Hungary, and so on. There were a lot of winners, on the other hand, in the post-World War I treaties, and you can see they actually got their own countries. Like, for example, most significantly, Poland, which, of course, was a country prior to the late 18th century, but then it was cynically divided up by its three neighbors and disappeared from the map of Europe. It suddenly reappeared 200 years later, and this is a tremendous exaltation for the Poles, although there are lots of non-Poles living in Poland, including Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Jews, and a number of other peoples. Then you have Austria and Hungary, which once this massive country, now they're reduced to tiny little rump states. It's so ironic, for example, Hungary, later on in the 20th century, it would be ruled by Admiral Horthy. And as you can see, Hungary is landlocked. So what are you doing with an admiral in a country that has no natural outlet to the sea? Yugoslavia is created from the remnants of much of Austria-Hungary and so on. And significantly for Germany in particular, the new country of Czechoslovakia, now divided into the Czech lands and Slovakia, but back then one country, Hitler used to refer to it as a dagger pointed at the heart of Germany. So you have a lot of states who are very much into revising the peace treaties, meaning they want to go back and wipe out some of these gains of these new countries or reborn countries, and they want to regain some of the grandeur of old. The Russian Empire, of course, collapses, and we're going to spend most of our time today talking about that, but it's divided into several countries. There is Russia proper, which is basically pushed back significantly towards the east because of where the front lines of the German army were at the end of World War I. And west of those front lines, you have a new countries created, Belarus, for example, and the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Ukraine is created within the Soviet Union, that we'll discuss in a second, but it's divided. There are Ukrainians who are on the Polish side of the post-World War I treaty, and there are Ukrainians who are on the Russian side of the post-World War I treaty, and they find themselves within a Soviet orbit. So there's a tremendous amount of dissatisfaction among the losers of World War I who are unhappy with these peace treaties, and they want to revise them. Let's focus a little bit more on Russia itself, however. So Russia is extremely complicated at this period of time. I'll try to make it as simple as possible. The first thing you should realize is that there were actually two revolutions in Russia, separated by a few months. They both occurred in the year 1917, although the month in which they occurred depends on where you were standing at the time they occurred. The reason why this is so is because it was only in 1918 that the communists officially adopted the Gregorian calendar that is currently in use in Western Europe and America and so on. Prior to that, they were using the Julian calendar, which does not have the same calculation of leap days. Like in February, we have that leap year. So that meant that quite literally, Russia was 11 days behind the West in their calendar. And so if you look at Russian sources, for example, that were written at that time, they refer to the February Revolution because in Russia it occurred in February. But if you were standing in New York City when the revolution occurred, it would have been in March. So let's just say there was a spring revolution and it occurred, it began really in Petrograd. There's more confusing stuff. Sorry, I'm throwing lots of stuff, but it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. The city called Petrograd, which means Peter's City, was a Russian renaming of the city that was founded by Peter the Great 100-odd years ago, that was called St. Petersburg. The reason why it was no longer called St. Petersburg is because they felt that sounded too German. Right? Burg is a German suffix meaning city, so the city of Peter. So they wanted to have a Russian sound because they were fighting with the Germans, so they called it Petrograd. Then, when the communists came to power, they renamed it again because they didn't want it named after a Tsar. they renamed it Leningrad, right? Lenin City. And then, of course, after the collapse of the Soviet Union at the end of the 20th century, it was renamed back to its original name of St. Petersburg. Okay, this is all very simple, I know. But it happened in Petrograd, where there was a significant march. It happened to occur on International Women's Day, which is March 8th in the Western calendar. It's actually a very important date that they commemorate even to this day in the former Soviet Union and the regions of Eastern Europe. It's different from, let's say, Mother's Day or things like that we do. It's not really that important. What's important for us right now is that there was a huge march and a protest that was specifically clamoring for the government to do something about the tremendous food shortages that were occurring as a result of the war. Don't forget, 1917, we're 3 years into World War I, no sign of slowing down. Russia is really hurting badly. They're not able to equip their troops properly. They're telling their soldiers to go into war, and because they don't have enough bullets, they say, use your bayonets first, right? Like, can you imagine you're going up against an enemy and you can't fire? You have to actually use your bayonet, which means get really close to them when they have machine guns and things like that. So it's just a disaster. So there's this protest in Petrograd, and according to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and the Romanov dynasty that had stood for hundreds of years fell in early 1917. What happens immediately after that is it doesn't become communist right away. The Russian Empire becomes a sort of provisional democracy, and it's run by this individual, Alexander Kerensky. They call themselves the provisional government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. They wanted to have massive elections all over the Russian Empire, and they were going to elect a constituent assembly, and this constituent assembly would then, be able to create this democratic federated Russian government. Kerensky was widely admired by the Jewish population because one of the very first acts in his role as the leader of this provisional government is he abolished the hated Pale of Settlement. Here you can see a map of the Pale of Settlement from the Encyclopedia Judaica. It was hated by Jews in the 20th century because it placed all kinds of anti-Semitic restrictions on Jewish activity, Jewish commercial activity, traveling, education, you name it, and Jews were clamoring to have equal rights, and they wanted to be able to, free themselves from the Pale of Settlement if necessary. So Kerensky abolished this highly discriminatory restriction on residence. Here, by the way, you can see another map that gives you a little bit of sense of the density of Jewish population. Some writers from the time considered it a massive ghetto because of the huge concentrations of Jews that were located here. So Kerensky was really trying to do things right, but on the other hand, it was his sheer dedication to doing it properly that ended up bringing the whole thing down to its knees. Because by pushing off all really important discussions, like, for example, should we continue fighting this war? And what are we going to do about, land reallocation? And what about all these peasants and their demands? And what about the urban workers and so on? And they basically couldn't do anything until they had the Constituent Assembly. And by constantly pushing it off until that time when it could be properly constituted, the communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undo Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here, who was really quite a destabilizing force in Russia during those months between the first revolution in February, March, and the second revolution, which is really the communist revolution of October, November 1917. Here's a a piece of propaganda from the era that shows Tovarishch Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin, at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes in the Russian Empire. You can see various, nobility, and there's the Russian Orthodox clergy at the bottom, and you can see also what looks like a monopoly man. This is sort of the turn of the 20th century caricature of a capitalist. You may recognize the top hat, and typically there's a waistcoat there, and usually a bag of money. And quite often, not in this particular example, but quite often the capitalist is, not so thinly veiled disguised for a Jew. Usually it is a Jewish capitalist that's portrayed in these images. The communists, however, were unusually strong on minimizing anti-Semitism at this time, especially in comparison to their rivals like the White Russian movement, the monarchist movement, and some of the anarchists and so on. But we'll get to that in the next video. At any rate, over the course of a few months in 1917, Lenin was able to really mobilize a wide-ranging network of Soviets, which means basically councils, and these are like sort of local groups of leaders who are motivated by socialist ideology, who want to take over the means of production themselves. And you would have Soviets in factories, Soviets in municipalities, and so on. And ultimately, he was able to take over and disband the Constituent Assembly and proclaim the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, the USSR. That's ultimately what occurred in October of 1917 in Russia, and of course in New York it would have been recorded as November of 1917. Now, just to give you a sense of the kind of tension, here's a piece of White Russian propaganda that gives you a sense of some of the opposition to this communist movement. The White Russians were those Russians who were very much against this new phenomenon. Sometimes they may have been less hostile to the provisional government, but they were definitely hostile to the Soviets. And some of them really wanted to bring back the monarchy. Others wanted perhaps a more gradual approach to a capitalist Russia. At any rate, this poster refers to the death of the International, which is essentially a gathering of socialist thinkers. And the idea was here that Lenin, who's shown here as some kind of weird Aztec priest dressed in red, and next to him with a bloody apron is Trotsky, who we discussed in previous classes, Leon Trotsky, the head of the Red Army, and of course a very prominent Jew, although not an observant Jew at all, but nevertheless he was widely perceived for his Jewish identity. And they are about to slaughter the Russian monarchy there. They're representing Russia on the altar of a statue of Karl Marx, with the word international referring to the Socialist International. And the idea is that they're going to sacrifice Russia to communism. And, arrayed around him with their labels on the top as to who's referenced here, Zinoviev is shown with his hands outstretched, another Jewish figure, and so on. There's all of these people who are involved in this secret cabal, and there's this interesting figure here. If you look, I'll zoom in here so you can see him better. This is clearly a secularized Jew with the stereotypical ugly physiognomy that's often applied in these kinds of anti-Semitic pictures. But in case we missed it, he's also got payos. He's also got forelocks there to indicate he, like many communist Jews of that era, had jettisoned his Jewish identity in order to absorb this new ideology. And he is holding onto a bag, which, as you can see, has the number 30 on it. Now, I'm not positive, but I think what this is referring to is the 30 pieces of gold that Judas accepted to betray Jesus. So there's kind of like an overlaying here of the betrayal theme that goes back to really, really old anti-Semitic tropes. Not exactly sure, but I think that's what that strange number 30 means. At any rate, in the fall of 1917, the Russian Empire, at least those regions that are dominated by Russian cities like Moscow and Petrograd, become officially communist, and this will tip the entire region into a massive civil war. That's what I'm going to talk about next. Thank you very much for watching.
You actually watch the footage, and so it's like at the end, like you see some of the movie. It looks pretty
Totally fine.
Yeah. His one brother is just kind of talking shit with his Hooter shirt on in the backyard. And it was good to see that was actually his family. Yeah.
They look like.
I know, yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked when he has like freaking 3 kids. I was like, this guy?
But that older woman or whatever. Yeah. The old ass girlfriend. The whole thing is hysterical. Yeah. It was insane. It was great. The old uncle, he's just always like.
Rest in peace to that Bill.
He was wonderful. He was so sweet and funny. Oh, he was hilarious. And then, at the end, said, oh, guys. Yeah, too old to live, too old to die. He didn't have to experience 9/11. I think he was spared 9/11. I think it was before that. Just made it. But he probably, what happened is he saw Y2K and then freaking out so bad he passed, for sure. They killed a lot of people. People don't talk about that.
People get scared of things and die.
Yes, they do, scared to death.
There was a huge 1994 earthquake in California, and my granny's longtime neighbor down the street, Rosita, her husband died because he was too afraid of thinking about the earthquake happening again.
And it just, what did he have, a stroke? Just took his life.
I don't know, do you have a heart attack when you're scared to death? I don't know what happens to your body when you're literally scared to death, when he scared himself to death.
It starts in the tensils, and it gets differentiated all the way down to the colloquial. And then you feel it probably at the very end, something's wrong. You know something's wrong until you go completely into shock. And then everything goes black, and then maybe it's like All Dogs Go to Heaven, where you're gonna blast it up into heaven with clouds and the big sleep, the big computer in the sky.
I'm scared.
That's scary. Do you ever think about that pixie thing? Yeah, maybe when we die, maybe that's just nothing. But what do you do with that knowledge? I guess you can't think about it too much, because what do you even do with that knowledge? Live to the fullest. That's all you can do is love when there's no tomorrow. That's why I have such a big heart. Live like love.
It's like a medical problem, though.
Yeah.
It's big heart.
It's what makes me who I am, but it's also what's inevitably going to make me. They call it Grinch heart. It's where you do something really nice and your heart grows 7 sizes. Unfortunately, it's lethal. So. Yeah, it breaks the thing when they put the little lash thing to see how big your heart is. Sure, your little thermometer is broken. No, how much time? Oh, there it is. There's a contraption. Look at that thing. That's a Grinch. That's a that thing. Could you imagine guys walking in the forest or something and that thing walking up on your ass? Bro, the Grinch, I would fucking break leather on his ass. I would shoot the Grinch on sight, yeah. Because you don't know what he's planning. 1,000%. And he's got the liver eyes, he's a heavy drinker. He's got those yellow eyes. Yeah. Weird fingernails, weird shoes he wears. Dude, if I never saw the Grinch in person, God, it's on sight. Especially if he's smiling. Oh, gosh. That just reminded me of something. Oh, wait. Did you type in to get that one? Just scaryGrinch.com.
So you said smiling, so maybe I should look for smiling.
Yeah, I'd prefer if I wasn't looking at that, if that's okay with you. Yeah, thanks, Grant. We were talking about Bill earlier and you all risen and hard and laughing. I wasn't kidding about it. I wasn't kidding. I'm very sorry, really fast. Well, thank you, Grant. And no one knows where the Grinch was the day he died. Yes, that's the problem. That is the issue. He might have been at the hospital in Utah.
Wait, did he have the body?
Huh? What? Does who have the body? Just Grinch and my cousin. Honey.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Grinch's body.
Huh? He's talking about Bill's body.
No, they know where his is.
What do you mean they know where his is? Please.
I thought we were talking
I don't know where his body.
Oh my God.
Sexy Grinch had to get there. You're going to leave that up for the duration of the podcast, please. And thank you. The Grinch, dude, he will steal your body in a hair's moment. I couldn't even think of an your head covered in bring up your shaft down there or something. He looks kind of Asian. It's kind of hot. Whoa, Asian Grinch. Love the humor of that. The little buck tooth person. person.
I know. It's so cute.
Sweet little. Yeah, I don't know about that. That kind of puts a weird air onto it. Yeah, Grant, maybe don't keep this one up above my head. Please. But leave sexy Gretch. And then she's like licking the missile sound.
Yes.
Yes, her tongue is something weird. I can fix her. Damn right you could. 1000%. Mean Gretch. What do you think, week or two? Week or two, yeah. She's singing fucking whistling Dixie. Yup. On the fucking bathroom. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's gonna be doing her hair. Babe, what are you thinking about for dinner? Like, she's total 180. Yeah. God. Well, that's what happens. I mean, you have to be careful if you're living a life like that. You have to.
Ooh, little cleave.
Scared of her bed. Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me.
What does it smell like?
Excuse me. Shrinking. Yeah, I'm getting smaller again.
Yes.
Hiccuping and growing last night. Now I'm growing and shrinking.
Nice back to normal.
Oh my god. Yeah, sometimes when I would take Xanax bars, I would get the hiccups for like 6 or 7 hours. I would just have the hiccups all day. It does something to your diaphragm. I wonder why that. I kind of remember that. Now that you say that, you're so bored out, you don't even remember why you're as if there was a purpose for you. God's way of telling you you're having fun. Did you ever do that stuff? What kind of stuff, Grant? With hiccuping? No, with Xanax. Oh, with Xanax. Did you ever experiment
Have you
recreationally?
ever tried it ever?
I have not. Man, you gotta get barred out sometime. Yeah. Stick one night. And have your wife there, and she'll take care of you.
Make one and go to a massage
You gotta
parlor.
drink on it. Yeah, a massage parlor? Is that
Yeah, you can let them go as hard as you want because it doesn't hurt.
okay? I think that's a thing with Xanax, yeah, that it's hard and it doesn't hurt because you don't really
And then you feel it the next day.
You're medicated to all hell.
And then you feel taller. It makes you taller and it makes you not feel pain.
Yeah, and then the next day you look down there and you're drunk and it's just a horrible mess and then you don't even remember what happened. What did I do last night? I think I got massaged all hell. It's better when I just fucking elbowed everybody in the fucking frat house the one night. Just barred out. I don't know if I was barred out, actually. I might have been. But just nailing everybody in the chest as hard as I could with my fucking elbow and then waking up the next day and not being able to move my right arm. Seeing what happened last night. And then slowly coming back into my brain, the horrors that were occurring all around me. The literal horror taking place. Yeah, this sort of hellscape. Because I would do things like I'd get bored out and I would jump on my friends. Like I'd just jump on their backs and it starts feeling fun. Like the movement of falling, movement of punching. Like it's a fun thing to do when you're bored out. Oh, hell yeah. TJ, my old roommate TJ, I remember at one of the PCBs, it was on 311 day. So we were listening to 311 up in the room, and then he fucking snorted a Xanax bar and then started punching holes in the fucking, just the, I don't know, there was that. In the hotel wall? Yeah, in the wall, punching holes. Yeah, no security deposit. Yeah, you don't get that back. That's what that crowd was they were there to see Chapel Roan, and they showed a picture of the Grinch with big tits, and they started rioting. Damn.
Is that how that started?
6 people lived. Everyone else died. Yeah, it's a shit ton of people. It's like a giant concert there. There were 6 survivors of Lollapaloozas. Damn. It's almost as bad as the house that caught fire, that one venue that caught fire during the concert. The Great White Concert? Yeah. Remember in New York, we were standing and we were seeing the flame shooting up in the gas. I was just scared that it was going to catch fire at one point with the confetti falling down and the flame shooting up. I
On the
know.
stage?
The MSG.
They're pros at that.
And by the way, it's not gardens. It doesn't have an S on the end.
It's not even a square.
Circle. Circle of people with the Madison Square Garden Square Circle.
And there was a store in there called Something Corner, and there ain't no corners.
No corners in a circle.
So I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I think we might have been wrong. Me too, yes. God, look at that. What is this, Grant?
This is DMX apparently.
Used all the pyro.
Damn. I like how DMX has the Viking helmet in the back, or whatever that is in the background. Wow. Satanic. It's pretty warm. Well, at least it's in heaven. Yes. I think he is. He had songs talking about God, so I think he's okay. I think he is in heaven. He was religious. God, that Rough Riders anthem, I remember seeing that music video for the first time, and it just kind of changing my life a little, just seeing how hardcore you can get. Yeah, it was one of the coolest things that's ever happened. Yeah, oh my gosh. What does he say at the end? Talk is cheap, motherfucker. Talk is cheap. I love that. Yeah, I've been listening to a lot of Rio, the Young OG, who I think should be out of prison by now. You know Rio? No, I'll look him up. He's a Flint rapper, and he raps all about perks and drinking lean. He's the best. What's his name? Rio what? Rio the Young OG. Okay. But he's in prison on gun charges. I think he's still in prison. But he's got like 5 songs that are absolute maniacal. Now that's one of them. You can look it up. So he's in the slammer like YNW Melly. When's his ass getting? When is YNW Melly getting out? Wait a second, that's Rio. This is my prison concert. It's to benefit Rio. I'm freeing Rio. You're coming up with it now. This is a good idea. Riffs for Rio.
Where's he at?
Huntsville.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Huntsville. If you happen to know him, please let him know Casey is on this. If you happen to be a friend, I'm on the way. Yes. Let him notice. He's strong. It's not going to be that much longer anymore. 2 months max just to kind of get the merch all set up. Yes. Make sure it's profitable for me. Yeah, it's got to be at least a little bit profitable for you. It's got to be if you're putting this on for Rio. You got it. Something. I gotta get a couple bands in my pocket. And I think Rio would be happy to do that. I think Rio would be totally fine with that. I think he would too. I think Rio, he respects the game, and we're 2 like-minded people. 1000%. God, I hope I don't have to get in prison someday.
Unless you're performing.
Yeah, I mean, I had to stop, Casey. I used to love watching Lockup Extended Stay. I used to love that.
Then you get nightmares.
And then I started getting nightmares, and I had to stop. Because I swear I felt like a big hypocrite. Because growing up, everybody's like, oh, yeah, I can't watch a scary movie. I'll get nightmares. And I always thought to myself, you're a fucking idiot. What are you talking about? Even as a little boy, I was thinking, you're an idiot. And then it happened to me. So I had to eat my words. I apologize to anybody who I talked down to in my past about that, saying you're an idiot, you watch scary movies and you can't do it because of the nightmares. I can't watch Extended Stay Lockup anymore because you would have nightmares that you're in prison. I was in prison, and they were super vivid dreams. And not that maybe a riot or two happened in a couple, but sometimes it was just like I was in my jail cell and like nothing's going on. Like the worst kind of nightmare for me. Oh my God. I'm not comfortable thinking about that. Wow. Yeah, what do you do? I mean, what do you think? I mean, I'd be scared. You always hear you're supposed to go in there and hit somebody or something. I don't know if I can do that. I'd be afraid of the repercussions. What if I punch the wrong guy? Yeah. What if I punch the man who would have grown up to be my best friend? Exactly, and that's what you really can't be thinking about, though. Because you got to swing. You got to swing. You can't do this sort of run down. Extended stays for people who are staying for long times in jail. Obviously. Yes. We're talking murder charges. We're talking wire fraud. We're talking
During extended stay?
Extended stay.
It's not all violent.
And they also have little kitchenettes in there. It's like a
Apartment.
like a Hampton Inn extended stay. Little burner in the room.
A little mini scrub daddy
For the gravy. I just love a little scrub dally.
for your little seat.
Scrub dally. No, actually, these are not. But I saw, remember that guy who killed all those people and freaking what, Iceland, or where the hell was that? Where he acted like the police officer.
Oh, Anders Breivik.
Yeah.
I swear I saw pictures of where he stays in jail over there, and it's like multiple rooms, like TV.
They have really, really nice prisons in like Sweden, like Scandinavian places.
Oh my god.
Norway. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever, but it's pretty nice. You build a ton of people.
Yeah, it's like minimum security, and they have like food and TV and like pickleball.
Damn.
They're all best friends for free.
It costs money to make that.
It's mandatory. Friends is mandatory. It's a rule now. Did you know about all that green?
Yeah. No, I didn't see it.
Right. How do you know? Yeah, I mean,
About these ones.
Have you ever been to prison or jail?
Yeah.
Have you been to Alcatraz?
Yes.
Ooh.
How long were you at Alcatraz?
4 nights.
hey, honey, I'm gonna go stay with mom for a little while.
A little extended stay.
Grant, come home. The kids miss you. Shouldn't be alcohol.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch The Rock again. I saw that on, I think, Amazon Prime. It's a classic.
It is a classic.
What are those balls he does? I just remember Sean Connery has like these weird looking balls and something. Am I remembering that
I don't know.
correctly?
He's got weird looking balls.
He has weird balls.
There's the balls.
This isn't The Rock.
It's all I remember.
Like VX gas or something?
It's a cat. What, he made it a lab? I guess I don't remember what The Rock is about.
Neither do I.
Oh, it's so good. He made like a special hobgoblin potion. It's Grinch green.
Those are buzz balls.
Same aesthetic between all the pictures right now. I love it. Those are buzz balls.
Green apple buzz balls.
He invented the buzz ball.
Yes.
They locked him away for it. This is what happens to all great innovators. I know. It's horrible.
Like when they changed the formula in Four Loko.
Those dudes are doing fucking 20 at Florence Supermax right now.
Extended stay.
Gosh, they're in Abu Ghraib. Just getting waterboarded next to the Silk Road guy. Right next to that freaking dude. God, I took him to a black site, fucking Abu Ghraib his ass.
Grant, if the government ever came to you and said, we need a new interrogator at one of our black sites, we like what you do, we've been following you while we watch what you do, we like art,
We like the Davis Deb.
yes. Would you be willing to do the Davis Deb on prisoner in a black site? What would you say?
100%.
This is what I'm on. Yeah.
They came to me? Yeah, they're
That's
coming to
torturous.
am I wrong? Okay.
Yeah, your reputation precedes you as one of the foremost sinister dudes in showbiz.
It was offered to Casey's list.
Yeah. Top foremost sinister Davis Debs. Numbers 1 through 4. Grant Davis. Oh. I felt like a chest muscle from laughing.
Be careful, dude. I have some weird issue in my back right now.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't felt this before, I would think I was dying. It happened the other day, but I felt it before. It's like a pulled muscle in my rib cage.
I don't know. Yeah, I have a right here where the heart starts and ends.
Because then I can start thinking, oh my God, is that my heart? Or is that like a muscle by my heart, like on the outside?
Yeah, it's hard to say. God, Grant, what would your salary be to just waterboard MFers all day?
I don't know, like 10.
10.
That's a good one.
That seems pretty good, right?
Like $10 per person or 10 G's a month?
Oh, dollars. I don't want it.
So what are
Money's
you
no object.
Yeah.
Really, money's no object.
So what are you gonna do if 20 years down the line everything goes to shit and you're in Ecuador or something, and then the other country finds your ass? Are you gonna? They're gonna get me. Just say you were following orders. Are you gonna take responsibility for your actions? Or are you just gonna kind of get?
So I have the fake tooth, right? Well, cyanide?
Cyanide. Yeah, you're gonna take your own. The coward's way.
The coward's way out?
So just break open the thing with your other tooth and then you swallow it. Yeah.
I'm a weak man.
Sure. And who can blame you? You're taking the coward's way out. Yeah, I was reading about that this past week about the German guys who they would go down to South America and then they ended up busting some of them down there. Yeah, they would go to like Brazil, right? Yeah, and Argentina. That was the big one, Argentina. Argentina. There's a bunch of SS soldiers. Argentina just surfing the waves. That's how Joseph Mengele died, the doctor of death. He escaped Argentina and he drowned in like 1970 or something. But, oh yeah, he had like a heart attack in a pool. He was one of the guys I read about. I went down some weird Wikipedia wormhole to read about these guys out in Argentina. And there was some Jewish couple that was finding them all somehow. Yeah, finding some of them. Some sort of Avengers thing. Magneto. Oh, I forgot about Magneto. Who's your favorite Grant?
I don't know. Spider-Man's pretty great.
Cool.
Okay. Anybody else? Dr. Alligator.
I don't know if I have a favorite.
Oh, well, hold on. Word to the wise. If you get scared easily, do not play this new, or it's not new, but I was playing it last night.
FNAF security breach.
Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's security breach. It's scary. And though, yeah, Montgomery Gator, you walk.
Too scary.
Yeah, you walk past his room that he's in, and you're just hearing all these loud banging noises, and you're scared he's going to break out of the room. And,
He does break out. He chases you.
yeah, then he chases you. It's scary, and now I'm in some very hard part. I had to put down the controller last night. Yeah, the daycare, there's this very demonic guy that looks like a sun and then looks like a moon. Very scary. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that.
Let's try it.
Whoa, the security guard's kind of sexy. I know, this is security guard looking pretty rad. Oh my God, is that Vanessa? Yeah, Erica knows a lot of the lore. She watches
hours.
Yeah, and I indirectly know because I will hear your phone playing things. So we're very well versed in the history of Five Nights at Freddy's. What? So you watch like lore YouTube videos, or you play the games lore?
I've only played like the first 3 games, but I watched a lot of lore videos.
A whole bunch of lore. And
When the movie came out, I was like, I need to see what this. I need to know if this is going to be good. It's good.
I watched it on the airplane. I was so scared I asked him to land it. I said, I'm sorry, you guys offered a really freaky option. Would you mind turning back? Yeah, Erica was watching something on the flight, and it's all
There's
this.
kids behind me, and I was like, am I allowed? And they're like totally like peeking through the crap. And then some guy's head falls off. And I'm like, William, should I be watching it with the kids behind us?
And you should, because they were pieces of shit kids. They were doing the thing. I swear it's every single time. Somebody starts kicking my chair, kicking your
We're
chair.
never behind like normal people ever or in front of.
It's just not right what some of these kids are doing
The
now.
parents didn't do shit. The guy, the dad was so goofy. He's like threatening them. He's like, you're gonna get some consequences. And I elbowed William. I was like, there hasn't been a single consequence on this plane. And he's like, you're like, you're gonna have broccoli for dinner. I was like, go fuck yourself. You know those kids know that's your consequence is broccoli.
Yeah.
You're just playing.
You're just playing, asshole.
And then they were doing a screaming competition, the kids.
Yeah, they're screaming.
Right in our ear. And I was like, none of the parents were like, be quiet.
But you can't take things in your own hands. I swear, because they almost made a horrible mistake at the post office the other day. I'm standing in line at the post office, and the man in front of me is shipping out these books. And he has the worst body odor. I'm not the worst I've ever smelled, but it was horrible. It was horrible. And then he's leaving, and I almost stopped him and said, I love your smell. What is that, Old Spice? But I stopped myself, and then I got like high last night, and I was rethinking about it. And it's like, you made the right decision. For sure, you shouldn't stop. Oh my god, I love that smell. Is that a little piece of poo? You have a little piece of
Why
poo?
did I even think that, Casey? That's not good. I thought I almost said that to that man. That's sick thing, Casey, on my part. That's horrible.
Yeah, man, you gotta take a long look at yourself. That's even the most obvious about the pop shit.
Yeah. I was running it through my head, so I'd really get it good when I said it to him. I kept on redoing it in my head exactly how I would say it to him, so I could really get it.
Was he a younger guy?
No, it's an older guy.
Older people just stink. They always like have poo around them.
Moth dogs and pneumonia.
Yeah, pneumonia, poo.
Pneumonia.
The Big Island. Pneumonia.
Pneumonia. Yeah, that's actually kind of one that you can I can kind of say in the Jamaican accent because that's a real struggle.
Shot us. Yeah, that's something that Damien Jr. got on part of it, but I'm low. Pneumonia.
What was this? Welcome to Jam Rock.
That was a big one. Yeah, it was a fun song. It was a great song. I love Junior Gong.
Yeah, he was great.
And his dad died. No, don't some people say that they got the CIA got something in his foot? Yeah, they gave him a little bit of foot cancer.
But I think you just can't get that, right?
Well, he could have got it operated on, but he chose not to because he's Rastafari and it ended up killing him. Yeah.
What was that? What was being Rastafari? They just don't do the medical.
I think there's something with medicine.
Oh, Rastafari.
That was why Matthew Perry passed as well.
Because he was Rastafari.
Rasta and what is it?
Very with ketamine.
Yes. It was a natural treatment to perk addiction and ended up killing him.
It's sad, and people don't know that. People should be talking about that more, about how all the Friends cast, I think, they're all Rastafari.
And it's like people need to get to know because it literally killed Matthew again. I mean, who's next? Innocent, God forbid, but I mean, who's next?
I mean, she's huge into it. She has a house in Jamaica.
Yeah.
People don't know that.
Kingston.
Yeah, Kingston Town.
Wait, that wasn't good. That wasn't a good down. And she only drinks Red Stripe. She's the coolest. I mean, she's down there.
Smart water.
Smart water.
Red Stripe. What happened to those commercials? Those commercials were pretty funny. Remember that one guy who said Red Stripe? Australian for beer. No, Jamaican for beer.
It's beer. Hooray, beer.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, King.
Papa.
Okay, King.
Papa.
Popeye. Popeye looking at us. Yeah, Grant with his damn Popeye looking at us.
There he is, man. That guy was good at that.
He was great.
He was he was the guy doing the most interesting man in the world. I think he predated the most interesting man in the world. He was the Deuces guy.
Yeah. What happened to those frogs?
Story of frogs that only lived 6 or 7 months.
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had multiple frogs throughout the filming.
Yeah, because production takes about that long.
It does. Production for the average commercial takes about 2 years.
And a lot of the times you see a smush frog, and it's because they try to cross the street or something. They're not fast enough. So probably a lot of those got hit by cars or fell in drains that they couldn't get out of.
A lot of the frogs ended up in wells.
Swimming pools, and then you end up in the thing on the side, and it's a death trap for a frog.
The little basket, yeah.
Yeah, those are filtered. Yeah.
That filters so many frogs.
Draining.
Every day.
That's sad.
And there they are. That's when they were happy.
Grant, is there a package they can open together?
Oh, yeah. We're going to bring you a gift.
It's a little gifty gift.
Grant? Weren't even going to tell us?
That's an interesting choice. That's funny.
He's stealing it for Christmas. He's gonna gift it for you guys.
Wow.
Well, that's kind of
Yeah, I get it.
I think that is from the Gaming Crooner. Oh my gosh. Cracker Barrel. I opened that first. Or last. I don't know.
Here's that thing. We're going to open
Stick
it at
your
the same time.
hand inside at the same time. One.
Yeah, Cracker Barrel.
Wait, no, three.
Stick your hand in.
Three.
Oh my god. Oh, you got the dragon, I got the shark. Grant,
Grant, these are the cool ones. Grant,
Ew, you're
fucking
the
with
dog.
us, dude. Yeah.
That is so cool. Ew.
What a keys. Oh my god, it's got a little sticker on it. So,
What do they smell like?
slippery. Smells slippery. Grant, you're
Those are so
yapping
cool.
with us, man.
I hadn't been to a Cracker Barrel in a while, so
I didn't even know they had things like that.
Let me see if I can load this motherfucker. Oh my god. I didn't know you could.
Oh my god, Casey, don't pop the chart.
Now we're having fun, and this is how we have fun, Grant. You knew we would.
Did it make it tight?
Hold on, yeah, something happened.
You got it.
No nose. Wait, no nose.
Poor William.
This is like food, Grant. A little.
That was good.
Well, Grant, this is too much. This is too much.
Christmas in July.
And we got the ones that matched our personalities the best.
The red one and the gray one.
The gray one. Grant, you're too nice. I mean, this is almost too much. I mean,
My pleasure.
almost too much. What did you get? By the way, what'd you get at Cracker Barrel?
Oh, what did I order? I got the chicken and dumplings.
You didn't get pancakes? Pancakes?
Yeah. I haven't been there in a while. I got excited because I never seen chicken dumplings anywhere else.
Okay, fair enough.
Sure.
And they're good.
Did you bring your children and your wife?
I did.
Did they all have a good time?
Whole family affair. It was great.
Eat the biscuits or the cornbread when it came out?
Ate there with the in-laws.
Nice. Jealous.
More power to you, man. Are y'all getting along a little better?
A little bit better.
Cool.
One step at a time.
Yeah, y'all were at each other's throats last time we talked.
Well, it's getting better.
Cool.
Yeah, you guys got another package there?
Yeah, what's this? This is from our man, the gaming critter. Yeah, Casey, we met him. Yes, we did. Oh, I met him again as well.
Nice.
Somewhere. I took a picture with him.
Nice guy, nice guy.
Yeah, nice guy. Where was that gaming critter? You'll have to reach out and tell me. We watch his videos.
Play scary
He's playing
video
scary
games.
video games. Oh, I like stuff like that.
Me too, because I'm too afraid to play. I can only watch people play it. So one, open it up. It's very cool.
Do you know what it is, Erica?
Yeah, he's told me.
What did he tell you? Yeah, what did he tell you?
It's a sweet picture of his face.
Oh, no. One of the imposters. Oh, the imposter is Sus. Gaming critter.
That's what he looks like in very much under.
Yeah, this is, if anybody wants to know what the gaming critter looks like, this is actually a pretty good picture of him, I think. Okay, so I think this one is yours. This is a little bit lower. Okay. Just because you're a little bit taller. Love that. Gaming critter, you're too much, man. So nice of you, dude. Thanks for thinking of us. Yeah, I can make it look like we're the gaming critter.
Yeah, he looks just like him.
Yeah, he's in position on my face. Okay.
Slide down. There you go. Perfect.
So get on that.
Say cheese. Give your thumbs up.
Cheese.
There you go. Oh, it's perfect.
Oh, we're getting hot in here. Yeah, oh, it's getting hot again in Texas, and I'm getting hot in this thing. Oh, it goes in Iowa Grid. Grant, it would be so cool to watch you in action teaching the other interrogator CIA guys how to do the Davis dip on people. And I picture that where you like have them tied up in a chair, like hanging upside down with like a thing of water, a tub of water, and you literally dip them down. They're like on the chair upside down hanging, and you have a little crank thing that's real loud so they can hear it. And you dip them under. Where is Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi? Yeah, dipping his nose in an IPA. Which would probably sting like hell. That's probably worse than water after a while. Yeah. So funny. Very funny. Well, we had the time of our life. Oh my gosh, it is so nice to have you back, Casey. You've been so busy, which is so wonderful.
But nice to have your ass back. I'm so happy to be back. I miss doing the podcast. But it's wonderful you've been so busy. Your ass is heading out right after this. Yes, I'm flying to Huntsville, Alabama, and I finished up with the first leg of my tour. You can see the other dates at CaseyRocketCompany.com. Hell yeah, sounds good. I wonder if you'll get some rocket scientists. Are there a lot of rocket people? Oh, yeah, is that your launch pad? Yeah, I think there's NASA. Maybe there's something down in Huntsville, Alabama. Oh, it's by Cape Canaveral. Hopefully. I don't know. I don't know if the words are right. It could be, but yeah, we're having so much fun. Thanks, Gaming Crooner. Have fun. Yeah, thanks, dude. Am I jumping the gun playing this up? No.
They did do 2 acts. Casey has to catch his flight.
Okay, well, it's Matt Foster, Rachel O'Donnell, Shady Shane, and Kaya. Zabrak, Setsky, Metsky, Shiva Snow Roach, the Gaming Crooner. Oh my gosh. Ooh, hold on. We got me, Bob using Big Rig 0485, Bronson Poog his band, Brian Vanderween. That's a new one. I think that's a new one. Corbin Jones, Data Fox, Daniel Hunter. Destiny A4, one of our oldest friends, something terrible happened. Dova King, Dr. B, GG. You can't just add more.
Times 3.
Times 3. There's 3 of them.
How come no one else has 3?
He subscribed 3 times. Well, he's sweet. It's probably because he's making a shit ton of money off of the videos he's doing on YouTube. So kidding. You make wonderful. Thank you. Yes, again. Yes. Josiah, Justin Dreckle, DJ, Captain Chaos. Come Tony for this blog. Her whole Facebook group. That's nice of them. Kyle Heath, Larry. Alright. I'll stop. Rachel O'Donnell. And then we have Shady Shane. I think. Did we miss some? I don't know. Anthony Split.
They missed it. They do it on purpose.
Vicious McVisty, White Magic. I don't think we said that. We missed one. BB Double Wise, Harrogate in the 4th. Ooh, that's a mouthful. Yeah, that's a tongue twister. Montgomery, Union Army General, and Anthony Split Pants Morganson. So that's different. He changed that one. Fart of Sean King, Sean, Ashley Belfield, BB Double. And I'm going off script. I'm shouting out one of these bounty hunters every week. We're making one to shout out. Yes, William Tin Pants.
Shout out William Tin Pants.
I think it's to be specific, Tin Pants. William Titty Pants.
Why aren't you a mercenary, sir?
But we totally appreciate the bounty hunters, but we really need to figure out what's going
Name
on.
would look better with the bright green.
Yeah, and help us figure out still what's going on with the child soldiers. We're still trying to figure out what is going on with the child soldiers. The issue with the child soldiers ranks, we don't even know what's going on anymore. We can really, we gotta plug the leak, and we're going to, by any means necessary. Yeah, that is a threat. Lethal force. It's a thrackle. It's a thrackle. It's a Dr. Gator 365.
Take that one down.
Yeah, you're not.
No, I like it because I like hater than hater. It's fun.
Yeah, hater's fun.
Bye.
Bye. Thank y'all. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to WilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. And make sure to leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere podcasts are sold. And make sure to show your support for the show and join our scrappy crew of child soldiers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries at patreon.com/The William Montgomery Show. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube. And check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday night. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of the William Montgomery Show is recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery and Record ATX. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh! Who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's the William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. The William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. Okay, well, we have a very incredibly special William Montgomery show today. Casey is out again. He's on the road. He's back next week. So we miss Casey, but we have quite the episode today. Okay, we have Brian Redband, my sweetest friend, Brian Redband, who it was his birthday. I want to say how old. I think I heard how old you were, though. Yeah, how do you feel? I feel older. You do? Yeah, I turned 50, which is just horrible to say. That's just horrible. Can you imagine being 50, William? In 13 years, it'll be soon. Yeah, my dad turned 60. Yeah, thanks a lot. 60? Wow. Yes. Oh, 68. Yeah, there's at 68. So he's got about 18 years on you, but you and Obama, and I figured out, I did a little research yesterday. Y'all know who else shares y'all's birthday? Is the guy, remember the movie Revenge of the Nerds? Yeah. Remember the real kind of big, scary guy who was always a jock in movies? Y'all share the same birthday, but that guy. Wow. Pretty exciting. It is. I don't even know what he looks like. Yeah. You can picture that grin. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you're talking about Ogre. Ogre. Yeah. I'm more of a Booger fan. This guy right here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Nerds. I wonder what he's doing nowadays. I don't know. I don't know if he kept on acting or if he's even still with us or he had a good head of hair. He probably does like theater or something. He's probably a theater guy, a theater nerd. It's like Joe Cocker kind of. A little bit. Joe Cocker. A.K. Booker. No, not Booker. And also we have my brother Selden, who's been on the show before. Selden, thank you so much. I mean, and my Papa Larry is here today. Thank you. His birthday also was yesterday. And Mama is right off of screen. She refuses to be on the screen today. She can't hear us. She doesn't have her headphones on. Yeah, you can't really hear what we're saying. Because you don't even have headphones on, so you can't really hear us. No, you're sitting right here. You can hear us. But yeah, thank you so much for being on the show today. Maybe you missed it last night. It's been the past 3 nights I paid for my parents. I don't want to horror on here, but it was the first time in my life I paid for a dinner. Oh, yeah. Wow. Things are looking up now. Wow, like Denny's or what are we talking about? Yeah. We went to some wonderful place, and right when we pull in, right, man, there's a peacock blocking the road. Really? Was it place called Hattie's? Hattie. Oh, okay. Have you ever been there? Yeah, but the peacock is a peacock's in Texas. Wow. Peacock on the lawn. Very, very good. Yeah, that old house you've been there. I know what it is. I haven't been there, but I know what it is. It was very good.
An Italian place. What is the Italian place?
Italian place, super loud in there. Watch our Gotti's. Country.
There?
I've not heard of that. It's really good. We're from
Like around the corner from.
Yeah, it's kind of close, like 200 feet from the Capitol building. Oh, okay. It's fine. Remind me that. It's very good. Corolla's last night. You've been to Corolla's house? No, I haven't heard of that. Oh my gosh, yeah. I don't know. What am I doing? You like seafood, don't you? I do. I gotta go to Corolla's. Okay. No, it's wonderful. What did you have there? Nice seafood. I just had fish and chips last night. It was good.
Tell your salad.
Oh, and a wonderful salad, a wedge salad, but this wedge salad did not have the blue cheese and Thousand Island and a bunch of crab meat. Oh, it's good. It was wonderful. Yeah, do you like blue cheese? I love blue cheese. Yeah. Blue cheese. I can't eat the stuff. I can't eat the stuff. They found out it didn't have blue cheese and he got it immediately. Yeah, I immediately got it. You can do that in any place. The wedge salad is I don't want blue cheese. Can I have ranch? Maybe I can, because I love a good wedge salad. It's like the crunchy lettuce, and you got the good stuff on top. Yeah, maybe I'll do that next time. Mom always said I wasn't allowed to do different stuff on the change the menu up too much when we would ever go eat out. What? Yeah, never allowed to change up the menu. That's crazy talk. So, let's wait. Hey, Grant, could you adjust the server interface, please? Okay. Thank you. I just made that up. I do that at work to our IT guy, and he just rolls his eyes and walks away. Because he knows I have no idea what I'm talking about. So your server interface is just Windows NT usually. It's usually got Windows NT. Yeah, you know Windows NT. Yeah, Larry used to write for his company on their website. Used to write the words of wisdom. Or what were they? Just, the monthly words. It was management advice, but I would just string together random ridiculous management words, buzzwords. Yeah, buzzwords. And they put it in our firm newsletter. Everybody thought it was real. Pop would always come over around and show us all the newsletter. But it was funny. It was funny stuff. What's an example? Give us a good one. I'll have to think about it. When I come over the good one, I'll tell you. I'm 68. Did you feel older on your birthday yesterday? Not too bad. I mean,
How many push-ups you do?
Oh my gosh. I try to do my age. Let's put it there. For anybody that didn't hear that, my mother asked how many push-ups can you do. And he trusted it. So now you're doing 68. That's awesome. Thank you. I did 20 for the first time in forever 2 days ago, and I'm still really sore. Having done it in a year. But if you think about that, having that being your sole goal in life is sort of sad. It's depressing. I got to do something about it. You want the 68 push-ups? You were driving faster. He got older and he started driving faster. Aren't you driving like a bat out of hell now? Well, I started driving faster after I had cancer treatment. I have no idea why. Seriously. Really? Yeah. It's just like, it's kind of similar to Breaking Bad. Again, I'm on the final episode. It's kind of like him. He got cancer and he started selling meth. But yours wasn't selling meth. It was just driving speed. Because you're in a rush. Because you see that your time is... That's exactly right. You better get close to that mic. They're going to yell at you. There you go. Yeah. Big little noise. Hold on. Something last night, I don't know what we were listening to. We were listening to angelic music. It sounds like one of those big saw blades that people do the violin. Yeah, with the violin thing. It's haunting. It's a haunting whistle. It is very much so. It's so funny. He'll do that. He'll do that. By the way, like we'll be at the bar and you'll just hear this like haunting whistle, and you're like, you just see him in the corner. Wow. Yeah, a little noise of some sort. Yeah, I felt it in here. What's that other way? There's some. Oh yeah, that too.
Last night at dinner, he kept making all these sounds just in the middle of dinner.
All kinds of sounds. It's fun and disturbing. I fell in the shower a couple months ago and I've just been making noises. You hit your head? Hit my fucking head. That happens. Does it ever happen to y'all where you're putting like shampoo in your hair and then you grab onto the side of the shower because you felt like you've been falling in through the curtains? I get fainty in the shower a lot. I take really hot showers, and sometimes when I get too much shampoo, I'm like, oh, where am I? Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, I had to grab a shower bed recently. It's pretty nice.
soft too. It's really nice. I don't like it because when you pee, it stays under there. Well, it's nice when you do that. Yeah, I would have doo-doo particles all in that freaking thing. I would have to clean mine pretty often. Yeah, little doo-doo particles. Well, I'm good at cleaning it up after each shower. I would like to think every time I walk in the shower, every time I leave it, it's a little cleaner. Yeah, that's how I look at things. Yeah, as long as you just waffle stomp it on in there and good to go. Well, with my setup, you can't do that because there's a thing that comes up, so I have to get my fingers in there with a piece of toilet paper. It's cleaner. It's always cleaner than when I enter my shower. Joke. Hey, Redman, are you excited about New York? Yeah, I'm more stressed. You know, luckily Tony hides a lot of the show from me nowadays, so he's the one that's more stressed than me. So yeah, you probably don't worry too much about logistics or anything. No, it's more just. I mean, that's just when it's pay-per-view, that many people. It's just that's a lot of Hopefully everything goes right. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. When are you getting there? I wonder if y'all can still come. I gotta go to work. I was took a few days off, but thank you. They can't even go this year. Oh, wow. Madison Square Garden. It's huge. It's huge. Hello, Fresh. Grant, have you been watching the Olympics? I have been watching more of the Olympics than I've ever watched in my entire life. And Grant, you know what that does to me? It makes me ravenous. I get so hungry when I watch the table tennis, when I watch the regular tennis, when I watch the sprinting. I get so hungry watching these people. I sit down and watch them for hours, and then I get hungry, and then I don't know what to do because I have to stop eating Dan's cheeseburgers all the time. They're wonderful, but they're going to give me a heart attack. And how I've been able to do that is with Hello Fresh. Okay, their home cooked meals are much better for you. Grant, wouldn't you agree? 100%. Plus, you want to be looking like the athletes you're watching on the Olympics, right? And then you're going to need just a whole nother kind of regimen for eating. But if you're not an Olympic athlete, use Hello Fresh. Okay, it's a home cooked meal. But you don't have time to pull off the home cooked meal, so that's where Hello Fresh comes in, okay? They send farm fresh ingredients right to your door, so home cooking can be easy, fun, and affordable. You have to check out Hello Fresh awesome recipes like streetcar style turkey balls, mushroom and herb shepherd's pie. You're gonna love them. There's a ton more too. If you're headed on vacation this summer, don't worry about food going to waste on your doorstep. You can update your delivery address to get your box sent to you on vacation, or pause your plan until you get home. HelloFresh is saving me. HelloFresh is saving the Olympics. HelloFresh is saving everybody who eats their delicious meals on a nightly basis. And for free breakfast for life, go to HelloFresh.com/free WMS. That's free breakfast for life. Go to HelloFresh.com/free WMS. One free breakfast item per box while subscription is active. That's free breakfast for life just by going to HelloFresh.com/free WMS. HelloFresh. Red Band, do you know who all's going to be there? I know a lot of it, but not all of it. All of it. That's highly confidential. Yeah, I guess this would come out after, but yeah, we couldn't say anything, I'm sure. I think Donald Trump is going to be there. Yeah. That'd be cool. And a lot of senators. The Daredevil guy? Deadpool guy. But yeah, Deadpool. Yeah, he's Ryan Reynolds. There was a guy who was the father in Beetlejuice. Died? No. The Baldwin? Wait, no. Alec Baldwin. Yeah. I think he's gonna be. Yeah. And Rebecca remains Stamos. Yes. He played Nightcrawler in the X-Men movies. Yeah. They're literally making that stuff up. Yeah, Deadpool, Nightcrawler. They're going like Marvel Universe. Yeah, except Donald Trump. I don't like it. Yes. That's fun. I have people in the Marvel Universe. I know. It'd be fun. I'm excited. Baldwin just got off. He did. And it sounds like he probably should have. Yeah, it sounds like some prosecutorial ban was coming. Oh, that the prosecution was doing. Yeah. In that little armor to have live ammo and firearms on the movie set. It's all that person's fault. Yeah. Why the heck is there even live ammo anywhere near the movie set? They should be idiot. Yeah. That's crazy.
What'd she do? Just put the gun up to her head and shoot, joking around and shoot herself? Or he shot her ass? Yeah, he shot her. He said the N-word and then shot her right in the face. Yeah. What if we give her CPR? Would you ever give somebody CPR, Mama? You would. Personally, you shouldn't under some circumstances. I thought you're not supposed to put your face in somebody's mouth anymore. Well, if you're not like qualified, I think you can get in trouble. You become like potentially liable. You get canceled or something. So don't save anybody. Yeah, don't try. But you can put pressure on their chest. Yeah, you can do your chest compressions. If it's a girl, you can. No. I would be saving women Yeah, I did it one time, and the girl said, "I'm not in distress. What are you doing?" Did you just get up behind her and I'm like, yeah, let go of me. Then you can touch both bosoms. You can get up behind them. Isn't that right, Mama? You get a vitamin in the eye. Like, that's what I did with my buddy Ryan Long when I saved his life in Panama City Beach in 2006. He literally did save CCBO 6. I saved somebody's life. Heimlich maneuver. Wow. Drunkenly broke into somebody's hotel room. I don't even know whose hotel room it was. And we're eating the food out of it's like some girl's room or something. And we're eating the food out of the fridge, and he choked on the turkey. Just shredded turkey for a sandwich. He choked on that, and I had to save his ass. And then the next year, somebody got raped and thrown off the second-story balcony, and people in the fraternity saw it happen. The same hotel the next year. It's a River fan or something. Same like Beacon Resort. Who knows if it's still called that? And there were more families there, like having their trips, and there's all these drunk college people, goblins everywhere. Bought fake Percocets from somebody. That was awful. What did they do? They have an effect. Just fake perks. I think I saw that they weren't even real perks, so I didn't even consume them. So you gave them counterfeit money for fake Percocet. Yes, and everybody was disappointed. Everybody was disappointed either way. For TJ, he snorted some Xanax and punched a hole in them. Yikes. Yeah, not good. Have you ever been like almost choked? Like that's the worst feeling. It's scary. Mozzarella sticks, yeah, the sticks are cheap. They'll go down here. Esophagus. You're supposed to shoot. I think. You're supposed to peel them too. And there's like string cheese. And the fried mozzarella stick. You just like fine start going down here. That's hot. I hate that. I've been doing that a lot recently where I eat a bite that's way too hot and I burn my mouth. I gotta learn to blow on it. I gotta learn to set. You've been doing it, Julie, as of recently. Yeah, I never had done that before, but it's like your thing where you're driving faster and just starting to eat things faster. I wonder why. I don't know. Oh, the cancer. Yeah, you both have changed it up, mixed it up. I know. Yeah. Now you can see my scars better. Yeah, I got a little haircut. Y'all would not have liked how my hair looked. We did. Oh, y'all didn't see it on TV. Y'all can see it.
This is a haircut.
Yeah, this is a haircut. You don't like it? I look better than I did, maybe. Remember when we would come in town? You probably remember. Oh, we'd make you get haircuts. Military like that. Yeah. Yeah. That was before. That's a great picture. Red Man, you took that picture. It's in front of the Wendy's sign. Oh, is that the Wendy's? Yes. That's the Wendy's picture. Oh, that's hilarious. Back in my glory years before I chipped my tooth again. You like Wendy's, Red Man? I do. I like Wendy's, but I don't like Wendy's nuts. Your chin. Oh. Yeah, little joke. Do it again, Selden. Yeah, be careful. Selden's good at those things. These nuts things. He got you, dude. Nobody heard him, dude. So what was your punchline? Hold on. Yeah, what was it? Do you like Wendy's? Actually, I do like Wendy's. Wendy's nuts at your chin. You got me. What's another one? Do another one. If somebody's describing an ailment that they have, you say, you should go to Dr. Sagandi's. Who's Dr. Sagandi? Sagandi's nuts. Dr. Sagandi. That's funny. Any other ones? So if somebody, I gotta remember that. So if somebody's talking about an ailment, then you say the doctor got these things. Okay. Yeah, that's a good one to remember. Salto was playing electronic football yesterday, and all his buddies' names are ridiculous. What are some of those guys' names? Mike Rochburns. Mike Rochburns. That's good. It's sort of like a real name. Yeah, I did comedy with a guy in Denver whose stage name was Mike Hawkburns. For the longest time, I just thought that just sounds like a stupid name. It's so stupid, I never said it real fast together, like Hawkburns. Is that really thing? Do you think that was his stage name? No, he has a different name that I found out years later. Okay. Yeah, I felt lied to. I thought that was actually, I was calling him Mike. Yeah, I know. Texting him Mike. I know a guy in LA, his name was Joe King. And I always, and then one day he changed his name, and I'm like, wait, I thought, why are you going by a different name? He goes, it's actually my real name. I didn't want to go by that other name anymore. I'm like, what was wrong with Joe King? He goes, well, it's just cheesy. I'm like, what's wrong? Oh, Joe King. I never even got that. That is dumb. Would you ever go by stage name? Never. I was just thinking about that when we were sitting. Yeah, it sucks going by a stage name because everyone like writes checks too with like your fake name. It'll be like months later, be like trying to cash it. Like, what the fuck? What do you have to do? Get them to send you another check? Yeah. Or, there's like, you can deposit checks using your phone. Yes. They don't. Yeah, you just. Like Bank of America, you can do. Yeah. So you should just do that too. How's Janice doing? You haven't seen her. She's good. She's getting all fat, Is she really? No. Are you guys getting married? Well, we're engaged. Right, I know that. But when y'all get married, are you going to put some sort of date on it at some point? No. Because I need to know when to get my preacher's license. Oh, yeah, I think it takes like I don't think it's 10 minutes. Yeah. Would you come watch me marry them? That'd be so fun. I can whistle. Oh, good. That's the only reason I want to get married, so you guys can come. Yeah. Can you do the wedding march, though? Yeah. Like, that was, what's his name? Darth Vader's. Yeah. That was close. You do the wedding march. Wow. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's pretty good. You ever heard something like that, Grant? That was beautiful. Did you like that? That's really good. I was just trying to catch you. I was wondering if you were actually listening to us today. I was listening. I'm here. I was looking at wedding pictures for y'all. Would you invite Grant? No. Yeah, you don't really know him as well. Well, no, I mean, the whole Papa John thing. Yeah, what is the Papa John controversy? What is that? He's been living at Grant's house. How long is that, Grant? I mean, at this point, it's going on like almost 2 years. He's in the guest bedroom. What's that guy's name? I'm in the guest bedroom. Who? Yeah. Sorry, we didn't need it. We can move on. John Schnatter. Yeah. I'm checking around. No, he literally lives with Grant. Things went south in Louisville, where he's from, and he's literally been living, at Grant's house. A lot of sexual tension and a lot of weird things. For 2 years, Grant has 2 daughters, and he's married, and then this man is just living here. It's so weird. Well, uncomfortable. You'll figure it out. You're getting more bold about it. I mean, you really do need to, before your daughters get any older, they need to have a real dish in that breadstick out soon. Well, again, it's a pizza reference. Yeah, it's pizza. A Domino reference. Yes, Domino's. It's a Domino. Look, there he is. It looks like he's right behind it. So the Louisville Stadium's named after him, isn't it? He's a real big deal in Louisville. Did y'all know they got a real big deal that in the bat place? They're all the bats in Louisville. You know who he's related to? These Costco guys. We're Costco guys. Of course, we like the double chop. Yeah, the double chop.
I hate how that guy says that. Trouble, trouble, trouble. I hate their like zombie face. They're like, yeah, I love the chicken man. It's horrible. Robots. There's Costco commercial. Yeah, I'm a Costco guy. It's on TikTok. Yeah. And then sometimes it'll be a Sam's Club guy. Then it'll be like this. No, I'm a Sam's Club guy. I like the whatever that bullshit they sell at Sam's Club. Yeah. And they're on Cameo. I see they're going down as a business. Yeah. That's Papa John's brother on the right. And their sex slave on the left. Yes. It looks like, I know it's weird that they're brothers. The brother finally. Did you hear that? Mattresses. Grant, I think one of my things I like doing the least amount in my life is going mattress shopping, going to the mattress store. It's like they don't let you get on certain mattresses. You can't lay down. Other times they're telling you to lay down on all the mattresses. You don't know what to do inside of the mattress store. But luckily, with a company like Boring Mattress, you can do all of that online, okay? Today's sponsor, Boring Mattress, is helping people escape from mattress hell. They literally only sell one mattress, so you don't have to worry, okay? A lot of these companies sell a whole bunch of mattresses, but really, you just need a mattress that's comfy to sleep on, and that's where comfy mattresses come in with Boring Mattress, okay? They sell the one mattress. It's comfortable, durable, affordable, and created to suit all body types and sleep styles, okay? This is a one-shoe-fits-all kind of deal. No more taking silly online quizzes to find the right mattress. Just getting a Boring Mattress made with high-quality foams and motion-reducing springs. It's what you need for a great night's sleep with a 99-night sleep trial, so run under 100. If you don't love it, there's nothing to lose, okay? They'll even let you schedule a pickup, so returns are easier than ever. So you get a 99-night sleep trial. And if you don't love it, they'll pick it up, okay? Want a mattress that's better than it seems at a price that makes sense. Try Boring Mattress at boring.co. Get 50 off with promo code WMS. You get $50 off a Boring Mattress. That's code WMS at boring.co for $50 off your purchase. Boring Mattress, so comfy. Do it again. That was my sex slave voice. Can you listen to it familiar? Oh, yuck. Yeah, they're on Cameo. So if you're on Cameo, get one from me. Think about getting one from me. But also, these people, they're on here. They do really good ones. But you know who doesn't do good ones? And he's got to figure this out. And I hate it because he has red hair. Some redheaded kid, I can't think of it. It's not even that important. It's just a redheaded guy on Cameo. Yeah, which I don't like that idea. He's part of a family. The mom and the parents have a bunch of kids. I can't even think of it. It doesn't even really matter. But he's a redheaded guy. He's not doing well. He's struggling. You didn't have a exclusivity clause in your agreement where you're the only redhead. You didn't do that. I know. I don't know how some of these people. There's this one guy that looks just like Andy Reid, the Kansas City Chiefs coach. He's up on there a lot. I don't know how he's allowed. There's also some girl that's like a Taylor Swift. It's like Taylor Swift, but it's not actually Taylor Swift. Oh, you do? Is she good at it? Yeah. She sounds like her. Yeah, it's easy. I don't get that. What's the deal with the girls liking Taylor Swift? So what does she not write her own? She doesn't write her own stuff. She grew up wealthy. You know what's weird about her? I don't listen to her lyrics. She has horrible fans that will attack you if you talk shit about her. But like all her music is like, went outside and got high. My gosh, it makes me smile. Like it's like the worst rhymes, and it's so like 8th grade rhymes. That was a pretty good song, right? I know. It's all breakup stuff too. Yeah. And a lot of breakup rhymes. Look at it. People look at her. She's right behind you. I want to see her in that guy. Yeah, when he gets older, I'm gonna see those two big up. My Costco guys are going to that horse face women. Yeah. We're Costco guys. It's funny you knew the double chip chocolate chunk. Yeah, like angers me. I have a physical anger reaction of anger. Are you on TikTok, Papa? It's a communist Chinese propaganda tool. Yeah.
Yeah, I had to set off of it because mine was like hot chicks, people, and like people shooting guns and stuff. What's wrong with that? Because I don't need to wake up and just be staring at that all day. It was awesome. It was just too stimulating. Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't even watch movies. Just staring at it. Yeah, it's all 5 seconds long or something. I did it all 5 seconds long. Really? Well, now it's gotten a little bit longer, but most of them are short. Yeah, you can do them all together, so it could be a minute-long bang. Click on my next video. Watch my next video so you can hear the rest of the story. I do Instagram so I can watch y'all. Yeah, but it also sees what I look at, so it sends me this constant shipment of people getting run over and people getting in bar fights. Yeah, it gets out of hand quick. You got better than me. Mine is all women breastfeeding and half the babies are not real. It's hilarious. It's so funny. I saw that the one night. It's hilarious. Yeah, these people. I saw some video the other day of all these women inside of the hotel lobby, and they're all carrying around these what look to be babies, but none of them are actual real babies. They're all dolls. Yeah. Is that a kind of sad? When they have hyper realistic. I used to follow one of those accounts on Instagram. Why? Because it's so horrifying and crazy. These babies look real, but they're not. Oh, I got one of those fake babies. I paid $800. Yeah, they're expensive. And I was drunk. I was just like, oh my god, it was on TikTok too. Like, this is the most realistic baby, and it shows some artists like painting every little vein in the baby's hand. Yeah, they're real. I was just like, oh my god, that's so real. And I thought it would be funny to have one. Yeah. And I got it, and I was like, oh my god, what am I going to do with this thing here? So now I just like, I keep it like in the spare room in the corner, just like with its head against the wall, facing it so when people come over. Yeah, that's hilarious. So it came and it looked real. It's so real. It's too real. Will it go to your wedding? Yeah, probably have Janice breastfeeding. Well, I know you can never have it. I look better than whatever that thing is. Yeah, that's scary. Yikes. Right, what is that? It's fake baby breastfeeding. Oh, that is. I can't even see it. I think there's also a fake nipple. I saw something on Instagram today. Look out. Okay. What the heck is this? I saw something on Instagram today. It was Pete, the judge, and it could have been fake, but it was him with these 2 fake breasts strapped onto him, breastfeeding a child. That's possible. That could be real, but I don't know. But a fake kid? No, a real. I think he's got a kid. I think he's married to some dude. Yeah, exactly. Oh, but it was his face on the thing I saw. So that was. Yeah, that's showing up because nowadays moms go to work, and guys get to sit at home. So they put the breast milk in that thing and the baby can suck on it. Yeah. Francis, have you ever seen it? I remember you in the pumps, Mom. I remember finding the pumps in like the closet and wondering what they like using it like a whore, and then I find out it's a breast pump. It's stored up for y'all. I have something worse than that. It's pretty gross. Okay, I'll clean it up though. When I was a kid, I found one of those. It was like a bottle and it had like a tube with like a wacky straw on it. So I put Kool-Aid in there and I was kidding. My mom was like, "Where did you get that?" I'm like, "I found it in the trash. It has a cool straw." She's like, "Get that!" And she takes it away. Well, at least you had a clean, fresh throat for a while. Yeah, so that's good. How do you pull that off? Gosh. When are you gonna have kids? Settle down. I don't know. I don't know if I even can have kids. Never been tested. Have you ever been tested? No. People don't get tested. Get tested to see if they can have kids. Because some people can't have kids, so I couldn't be one of the people that can't even have kids. Unless all the women have lying to me for money. No, I can have kids. Yeah, somebody could have. We've got somebody in our firm, Red Band, we've represented Elvis's estate for a long time, Elvis when he was alive. And one of our lawyers spends a bunch of time defending lawsuits people around the world file
saying, I am his offspring or the offspring of his offspring. That's an industry, a legal industry.
It's never ending, too. That's always.
And they always look.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Is there ever actually an illegitimate child of Elvis? I'm unaware of any at all.
So do they pseudo pay for the lawyer costs afterwards?
Well, it depends on what jurisdiction. Like in Tennessee, just because you lose doesn't mean you have to pay attorney's fees. You might have a contract that requires it, or you might have a statute, but just automatically loser doesn't pay.
What a waste of time. Everyone's time.
And somebody almost just bought, where were they? Somewhere in Africa, somebody almost bought Elvis's estate the other week. They filed these fraudulent deeds of trust and everything, and then they said, hey, Graceland's not paying their note. And so they tried to foreclose on Graceland. Yeah. And it was some dude in a straw shack in Rwanda or something with a computer.
Yeah. It's like patent trolls.
Yeah. The patent trolls do.
They buy up a bunch of old patents and then sue companies like Apple and stuff and say, you infringed on these. You owe us $1 billion.
Yeah.
It's just like wasting everyone's time, just like that Elvis house thing.
Elvis looks good in that picture. Those big things downhill. Have you ever been there, Redwood?
I don't know. I feel like I have. I mean, I've been to Dollywood. I've been to Dollywood.
So it's in Nashville?
Where is that?
No, Sevierville, Upper East Tennessee.
It's like an amusement park, and everything's Dolly parking game. It's like the teacups. They're just huge boats. You go in and spin and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like a Ferris wheel. Yeah. I remember I was outside of Sevierville when I lost my virginity. This was outside of Dollywood. Yeah. So I do hold some sort of connection with that area for sure. Wow. Yeah, outside of Dollywood, at the fraternity, we had some party. Were you nervous? Hell yeah, I was nervous. Your mother is watching movie 7. There was a movie theater at the bottom of the house that we all rented. It's like big ass 4-story house, and there's a movie theater at the bottom, and the movie 7 was playing. But there was a scratch in the DVD, so it would restart after every 25 minutes. It would just start over.
So did you get how many times did you
Red band? Well, there were other people in the room, so they were watching. They were on the bottom bunk. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, people had staph infections. I think I had a horrible staph infection. My buddy Mark was in there. I remember watching him get up by the mirror doing this with this giant thing, like this pus coming out. But it was like this giant staph infection right here on his chest, like the stomach area. Yikes. I got a staph infection too. Y'all remember that? Yeah, it was bad. Did y'all come up there for me? I think so. Or was it? I sort of hear my leg. I remember going up in that house as a little boy and just being like, what is this house? Yeah. It was like haunting. Hell stunk. Scary hell. But it was fun. I had a great time. They got so scary hell. The Pi Kappa Alphas got so
There he is.
They were butt chugging. Yeah, remember butt chugging? To the lexicon, 10 years ago, everybody started talking about the fraternity I was in.
How you living, pimp?
We got that We got that on the map. Yeah, butt chugging.
girls were tipping?
All right, give me a second.
Tequila and putting it inside now.
Did you go to the gym?
Oh my gosh. Would you ever try something like that? Oh, yeah, I'm kidding.
Pimp, did you go to the gym? Did you go to the gym? Good. Are you still sore when you go to the gym nowadays? What was your answer, big dog? Okay, well, why don't you answer my question? Do you still get sore after going to the gym? Okay. How many games in a row are you going to win? Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot, are you done or are you just jerking yourself off raw? Oh, you fuck.
Probably hurt. Yeah, you're hurt. You're just alcohol burn a little bit. The tequila makes you do what Red Band just did. Yeah, that's what people are doing when it's going in. I guess if it's Scotch whiskey, it's some Scotch. You're not really good at it. Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, the butt chugging, but that was another time. What's that picture from? It's 07. Oh, okay. I watched that for the first time the other day. You had never seen that? I'd always seen What's in the Box. mom soaked in tequila. Yeah, in that box. But it was what they had. I think it was that. He was a genius, and then he knew that he was going to kill him, so he was very smart. It was a great. But I think it's sort of nonsense. Somebody puts your wife's head in a box and you kill him, and you go to jail. Wait, what do you mean Brad Pitt goes to jail at the end of 7? I assume that's why he's trying to get Brad Pitt to kill him, right? So he gets in trouble or he goes to jail. Does he just want the violent response? I think just the violent response. I think he watched it in a while. Taken off, though, like he's going to jail. That was my first. I hope Brad Pitt's not going to jail. He had upset that he'd be allowed to kill somebody and chop your wife's head off and put it in a box. You would think on what state you live in. Yeah. Texas, you'd be in pretty good shape. Yeah. Tennessee, you'd be like Tennessee, except Shelby crime of passion or something. Would be pretty. Yeah. Yeah. He just say I went blank after I saw that. Yeah. And then after I came to, there was a head. Yikes. Or what do you mean in Memphis you could? I thought in Memphis you could commit all kinds of crimes and they just immediately let you out. That was my point. If you killed your spouse's killer in Memphis, you'd have more of a risk of getting in trouble than other counties in Tennessee. That's my point. Man, how high up is your place that I see on Instagram? 45 floors. Damn. That's wow. Kind of scary. It is scary. My friend Frank Castillo came over the other day. He's scared of heights. And I was like, come on out. He's like, I'll try. He's sitting there. He goes, and I started acting like I'm shaking. You got a patio, don't you? Yeah, but it's so windy that it's scary. I'm scared of heights. In the first couple of weeks, I would have to crawl out. Just go, wow, it's really nice out here. And then crawl back. But now it doesn't. It's weird. Now it doesn't bother me at all. Does the building move at all? I think it does. Everyone says it doesn't. But it's been so windy once, and I'm sitting there, and I can just feel it. It's supposed to. I think it's supposed to. Yeah. That's right. Yikes. That's what your building used to do. Mm-hmm. I tell you what's scary, though. Lightning is scary because you're actually seeing it from where the cloud is coming down. Like, I'm not supposed to be like eye level where the lightning starts. Yeah. But it goes down. Most of the time, yeah. It hit, like, there's a crane across the street from me. I have another building being built, and I saw lightning hit that. And it's scary. We're in a big metal tower, so wow. Yeah, don't be in the shower. I remember I couldn't be in the shower when it was storming. The electricity might go into the shower. I heard that true. I never heard that my whole life until like 10 years ago. Somebody told me that. And I don't know if it's true. I think it used to be true because everything used to be metal pipes back in the day, but now it is PVC and shit. Yeah. So now you can't mow. It's just like cars. Nowadays, you can fill up your tank with your car. So we did that yesterday. Put gas in modern car running. I still won't do that. Smart plugs, sparks. What can happen? Oh, it can blow up. Yeah. Do you always do that? It's almost every time. How long it freezes? From the beginning and then starting to drive? Okay. It's fine. From the beginning of you starting to drive? No, I don't think I was doing it the Volvo. It's later on. Remember that time our brother red bands and this Ford Taurus that he painted black and put subwoofers on the back? Didn't you have to evacuate one time, Papa, because it started malfunctioning? You're driving to work and probably the volume started going up or something. Oh, yeah. To get out of the the stereo, I forgot about that. Out of control, it went super high. And so an old man was bailing out of an old Taurus that was blowing the roof off with rap music. I used to have a Taurus. Those were such nice cars. I love them. Yeah. It was Francis's mom's car. I remember riding in that car going to see October Sky one time. Jake Gyllenhaal. What's that movie where he built a rise in a spider or something and his enemy? That's a movie. Have you ever seen that movie? Enemy? You never saw that? Then I get y'all to see that. It's a good movie. Oh, with my man Jake Gyllenhaal. It's a top one. Oh, I love Jake. I like that guy. That's a good movie, Red Band. You ought to watch it. Never even heard of it. It's an A24 movie. You gotta watch it. It's wonderful. And that's kind of a spoiler, but yeah, I know what that means, but that's a spoiler. Grand seen it, Grant? No. Oh, you should see it too. Again, people that haven't seen it, they wouldn't understand it. Not anymore. There's a stereo in the Taurus. There it is. I wasn't allowed to have subs, but bands get subs. And then I got subs, and everybody gets subs. I wasn't allowed to spend the night out. The bands can spend the night. And then I was Zeldin can spend the night out. You got the short straw, man. And look what happened. And I turned into the craziest one with the drinking and drugs for a while. That's what happens. Well, you stop that, as far as y'all know. And thank you for supporting him in that red band. Well, every time I'm back in the bar, every time I'm at the bar and ask Redman for a shot, he gives me one. He does. No, he's sweet. I was trying to give advice. There you go. I know. He gives me good advice. Thank you for giving it to him. Thank you. Did they ever see those videos of you when you used to be a peeper? You used to look through girls' windows back in the day. I don't know if y'all ever saw that one. Some little sketch or some little video of it that was made when I was living in Denver, Colorado. Some little thing. It was some, I forget about it. Again, that was a time in my life where I was drinking a lot. So I've had spans of times where I don't have memories. Growing up, I don't remember a lot of that anymore, which is sad because I remember having a good time growing up. So it's sad I've lost all my memories of growing up. Well, at least you've forgotten all the meetings. So that's most. The gator tails. Yeah, Mama used to come at us with the gator tail. Wow.
He did. I never was.
He used the bell. You had the gator tail. Or a switch. They hit me with the gator tail because it could not walk on my tiptoes. So they used to walk on his tiptoes all the time. And my buddy Christopher Thomas, remember him? He probably still walks on his tiptoes. Buddy named Christopher Thomas, who heated Adams. Williams. What was William Real Pigeon? That was me too. Now somebody had to get their feet glued to a board. What? That was me, and I remember, yeah, it looked like a snowboard. Yeah, it looked like a little snowboard. A little snowplow. Yeah. I remember looking at that in the closet years later because he was still in the closet with two little white shoes glued to it. And I'd be in they put me in that thing, strap me into that, and I'm sure it hurt.
Like wake their guns or songs so that they can have any impression.
Dr. Threckle. Dr. Threckle.
Wait, it only took a week to fix pigeon toes?
It really didn't take long. A week sounds a little short. Yeah, when they're hooked up to it, the whole...
I need to just torture you guys.
Kind of a torture. Never heard of it. And I remember Vance going into y'all's bedroom, and there's like the aquarium, and Van hiding under the aquarium, and Vance was in the aquarium.
Never had it.
What is that big hell you talking about? Remember Vance was like in an aquarium song? Oh, he was. Again, yeah. When he was going into y'all's bedroom, and my little brother was in an aquarium. When he was born, he was put in a glass terrarium because what was bad? Yeah, jaundice. He was yellow. I was yellow when I came out. Or well, I was gray because I wasn't breathing.
Gracie was.
Gracie was yellow. I ate too much macaroni and cheese, and all my children were orange and yellow. Papa used to eat macaroni and cheese with corn. Yes, and then he turned yellow when it came out. Exactly. I had to go in the aquarium. I remember hiding under the aquarium in Yasmin. Fun memories. Good memories. Reminiscent. I remember stuff like that. The horror. Good stuff. The horrors.
This is why you poop in the shower.
This is why I poop in the shower. Well, I swear, today, after I got off the toilet and I get in the shower, I think to myself, thank God I do this, or this would have taken me 30 minutes today. Now I'm good with feeling the consistency of my fingers. This would have taken me 30 freaking minutes today. I'm smart. I'm the smart player. You really are. That's what I think. I'm the genius. I'm the one winning right now. Let's move away from fecal discussion and all of something else. I'm just telling you, I can now tell with my senses. Like you can do all that without grabbing. Well, I'm not grabbing it. Why are you keeping the subject? I'm not grabbing anything. I get the soap on my fingers and I do the fingers. It's a fingers thing. Okay.
need one of those water toilets that shoots up here. We don't. Our toilet's too low to the ground. What? Quit talking about doo-doo, Mama says. Okay. Stop talking about doo-doo. Good. What? Would it be to have siblings? Yeah. She's never been at an aquarium before. Dad's a play later doo-doo. Because I have the weird shoes thing. Is she coming to Madison Square Garden? Has she ever seen you? No, would you be? So what if you were going? What if you were doing a show one weekend and your sister would you be scared? Would it make you scared? No, she was in the audience. No, I mean she's seen me do stand-up and all that before. I just, have this relationship with my sister that's more like she just annoys the fuck out of me. Big brother, young sister type thing. Yeah. You're from the Midwest, right? Yeah. Where are you from? Columbus, Ohio. Oh, okay. Yeah. So you a Buckeye fan? Yeah. We didn't have anything else growing up, so you kind of just had to be a Buckeye fan because we had no professional sports at all. We had the Buckeyes, which is pretty damn close. Yeah, that's official. Yeah. That's not better, I think. I like the Buckeyes. Yeah. You ever wear the stuff? I've never seen you wear an Ohio State thing. I just never was that much of a sports guy because my parents got divorced very young, and I lived with my mom and my sister, and so I never really had sports. Yeah. It's all about drawing and art. And quilting. I love quilting. She's been doing that all week. Quilting? Did you really quilt? Yeah, we had the whole quilt table too. Like that. Yeah. It's true. Yeah, I want Mama to teach me how to knit them. Oh, yeah. It could be fun. Make little pillows. What do you think about the pop-up? I think not that good. I think Red Band Story's interesting, seriously, because you probably wouldn't be where you are right now without that strong awakening. What you described, seriously. Yeah, it's interesting. I quilted one of these before. You just take a bunch of old fabric and you put them together. It's got to be more complex than that. We used to do it by hand, yeah. We had a big quilt table. And we'd all just get together and have grandma, mom, and just all quilt different parts of the quilt. And talk about fried green tomatoes and stuff like that. The movie. No, real fried green tomatoes. We had some pretty good fried green tomatoes at the house place with the bird. Maddie's, not Hattie's. Yeah, it was good. Wait, where did you eat some? Fried green tomatoes? Yeah. Where was I? I just got some recently. I think like Cheesecake Factory or something like that. They make everything in-house at Cheesecake Factory. Is there one of those here? I like the Cheesecake Factory. Yeah, me too. Yeah. The mall. Yep. I went to one in San Diego one time. It was their own business, and that's where I ate like every meal. So we jumped in the ocean and I was drowned because the ocean was too cold. Yeah, yikes. I'd never been in the Pacific Ocean, and I was training for a triathlon, so I'd jump in. Where's that? You guys performed? You were just San Diego? Yeah, La Jolla. I jump in that La Jolla Cove, because I'm going to work out. It was the coldest water I'd ever felt in my life. Like a dock, or were you walking in? I would just walk in, and it's real pretty, but it's so cold. Yeah, when I moved to California when I was 30, I'd only been to the Atlantic millions of times. I was like, I can't believe I finally lived by the ocean. And right when I first moved there, I went to Malibu and went running towards, and I was like, I never went to the ocean again.
Word, Redden.
I was like, oh my gosh, now I live next to a beautiful ocean. I've just been in Denver for 3 years. This is wonderful. And I stick my foot in the water and I walk away. Is it that cold year-round water? It's like 50, 60 degrees or something. Even in summer, I think it only gets to doesn't get that hot. It's a nightmare. Yeah. So freezing. Well, it's good that didn't get you. You have to wear a wetsuit to be comfortable. Sharks eat you. Beneath people here, they've been eating people down in Destin where we used to go. There's a horrible picture the other day of some woman who got bit by a shark here in Texas, and you can see this it bit her whole calf muscle off. Yeah, what kind of sharks there? I don't know. It's like just a stereotypical shark bite, and her calf muscle was gone. So where is that in Texas? Where? I think it's Galveston or something like that. Corpus Christi. What is the closest ocean here? 4 or 5 hours, maybe? No, it's not even that. I think it's sort of. I think the ocean's kind of gross here. So unfortunately, it's all poop and oil drilling and stuff. It was. I went to Corpus Christi earlier. A couple months ago. Yeah. It's a 16-hour day on my first day. It was like, that's great. I got badly sick. I thought I was in a really nice neighborhood. I thought Corpus Christi was weird. It's not particularly pretty. Yeah. And so it's right on the coast of Corpus Christi. Yeah. Look at that. Selena got killed. Is it? Yeah, she got her ass murked outside of a hotel in Corpus Christi. I was at the fan club president. Yeah. Was that an entertained Hispanic lady who was real popular in the early 90s as a pop singer? Yeah, she got in Corpus. Yikes. Eyes on that. Rhea, what's this? What kind of shark is that? Fake, Greg. It's a fake shark. He's having red eyes. Vampires. He's like eating Dracula or something. Is that like Luke Wilson or something? Yeah. That guy's too handsome to be getting currently attacked by a shark. You're the guy right in the mouth. Yeah, he's just too handsome. Is that the kind of guy you like? Yeah, he's too handsome. No, he just looks like, I think if you were actually in that position in a real shark, you would look different. You would have your arms spread out like running across. You'd be trying to poke its eyes out. Yeah, exactly. Could just be out. If it got you right in the middle like that, you couldn't be alive for that much longer. There you go. That's a real good. That's a real one. What kind of shark is that, Graham? It's a Jaws shark. No great white. Cool, very cool. Remember a destined jellyfish we get stung all the time. Yeah, jellyfish were a nightmare down there. Yeah, do you guys wear shoes in the ocean? Because when I was younger, I stepped on something gross, and ever since I'm like, I'm never going into the ocean without shoes on. Like I wear those water shoes. Aqua socks. Yeah, I like wearing aqua socks. I was so I was gonna step on a rock or something. Yeah. Gotta wear those. I remember one time we were in Destin and some dude was getting towed on his jet ski back to the beach and the rope snapped and hit him hard in the balls. Yeah, and it was just I'm sure that was horrible. I remember that. Do you remember that? Yeah. And then we used to get stuck with jellyfish and they would TT on us. Somebody would TT on us. Yeah, doesn't that help? Yeah, you got to TT on somebody after they get stuck with jellyfish. Well, TT on me. If you wanted me to. Okay. I mean, I close your eyes though. Yeah, I would close my eyes. We also did some preventive TT on you because if you've been TT'd on before you get stung, I don't think it's as bad. Yeah, we'd all get by the shower area and they would just eat the two papas and the couple mamas. Wait, he was eating us. Kids. This girl in high school I used to date, she always wanted me to pee inside of her in the shower. Is it possible for things kind of hard to keep? Yeah, you can teach it, I guess. It didn't feel great. And I was like, why do you want me to do this? Because it feels like coming to me. Yeah, that's thousand. Oh my gosh, it is just deep. Did you know about this, Grant? No idea. You people too. You should try it out though. I think Red Band's the only person who knows about it in the universe. Oh my gosh. Would it fill up inside of you down there? Yeah, it was hard to do, but what are you looking at me for? You would just do it quick. Yeah, and then you can and then the TT probably drips out. Yeah. Nice. Well, that's kind of cool. Yeah. So Red Band, are you? You were just in San Diego. Are you going? You got another tour date?
No, I need to do that. I just haven't. I don't have a tour manager, or any of that. So I usually do it myself. Like I call the clubs and I do all that. I've just been so busy and I don't really need to anymore. It used to be fun because like, it's a good way to make money and stuff. But I make more money just doing shows in town.
Yeah. I'm sure that's fun every now and again, though.
Oh, it is.
That was a good time.
I need to go back to Ohio and do it. And
I thought Columbus was great. Yeah, you should do the funny bone in Columbus.
Yeah, he tells me that anytime.
Just don't do it in the summer because the green room in Columbus, the club is inside of the mall, which I think is kind of fun. It's kind of silly, but it's kind of fun. And the green room was like in the inner sanctum of the mall next to the kitchen. So it was 95 degrees in there. It was already hot.
It's one thing to go. What's crazy about that mall? That mall was created by Lex Wexner, who owns Victoria's Secret and all like the Express and all those stores and stuff like that. And Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone also used to own a big part of that mall. And now it's just a dangerous mall.
Yeah, malls are dying. The one here's pretty good, though.
The outdoor.
Just generally speaking, are malls dying?
I don't even know if there's a mall here. And there's one mall that's indoors, and it was like all anime shops. There's a bunch of anime places.
Yeah, what is it called? Barton Creek Mall, maybe. Well, it's a pretty good one. I've been there a handful of times. What do you buy at an anime shop?
Like anime pillows, or pillows that look like
pillows.
Yeah, girls.
And then some Japanese cartoon.
Yeah.
Hentai. Or what is hentai? That's kind of the saucy, and the sexy.
Or you just buy chick boys.
Yeah, Pokemon store there. Pokemon store there. I'd probably get some Pokemon stuffed animals and drug. But I had to get off of Pokemon. I was playing too much.
I know.
Now I'm done.
About it.
Yeah, now I'm done.
Oh, look at that red cat. That's a full beard right there.
And that looks like an AI thing.
So is that real? Is that you?
Because I don't have a Chicago hat, a C on there.
I don't know, someone on your Patreon posted this picture of you as a Pokemon trainer.
Oh.
That's not really you, though, is it? That's his face.
AI. It looks like me. Scary. Get all kinds of gear. I look pretty cool in that. Look at those gloves.
Yeah.
Do you like that, Mom? No? Well, I think I look pretty cool.
Get that guy in that aquarium in the woods.
Oh my gosh, Red Band, you have got to go to where we went on one Saturday. They have this wonderful, it's like an aquarium, and it's in this dome building. Well, I don't even know what it's called. It's next South Off. What's it? What's that? It's an antique store called Uncommon Objects, which is an antique store.
Yeah.
Right off Benway.
Oh,
You gotta
I
go.
gotta check it out.
It's in a dome.
I love antique stores more, though.
It's a pretty good. Objects is good. Yeah, the stuff is expensive, kind of, but there's cool stuff.
Have you been to the antique mall? I don't know. There's two antique malls here in Austin. One closed down, but there's another one that's in Round Rock. It's awesome. It's like one of those where you just rent, like all these places rent out little parts, and it's just huge.
I think we went there. We went to one. We went to a big mall recently. I think we went to the one that closed down that was kind of close to here. Yeah, we need to go around. My mom used to do that. She used to, with her sister, they had an antique booth and an antique mall in Memphis.
Me and my mom used to go antiquing like every weekend. We'd go. That was so fun.
Did you?
I was back in the day. They didn't have Coke in bottles anymore. Like we didn't have Mexican Cokes in Ohio, and I missed Coke out of a bottle. This is how dorky I am. So I would go to the antique place, buy all the Coke bottles, wash them out, and then pour Coke in on them. Put like the caps back on them, and put them in the fridge just to trick myself. Like, Coke in a bottle.
Oh my God, that's funny. It's funny. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I grew up going to antique places. It was so fun, right? I loved it.
I used to collect like all the racist stuff, like the Aunt Jemimas and stuff like that. Dawson, so a lot of that stuff. Yeah, you have all kinds of cool stuff at your place. Where we're singing last. Yeah. Well, I think this is about the time. Thank you so much for being on the show today. Absolutely. Enjoyed it and appreciate y'all coming on today. Well, Red Band, thank you for everything you do for William.
Definitely.
And I thank you.
You have such a delightful son.
Thank you.
This week, Debbie.
Thank you, fans who support William. Thank you very much. We got it. Rachel O'Donnell, San Shady Shane,
White Magic.
Zaprak, Sexy Maxi Shiva, Snow Roach Gaming Crooner, Tweak the Freak, Vicious McVisty, White Magic, William Kieran, William Montgomery United Army General, and Anthony. No, that's changed. Anthony Tip Flash Morganson, baby. Art of Sean King. Just the wonderful art. Ashley Belfield, BE Double Y's here again, the fourth. Beef, Big Ring 045. Bronson Lewis Band. Thank you, Bronson. Corbin Jones, Danja Fox. He's in Hawaii, right? He's in Hawaii. Very nice band in Hawaii. Dang Vote, Destiny Cordova King. Dr. Pete Dugan is an actual doctor. Eli Slugger with Gary Gables. Hater 365. Jay Dizzy, Jenny, Jay Jokai, Jokai 2, Jokai 3. And Jokai, I love your videos. We have to work together sometime. Josiah, Justin Freckle, Captain Chaos. And the Kill Tony Facebook page. Where somebody acts like you. I have to tell the one guy to stop acting like you. Kyle Heath, and then Larry, that's you. You're not supposed to bang. Oh, man, he does it every freaking show. Matt Foster, thank you to our mercenaries. Thank you. Okay. We'll finish them up.
That's on forever.
I said them. They just keep on going. That was all like, okay, guys. All right. Thank you for listening. Yeah, there's so many. Alrighty, well, that is our time. Thank you all so much for being here. Yes, thank you for having us. Red Band, good to see you. Good to see you guys. See you. Alrighty, bye. Thanks for joining us for this week's episode of The William Montgomery Show. Send your questions, artwork, and manifestos to WilliamMontgomeryShow@gmail.com. And make sure to leave William a voicemail at 737-471-1098. Never miss an episode of The William Montgomery Show by subscribing to The William Montgomery Show channel on YouTube and anywhere your podcasts are sold. Make sure to show your support for the show and join our scrappy crew of child soldiers, bounty hunters, and mercenaries at patreon.com/The William Montgomery Show. Check out William online at william.f.montgomery1 on Instagram. For more William Montgomery, check out Kill Tony on YouTube and check him out live at the Comedy Mothership in Austin, Texas every Monday. Find more of me, Casey Rocket, at patreon.com/Casey Rocket. Follow me on Instagram at Casey Rocket. This episode of The William Montgomery Show is recorded at Record ATX Studios right here in the heart of Austin. The William Montgomery Show is produced by William Montgomery and Record ATX. The anthem is sung by William Montgomery. The drums are sung by William Montgomery. The words are sung by William Montgomery. Thanks for joining us. See you next time. Shh, who the fuck said that? I'm trying to have fun tonight. Recorded live in Austin, Texas, USA. It's The William Montgomery Show. Starring William Montgomery and the Deepest Casey Rocket. With the Tony Chin Orchestra. And William Montgomery Jr. Dancers. As always, William is joined by the lovely Erica. I'm Casey Rocket. And now here he is, the big red machine, the Memphis Strangler, William Montgomery. I forgot how professional it is. Yeah, and I don't even see the guy working the Mr. Grant, I know. I feel like we're being listened to. I know, I wish. What, Ari, let's hear your thoughts on this. I've been asked. Or no? Oh, I like the, no, I'm already past that. No, I'm just talking about right here. What if there was a glass window?
I would like a glass window because then I see the reaction on his face. Yeah, Grant, what do y'all think? You think Mike would be cool with that? Y'all doing like some construction and you're having a glass window so we can see your face and stuff? You know what's funny is when we were building out this whole studio, we had that in our specs, but then it was too expensive, so we dropped it. We got rid of the windows. Yeah, see, America likes a permit. Right? That's part of the money. You gotta get some guy who's it's just a little money laundering scheme. Again, everybody's stealing money from us. 1,000%. Everybody made up jobs. It's me, Grant, and William. We're the only normal American hardworking people. 1,000%. Yeah. 1,000%. Every guy I meet, my age, like 32, every guy I meet now, all scam jobs.
Yeah.
Everybody's ripping people. Everybody's like, oh, you gotta get the hustle. For what? Yeah, right, exactly. I don't know. The American obsession with money is jarring when you move here. Because I just moved here. I've done some stretches in Seattle just with a tourist visa, 3 months or so. But now I'm getting integrated into your process. Yeah. Everybody is obsessed with like the number of money. It's just a number. Why do you think that is? I wonder why that even is. I want to hear what you're doing during the day. I don't want to hear about this new idea. Yeah, you have how to rip people off.
Entrepreneurs.
Yeah, a bunch of entrepreneurs.
Everybody.
You gotta be careful. Do not get sucked, Ari. You're relative. You're new here, okay? Do not ever get into an MLM. You know what that's a multi-level marketing. That is a pyramid scheme.
Yeah, exactly.
That is what's a pyramid scheme. I've been ripped off from my life. Oh my gosh, you're not anymore. But when I was home, did you guys have that? Yeah, we have Amway here. We have Amway was the motherfucker. Dude, I actually went so angry that you know what I did? Where did the Amway get you? Where are we just looking? Where you living at this time? Okay, it's Estonia. Yeah, that's what Amway runs because they have protein power and creatine. That's what you get the young guys in. You give me like cheaper protein power. You're going for it. Are you a big protein guy? And it was a chick. I'm a big everything guy. Okay, fair enough. You don't do steroids. You would don't ever do steroids. I'll do steroids as soon as I get. Would you really? I'll be like the bloated guy that looks sick. You know those old guys with the big gut that eat back on the gut? Yeah. You think you're doing so much human growth hormone that your organs grow. You know, your dairy. Is that why the stomach gets so big like that? I was trying to heard that. Yeah, but if you look into it, then there's some science. Then there's, if you really look in, then some articles come up where they're actually like, well, actually, it's not that to do. But then you look for finance, then research, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, AI makes it. The guy, the Amway, every research you find right now is made by the guy who makes it. Yeah, for sure. You gotta be careful. The internet, a bunch of information, but too much information. And you're right, I decipher through it. Dude, I just wanted, like last year, I just wanted to know his aspartame. You know, it's the sugar. Is it sugar or not? Well, I mess around with Diet Coke or bullshit like that. It's supposed to find the answer. Literally, first 2 pages will be like, it's all financed by Coca-Cola and the sugar industry to make you think it's bad. Well, don't tell our freaking neighbor that grew up down the street from us in Memphis. She ended up getting pancreatic cancer from drinking too many Diet Cokes. See, that's when you get to page 4. Yeah, then then you get the pancreatic cancer and you don't find out about that until it's too late. It is funny that every research tells you one thing, and then everybody has something happen where it tells the other. Like kratom, we were talking about yesterday. It's impossible to find anything bad about kratom. But you do kratom? No, but I tried it one time in Bangkok, and I was there with like transvestites, and I couldn't remember what happened. So, and after drinking the kratom, I was just like passed out. I was like a movie. And my friend took a picture of me. It was like my eyes open. I was gone. I couldn't move my head. Did somebody drug you, or it was literally from the kratom? Well, he drugged me, but it was funny too. So it's funny. You had a buddy there taking. Yeah, you should drug me. It's kind of a buddy. But then again, the buddy left, and I was there with 3 huge concerts. So I don't know exactly what happened. But it's Bangkok, you know. Yeah, it's like that happened. You know how it is. That's what happened at Grand, I think. Didn't that happen to you a couple years ago? Grand, Bangkok. Yeah, something very similar. Wait, so okay, So because I also live in Bangkok, and big thing for guys is to go to Thailand, and then they
Get some Thai food.
get
Yeah, I love. Erica introduced me to Thai food. I never had Thai food before. It's really good. Oh, great. Oh, it's too hot here, Grant. It probably gets real hot.
and guys go to Thailand and then they get really drunk and then they bang some beautiful angel, who just has the wrong board.
Really? It'd be hard to tell sometimes when you're over there.
Real hard,
Probably especially for drinking a bunch. I would imagine that would not help.
And then dudes like bang or kiss or get a blowjob, and then they come back and they have to go to therapy. They're like, "Am I gay?" I'm like, "If you're not worried, you gay, bro." Because for me, I don't live that lifestyle. I do cocaine. I don't do crazy.
Yeah. Don't let your attire fool anybody.
Don't let
You are looking suave today. I mean, look at that shirt. Is it a European? That's like a European. I'm feeling a very European.
I'm gonna fuck a little bit nautical today.
Yes. From the yacht club.
From the yacht club, dude. I go into clubs where you can't even get in.
Oh my gosh, like the yacht and beach club down at Disney World. It looks like you. The yacht and beach club down at Disney World. Have you been to Disney World yet?
No.
Would you ever go?
I'm not a big people guy, like lots of people who are very hyped. I don't like hyped people around me.
Yeah. So you're gonna get probably some hyped people. I mean, you got the Disney adults. You gotta watch out for Disney adults.
Yeah, that's like that's a serious mental. You need to like.
It's a weird deal. People get it.
It's expensive. Problem.
Expensive habit.
Americans are obsessed with like Wolf of Wall Street money or we can absolutely on the brink of collapse.
That's sure what it feels like.
William, if you go to Thailand, let's say me and you go, right, we get fucked up, you go a bit lost, and you make out with some like a beautiful angel.
Yes.
Would it be for you like, oh my god, why am I,
I don't know. What do you mean? Like after what? Like I'm finding out, and obviously this is if something had happened between Erica and I are not together. That's part of the scenario. We're no longer together. Something's happened. I decided to start fucking drinking again. We're going to party in fucking Thailand, and you're saying what? I end up making out with somebody and turned out to be a guy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
If they're real beautiful, who cares?
If that happened to me, like I disappear and I go back to the hotel, I see, what's gonna happen? It'll be like this, bro, and tell the story.
Yeah.
But some guys, like, Jesus.
They make really good women.
Men make amazing men and women.
Love it.
I watch a bunch of the drag race.
It's amazing.
Oh, dude, but Thai men even, dude. Like, they have smooth skin, olive skin. They also
They have to shave over there?
Yes, and they don't have those big fucking, like, a white transvestite they feel bad for, because we have this big fucking belly on our nose.
They just
And
have
white guys always have ugly wrists and a lot of weird buttons and feet. White men's feet are like,
It's a giveaway.
like if you look at, it's just a big fucking, and it has a lot of detail.
That's a good foot. That's a good foot.
No. My toes are disgusting. You see, I have that, one of the toes is bigger than the biggest toe. You see?
The middle one?
Yeah,
This fucking Ninja Turtle foot, dude.
That's how mine is. Mine is also, mine is big in the
It
middle.
means like that show me. Yeah, men's feet, dude. If I saw a chick with that foot, dude, I'm putting that in my mouth,
There you go.
And then I don't know if I have a melanoma on my toenail or if it's where I stubbed my toe real bad the other day. You see this? This one took out my worries. Seriously, look at this. Is that a melanoma or where I stubbed my toe? See that? See how there's a thing there?
You should see what's happening in my foot.
What do you mean? Oh, that's not bad. No,
It's not. The things that are high on this song, dude, there's a fucking civilization on my toes, dude.
show us.
Was that athlete's foot? I have like jiu-jitsu toes, then bike riding, not so calluses. There's a whole Kill Tony episode live between my toes. Right? I don't know what's happening. Bumps and weird stuff.
Tough actin, tinactin. Get some tinactin. That's good for athletes.
Yeah, sure. I just discovered like body lotion like 6 months ago. First time ever in my life.
Do you like it?
Yeah, dude, I'm not itchy anymore. It's fucking great.
Oh,
That's how he discovered it. He was real itchy.
I moved to Denver, Colorado.
That's how I achieved switching.
Well, I just thought I wasn't itchy, and then I moved to Denver, Colorado, and I became a little itchy, and I thought I was dying. And then I discovered, I swear to God, I thought I was dying. I thought I had some horrible disease, and then I put on lotion one night, and it fixed everything. I had never used it.
Exactly.
And it's like a miracle. It's like a miracle drip.
And then I would like sweat. You know when you have really dry skin, then you have that really dry skin. I just sweat.
My jeans are kind of smelling right now, Graham. A little.
In the middle.
In the middle. Why? I don't know. I haven't washed them yet. I got them what? When did I get these jeans?
They're raw jeans.
They're raw jeans. I gotta be careful washing. I'm scared to wash them.
Well, they say you're not supposed to wash jeans too often.
Well, I haven't washed them. I haven't washed them since I've gotten them, and I've got them, a month and a half ago.
I do think they say wash them more often than that, though.
Okay, well, I need to. I'm just scared. Don't you mess up jeans or something? I have no idea. Well, something you don't have to worry about messing up is your underwear, okay? A lot of people do mess up their underwear. There was a point in time I went to a keg party, I guess you call it, in college, and I was out at the keg party, and I did what I thought was farting and a shit all over myself. And I went up into the bathroom at the party, took my boxers off, hid the boxers behind the toilet. It's an awkward situation. Stuff happens, but it's something like a MeUndies. If you do happen to shit in your pants, it's gonna stay in the MeUndies, and that's not even something they tell you about. But yeah, MeUndies is a wonderful product. I mean, you see this right here. I have a pair on right now. I had 2 pairs on last night. I wear 2 at night. It gets way too cold sometimes, but it's getting hot out there. Okay, time for new undies that are breathable, anti-odor, quick drying. Get the best summer underwear ever with MeUndies with 100 different colors and prints to choose from. Cuts made for every body type and over 10 different styles. You're going to look as great as you feel, whether you like bold patterns, bright colors, classic solid basics, where you grab like your classic solid basics or bright colors.
Man, I like bright colors.
Yeah, me too. Like yellow.
Yeah, like with a little beer. Is that a blossom?
Bees. Oh my gosh, they should have said, I wish. I got the bees. I know beggars can't be choosers, but those bees ones with the
That would have been good.
bees, that's a good one. Whether you like, they get the bold patterns, bright colors, solid basics. They said Casey, blast off space theme boxer briefs.
I think those are best.
Casey's not here today.
You have his underwear.
I have his underwear. He's gotta get me to get his underwear. He's gotta get through me to get his underwear. And then I got Patriot Pops, popsicle boxer briefs. Okay. Oh my gosh, these boxer briefs are to die for. That's all I can say. When I was running around on July 4th, I was wearing the popsicle boxer briefs
At the hotel.
At the hotel, and man, oh man, I'm glad I had these things. You can run fast in these things. I was sliding off the borders. I was having to run so fast, and you can fly in these things. That's another thing that I'm telling you. You can fly in these things. Graham, don't you think you can run fast in those suckers?
Yeah, but very aerodynamic.
And they're not getting chafing, which is a big thing, okay? Especially I get swamp ass, I think they call it sometimes, and it gets nasty. But with these things, you don't really get the swamp ass. But yeah, with sustainably sourced materials and ethical practices, you'll never have to choose between super cozy underwear and your personal values. So remember that. Summer is here. Be prepared with MeUndies. Get 20% off your first order plus free shipping at MeUndies.com/WMS. That's MeUndies.com/WMS for 20% off plus free shipping. MeUndies, comfort from the outside out. Not from the inside out. That's not.
You get the blast off pair so you can match Casey.
Yes, if you want to wear the same underwear as Casey, blast off.
But if you're all lotion, it makes it.
For sure, oh my gosh, it makes
Are you a feet guy? I'm not a feet guy. Even with women. I mean, at time, man's foot, I can put it in my mouth. But,
how much of it do you think they have little feet?
yeah, that's what I'm saying about easier transition.
Yeah. Still tiny? Just a little foot. Yeah, maybe I put a little foot in my mouth.
There's actually a big theory of why Thailand is the ladyboy segment. Do you know that they don't like the word transsexual either? Because that's not what they're doing. You know, they
You like
identify.
ladyboy?
Yeah.
I like that.
Exactly. They're like, fuck your movement. We're doing our own thing. But no, Graham, what's that? See, I don't like crazy pictures. It's just some
Yeah, Grant, your worry was not going to be down for weird pictures, dude. Grant, I told you that.
I want the guy picture again. Maybe put us on a boat. I think we can win them over with some of these AI feeds.
Oh,
It's AI feed even more disgusting.
machine. Yeah, I mean, that's scary. How's it even coming up with this kind of stuff? I don't even know. Wait, why did it go quickly?
Actually, if there was a guy in his basement drawing pictures like this, you go, as a neighbor, you call somebody. But AI can just riff city.
Oh, for sure. Fuck, it's too demonic. I mean,
Yeah, you see that? If I drew that, all my friends,
you're getting on an FBI watch list. And you need to be careful. You're in America. You gotta be careful. You don't want to end up on some FBI watch list, and that will happen if you're
I want to be on any watch list. Comics coming up, maybe FBI has a list like that.
Ooh, yeah, but the top of that one, yeah, FBI is top comics.
I still comics to look up. Fuck Watcher, dude. I'm on the FBI watch list, baby. Watch out for me, dude. I'm on this city with Joe.
Yeah. Well, and that's just a bunch of toes right there. Oof. So how is the green card looking? How's everything going on that front? Everything's going good.
Me and you started making out one night,
Then like you're good to go from
I'm so great that I can literally make out with William and the next day feel nothing.
for sure. Well, you can go back to your place and tell somebody about it. That's what you do with the other people.
I think it's even funnier if we kissed each other and told nobody ever. I think it's funnier to have a scene.
It's just a better relationship, I think, to have. Yeah, kind of a fun. Just a little secret.
It's just a crazy thing between buddies. And we don't have to kiss, maybe, but we can do something weird.
Something strange that we don't have to tell anybody.
Exactly.
Yeah, nobody has to know.
We just touch each other one time. We're doing crazy.
Yeah, not for long, but yeah, it'll be our little secret.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Have you kissed a man before?
No, but I remember one time in Los Angeles where I was living right behind a CVS. It was a wonderful place where I would do the Kill Tonys a lot on Monday, and I was off on Tuesday, Wednesday, so I just get fucked up and drink and do cocaine all night, looking at the CVS through the fucking chain link fence with the razor wire on it. It was kind of a beautiful little area back there. I love taking you out back there. And there's a guy that lived above the apartment that I lived in. Very nice guy, and I would just always be down there and real talkative because like other people who lived in the building could be down there. And we got to be buddies, and I remember one night we're standing back there, and he's basically, I think he says, can I kiss you? And I said no, but I was thinking, okay. Not that it matters, but yeah, I just said no.
And then the relationship
kept on going for it.
He was always still friendly.
We were still friendly.
Yeah,
because I don't want to make it.
I didn't give a
He
shit.
was drinking a mine.
I didn't give a shit. But yes, I can't remember his name. I'm doing well. He's a nice guy.
He lived with his sister.
Lived with his sister. Oh yeah, I did.
Did you, before you dropped the big K word,
Was that even a thought in my mind?
Yes, it was.
No, I don't think. I was probably worried about getting fucked up and talking too much. I used to get fucked up and just love talking to people. I think I was bothering people. But I would guess that was my main objective at the moment.
For me, every time the big K word has come out with a guy, or do you want to go? The big O. I've always seen it coming. Like, just dudes are, I think dudes
It's
are.
obvious.
What? It's like a buddy you've had for a little while or something.